Hello, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Network here in Bulgaria. You join us at the start of day 3 so far. There's been plenty of activity at the top of the standings. At the end of day 1, it was the Falcons that were flying high. They won 3 on the spin and were sitting at the top of the table. But yesterday it was Academic Sofia who did the same thing, won all of their games and they leapfrogged Falcon at the top of the table. The question, of course, is at the end of day 3, who will be at the top of the standings today? Only one way to find out, that's to stay tuned. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobre utro, good morning, and thank you for joining me here at the National Sports Academy Vasil Levesky in Sofia. The series so far has been highly entertaining, and today is going to be another exciting day. 5 matches coming up for you. Of course, 5 is the number. It's the 5th time that we are here in Bulgaria, and also today will mark a historic moment. We will go past 20,000 runs in the first match. The question is, which team will have the honour of notching up those runs? First up this morning is Academic Sofia, who are sitting top of the standings, and they're up against Medical University of Pleven, who haven't registered a win as yet. Well, the captains Amal and Husaif are with the tournament referee for the start of today, and that is Mahela. Mahela, over to you. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Pleven to call.
Hits.
Heads is the call, and it is tails.
We're gonna have a ball.
So Academic Sofia have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Husaif Yusuf, the captain of Academic Sofia, winning the toss and deciding that he will have a field first. He wants to put Pleven into bat. I can understand that move, though I think he'll be very tempted to have a bat first here and really let his batters go out there and score a mountain of runs. He's probably thinking that the best way perhaps to pick up all the points here, because he's after 4 points, and stay cemented at the top of the standings, is to put the opposition in, restrict them to a score around about 70 and knock them off. Pleven, though, not a lot has gone right for them at the moment. They've played 5 matches and they have lost all 5 matches, but they are the team that could notch up a little bit of history here. Once they get past 4 runs here this morning, that will register 20,000 runs scored in Bulgaria in the 5 years that we've been here so far. And of course, those runs will keep going higher and higher. So there's something for them to shout about. But other than that, not a lot is going well for the captain, Amal Thomas. I found out today one of the reasons why he hasn't been bowling too much himself is he's got a bit of a shoulder injury. He's been nursing that for about 7 months. So when he does bowl, he's being forced to bowl, and he hasn't had the players really that he would like to have in his squad, because players been in other places, a lot of holiday time for the students at the moment. So he is struggling, but I think he's going to be once again pretty key. He has been sort of holding the fort for the side with the bat. I mean, he's not known as a batter himself, is Thomas, but when he's been out there, he's been doing a job. But it has been painful to watch, it has to be said, when he's been scoring around about 20 but going outrun a ball. Something like Jassim Rahim, though, could help him out. If he gets going, they could get to a big score here. On the bowling front, they have trouble. They have had some trouble. With Academic Sofia, they're a team that are at the opposite end of the standings to their opposition. They are sitting top of the standings. They won all their 3 matches yesterday, and I know that Captain Yusuf is hoping that they can keep that going. He's got a good team at the moment, though, hasn't he? Bashrat Hussain has been fantastic, and also something like Laurie McMillan has been great. Those two batted beautifully yesterday. He also has the Centurion from last year, Manan Bashir, who's bashing the ball all over the place. A lot of good players in his side, including someone like Chugtai as well. You also saw someone like Daniel Ali coming to the side yesterday, and he was superb with the ball. So he's got a lot of stars. He's got a lot of good players, and I think he's looking once again to get a crushing win here over Plevin. That's the way I think it looks like it's going to go on a paper. Charlie Hunt is having a day off today, so it's going to be great to work in alongside this young man again who did a fantastic job there in Hungary. And Nishay Butt joins me in the commentary box. Well, I will introduce Nishay to you a little bit later, but first I'll tell you back in the box what happened yesterday. Hello and welcome back. Yes, Dobry Utro to everybody. And we see the amazing cricket ground here in Sofia. We are, of course, in Bulgaria. That is the Vasilevsky cricket ground, and I'm certainly excited for a day that we're going to have today. Yesterday started off with some low-scoring matches. I think today, well, it could be very much the same as we take a look back at what we did see yesterday. It started with Blacksmiths taking on Academic Sofia. Sofia playing their first match, and they were just too strong for the Blacksmiths after restricting them to just 71 thanks to some good all-round bowling performances. It was a win by just 10 wickets. They only needed 17 balls to get that win, didn't they? They smashed the ball all over the place. Manam Bashir, 39 not out, and Bashrat Hussain put a very good partnership together to get the first win for Academic Sofia. They would do it again. The very two teams will be back in action for the next match. This time, the Blacksmiths did a little bit better, got to 73. But Lockie McMillan was in fine form. He took 2 for 12 and also scored 26 not out. The player match performance getting his team a win by 7 wickets. This time with 32 balls to go. So started very well, did Academic Sofia. But the big test would come a little bit later. We'll talk about that after this match when Plevin took on the Sofia Stars. And the Sofia Stars, of course, previously played as Indo-Bulgaria. A crushing victory by 10 wickets with 17 balls to go. And Rohit Dhiman, the player of the match, with some fantastic bowling figures, 2 for 8. And well, Academic Sofia would then once again be in action. Now, this was the match that everybody was talking about. Was this going to be the crunch? Is this the two teams that will be trying to get their hands on the trophy later on at the end of this series? Well, it was Academic Sofia that maintained their 100% record. They got the 3 wins in the day. They would go to the top of the standings with this victory. Sofia Stars going down and just didn't get enough runs on the board, and Bashrat Hussain was sensational with a player match performance, 2 for 21, and also scored a fine 48. The final match of the day, well, Plevin, their struggles continue. That's 5-0, lost 5 matches, haven't got a win under the belt as they were beaten for the second time by the Blacksmiths. Blacksmiths, though, registered their first, and not only their first, but their second victory, and both of them against Plevin as they restricted Plevin to 86. And Oscar Duff, player of the match with the bowling figures of 2 for 3. So well done to the young player. That meant that the standings look like this. Academic Sofia sitting pretty at the top. They've got a good margin over Sofia Stars. Those two teams, though, they will meet again, and that's going to be, once again, another crunch match. But so far this morning, I think it's going to be all about Academic Sofia looking to extend that lead at the top. Sofia Stars will get a chance to bounce back when they play the second match here today against the Blacksmiths. And then we got a repeat of the first match where Academic Sofia will be taking on Medical University Plevin. So we can have a look at the fantasy dashboard. So these two teams, as I said, will play each other on 2 occasions. They're playing each other in this match number 11, the first of the start of match day 3. And then also they'll play each other in match number 13 as well. So this is the two teams. Bashrat Hussain, as I mentioned, Manam Bashir, 2 very strong players. Zarag Chuktai's bowl well, hasn't really got off to a good start with the bat, though it has to be said, it hasn't had too many opportunities. And Daniel Ali, well, what an impact he made yesterday when he came on the bowl. Huzaifa Yusuf himself didn't even have to use himself as a bowler because of the strength that they have in the batting. Plevin, I think it's all about Amal Thomas and Jassim Rahim, to be fair. And that's reflected here on the who will win percentages. You can see that Academic Sofia 95% to Plevin's 5, and you can understand why. So we get ready to go, and they're not wasting any time. Not going to go with pace to start off with. It's going to be Lockie McMillan who's going to start up first. Of course, I'm Rico Full, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce this young man. I've enjoyed plenty of good times with him in Cyprus. I know he had a fantastic, historic, and, well, you'd have to say record-breaking time in Hungary, and it's Nishay Butt. Good morning, Nishay.
Very good morning. Great to be back.
Yeah, it was a terrific tour over in Hungary. Witnessed some history, both in the ECS as well as the international matches. Of course, what a terrific way it was to round out our fortnight over in Hungary when Czechia won it in dramatic fashion. Here we go, first ball of this Wednesday morning.
And a good one from McMillan. He's been really good. I think the first ball that he bowled a couple of days ago, well, in fact, it was yesterday. First match they played was yesterday morning. First one he bowled, and I thought, I like him the look at McMillan. He's just very tidy. He knows what he's doing. He's going to take a lot of wickets. Mal Thomas places out on the offside, and of course, you heard me mention in the intro that batting has been a problem, Nishay for Pleven. And Amal Thomas, I mean, he's doing the best he can, the captain, but he's not a man of hitting boundaries, and that's been the issue. Let's see what Jose can do. Oh, he gets this one to rise up on him outside the off. That's the corridor you got to bowl. You'll see a lot of this, Nishay, on this deck. Short of a length outside the off, that's the place to be.
Yeah, it seems like they've not been too pleased with the results over at Pleven, and they decided to axe Amal Thomas from the captaincy position. Instead, they're going to go with Jassim Rahim to skipper this side.
Yeah, Thomas, of course, was out there at the coin toss. I think he is the main captain, but I think between himself and Rahim, they've been sharing the duties. They did that there yesterday as well. Now, keep an eye on the score, everybody, because as soon as this single, the next run comes up, it'll be 20,000 runs here in Bulgaria. Of course, we're into the 5th year here. Outstanding stats, really.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see how cricket has been growing here in Bulgaria.
Well, just tries to play this away on the offside to try and take a single. Nothing there at the moment, but McMillan, very tidy. And he's got a few surprise deliveries as well. Gets the one to skid through. That's the one when he targets the stumps. And that's the one there. And he almost gets right through and knocks the stumps over. End of the first over, so we don't get to the 20,000 just yet. As Pleven are 3 without loss after the first. So how are you? I know you had a fantastic time in Hungary. Your first time in Hungary?
It was my first time in Hungary, and we'll just take a look at some of these stats here for this European cricket series so far in Bulgaria. The highest score we've seen so far is 179, average about 105. I expect that average to increase throughout this series. We've, as you can see, had a run rate of about 10.8, which has led to that par score. Yeah, so far it seems like it's been a series that's favored the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it, of course, that will tell you the story here. This is what we've seen over the last 4 years. So we started off pretty well, 10.9, then it went 9.2, 8.3, and last year 10.4. Remember, 2022 and 23 were affected quite heavily with the rain, so the outfield certainly wasn't as fast as it was this time. This year, Nish, I'm expecting it to be much more. I know we had a low-scoring day yesterday, but I do think that as the series progresses and the bigger teams come in, and also as some of the lesser teams get eliminated as we get into sort of close to final state, I think the scores are really going to go upwards. And that's my feeling. Chagtai is the bowler here. That's been defended. But you can see the issues that Pleven have had. I mean, yesterday when they played, they scored 59 batting first, and they scored 86 batting first. They just haven't been able to score runs. The day before that, when they were chasing 121, they scored 100. They also, chasing 142, scored 75. And then scoring that highest score so far, 179 by the Sofia Stars, they scored 67. So batting's been a problem. They've been averaging around 70, which, as we know, and is not going to be good enough.
Yeah, certainly won't be. And obviously these two teams have very contrasting fortunes so far. On the one hand, you've got Academic Sofia, who've been absolutely perfect throughout the series, and then Pleven yet to register a win. But yeah, just going back to that big, obviously, change coming from Budapest, where it was an absolute run feast. I mean, par score was 135 during the ECS, and then when we got to the internationals, that was pushed up to 150, 160.
Yeah. It definitely is. I mean, you can see, I mean, there is, between these two teams, of course, you've got the team at the foot of the table, Pleven, who really haven't looked like winning a match. I mean, the best opportunities I think they had would have been against the Blacksmith CC, and on both those occasions, Blacksmith, they won quite easily. Remember, you've got to finish in the top 4 here. 8 teams we're seeing. If you don't finish in the top 4, it's adios. But everybody plays each other twice. In comes Chugtai again. And he just gets that ball to gently move away. And if batters are giving themselves some room, i.e. going down towards square leg when they're trying to play these shots, they're not going to get there because he's getting it to move away. But he's a very experienced player, of course, and an international player. He'll see the movement here from Thomas and probably try and fire in that Yorker into the pads. Oh, well, that one is going to be valuable runs. It's going to be Cuatro Guerreras. Well, watch out there on the mound to the fielder. Well, look at this one take off. And if you want to know what this deck can do, take a look at this. It absolutely takes off. No chance there for the keeper. Can't do anything about that, Ken Suthbach. And well, that's valuable runs. And there you go, people. And over 20,000 runs here now in Bulgaria.
Yeah, that's a spicy one there by Chugtai. Sails over the batter's head. Yeah, you need to be almost as tall as a giraffe to get at that one.
It comes to an end, the over, with only the one off the bat, and then the 4 byes there. Very good morning to everybody around the world that's tuning in. Hello to Ivan B, hello to Terry Richmond. And have a quick look at those standings once again. We had saw those earlier, so you can see just the issue there, Pleven. I say foot of the table, only because they're not showing there, because the other teams have yet to play. We're still looking forward to seeing 3 more teams in action. Goes to try and get the big shot in, but it tamely goes to Chugtai. And, yeah, nice to see so many people on the chat bright and early this morning. Hopefully we're going to have a good day. Hello, Rob Thompson, to you as well.
Yeah, McMillan, he's been incredible throughout this ECS, certainly in the early days. Well, 6 overs so far. He's taken 4 wickets and done that with an economy rate of 4.5.
And you can see the issues here. This is what I referred to in the intro. There's no shortage of trying. They are trying very hard. Swinging the bat, trying to get runs going, but they're not. And you can see that Academic Sofia, they know the issues that are facing Pleven, and they've got players in close as well. They're really putting the squeeze on, not even allowing them to take the singles. And that's where I'll stop. They're going to take it on here. In comes the throw, and he's running very slowly. As to be said, Jose, there was nothing fast about go Jose, but he does get there. Only just, though. So tell me, you've been here about a day and a half now. Have you? Is it your first time in Bulgaria?
Yeah, my first time in Bulgaria.
Well, what have you been up to?
Very interesting country, of course. Monday was a bit of a rest day. I mean, of course, coming back from Budapest, had the early morning flight. Probably slept about 45 minutes in the hotel before I had to make my way to Budapest airport. But yeah, got up to a few things yesterday. Had a chance to tour Sofia a little bit. Learn quite a bit about the rich history of this country, and obviously very interesting past. A country which has also undergone a lot of changes in the last 20, 30 years. And a lot of changes still occurring. I think in particular during the drive from the airport to the hotel, you could kind of see the transition Bulgaria is making from the old Sofia to the new Sofia.
Yeah.
As we, of course, take a look here at the bar chart of the power play. Yeah, 3, 5, and 2. Very quiet power play here. And you've got to say, Pleven just looking a little bit outmatched to start things off. Terrific bowling spell once again for McMillan. Will just continue to improve his already exceptional figures.
Yeah, he's bowled amazingly well. He's really been a great addition to the side. And, of course, I know you've yet to see it, Nish, but his batting is superb. So a very intelligent batter, and he certainly showed that in the win, the big win, against the Sofia Stars yesterday. That was always going to be the crunch match. That was the biggest match, I think, of this series so far, and they got that win by 8 wickets with 6 balls to go. And McMillan batted beautifully there with Bashat Hussain, 2 of them putting a 88 run stand together. But of course, it was all about their bowling and fielding when they restricted the Sofia Stars just to 97. And you can see just how strong that bowling is here. First time that we're having a good look here at Gerard George. And that's one thing that Husef Yusuf, the captain, has done very well. As we see George coming again, and that'll get played away. They're taking on the arm here. And I think Yusuf just decides it's okay, just a single. He doesn't want to throw the ball away. That's intelligent. He's a very good leader. I know that myself and Charlie. I like his captaincy a lot. And what he'll do here, Nish, he'll take the opportunity with the score being the way it is to give a lot of other bowlers a bowl who probably wouldn't get a chance to turn their arm over if it was a tighter match and up against a stronger opposition.
Yeah, he's staying aggressive as well. Obviously, despite the fact that fielding restrictions have been lifted, he's only sent out. He's pretty much got a power play field. And you just see long on around the corner outside my eye line. So yeah, 3 fielders outside the ring.
That's good delivery. Gets worked away, but can't get it past the field. It's just going to be just another single. Tiki-taka at the moment. No boom, boom, boom. The only boundary, of course, come courtesy of extras 4 byes. Umpires, well, we have a quick look at the field there. You can see the umpire there as well. So you can see just Manam Bashir is out on the leg side. Oh, well, this one could be the first boundary off the bat. Is a little inside edge. The old French cut as this goes all the way to the boundary. So Guatu Carreras probably didn't know too much about it, Amal Thomas, but it's the first boundary off the bat.
Yeah, fortuitous boundary. Gets the inside edge. It goes away for a boundary. They'll take them however they come.
Yeah, you can see he's really no idea. He's backing away, but gets fortunately, the little inside edge. Well, you do pay for every part of the bat. Yeah, just looking at that field, they've got the third. The vortex here, that area in third is rapido. You have yet to see it, but when you will. Okay, this could be another. So 2 boundaries in 2. Gets this one worked away as well. And it goes right up there. Well, that's where the snakes are in that rope, by the way. Don't be playing any musical instruments around there because the snakes will pop up from nowhere. Anyway, end of the over. It's a productive finish. They do get to 20 at the end of 4.
Yeah, just a quick question here. I mean, I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but are any of the straighter boundaries a little bit shorter than they typically would be?
They are. I mean, I think here, this straight boundary is the only other place, I think, on our travels where it's probably shorter than Ipsonas. I mean, Ipsonas, we know that the boundary there is pretty short, but here's shorter. Of course, it can't go any further back because that's where after that was where we are on the top of the hill. Same at the behind. So the straight boundaries are pretty short, and that's once again why I think over the years, this one's up in the air, catching opportunity, and it's been dropped. It's the captain. Yusuf puts it down. He can't believe it. Thing is, though, I don't know about you, Nishay, but if I'm the captain, I'll be quite happy keeping these 2 here because they're not hurting you, are they? They're not scoring at a big rate. Goes for the big shot and gets a little bit of luck.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind keeping these 2 out in the middle. It's been a very quiet start, but neither one of these 2 have really been able to clear the boundary despite their attempts to hit bigger shots. I mean, once again, you can see over there, goes for the big shot, but won't even make it to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a better shot though. I'm liking this. It's better from Amal Thomas. He is trying, and like I said, there's no shortage of trying. He's been their main run scorer, even though he hasn't been scoring quickly. But yeah, going back to that, I mean, that's why over the years I've always thought we're going to see a lot of runs on this ground, and we sort of saw a bit of that the first time we came here. But it's never quite delivered. But maybe like most places on the network, this year will be different. Now this one races past the keeper. Now, let's see what the umpire calls here. Is there any bat on this? And yes, there must have been. So too wide for the keeper to do anything about it. But well done by the man there back at third. Makes a good stop. Yeah, so I think maybe this year we are going to see lots of runs because you think it has lots of runs written all over it. Very quick outfield, short straight boundaries, a vortex which really sucks in the ball. All right, taking on the fielder, and Basharat Hussain, once again, he's saying, no, it's okay. It's only a single. We don't need to fire and throw the ball away. So looks like a very polished professional performance so far in the field from Academic Sofia.
So obviously you have about 45 meters square boundaries, and then what would we put these straight boundaries? I mean, certainly the boundary all the way towards long stop, but this is going to go away for 4. And they're going to pick up another boundary here. Rather fortunate boundary for Plevin. Just waiting for the umpire's signal. Obviously a bye, I think.
Yeah, it's buys again as this one really takes. It's the second time Chugtai has found that delivery. I think they're saying that that's probably going to be the one for the over. I don't think it goes over the head of the batter. Maybe having, well, we'll see it again. Maybe we can have a closer look at this one more time. It's from Calvis. And they are, yeah, it's going to be called a wide, I believe. So that's going to be 5. It's going to be a minimo. Tuktai gets this one through, yeah. So that ball in the end, it was adjudged to have gone over the head. Minimo called. So extras at the moment are doing them good. Tuktai bowling the last of his spell, and it's a slower delivery, which, oh, I can't believe the keeper's missed it, and I can't believe that the man at third has missed it as well. Well, that is not good. First, Sathbak, the keeper, misses the slower ball. Then Imad Jamil on the boundary, he misses it, and that is going to be, well, I think that's 4 byes, isn't it? So, gets past one, gets past the other. And, blip, a survey says, and that is going to be 4. So 4 more on that ball to go. Tuktai. Can he finish well here? No, he can't. He fires this one down leg side, and this one is also going to be a couple of extras. They're going to be disappointed about the extras here. I know that you can't do anything about the byes, really, especially the earlier one that went for 4 byes that took off. But those extras now are moving up to 17 extras. And when you think that the score is 37, well, that's not what Academic Sofia would have wanted this morning. Better than that. And that is what you expected. That's the one. He hasn't really bowled too many of those in this, but it's full, it's straight, it's on the money. And it's bye-bye Jose, who will go for 6 of 14 deliveries. And at the end of 5 overs, the score is 37 for 1.
Yeah, it's good to see him bowl this one a little bit fuller at the stumps. I think he's been a bit too short so far this morning. If you had to find a minor criticism of him, it's obviously a player who can get that extra bit of bounce. But yeah, just if he bowls it on a full length, I think he's going to be able to hit the top of the off stump with his height. Great wicket over here. Hits the leg stump, and the first wicket falls for Plevin. Also a chance to welcome you into our commentary position. This Jay Hutt here, with once again the great pleasure of commentating alongside Rico Full. And so far this morning, you have to say, I think you can see these two teams have had such contrasting fortunes so far this series.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see why the win predictor had it so much in favour of Academy Sofia at 95 to 5%, because yeah, there's a big gap between the standard of the two teams. I mean, Plevin haven't been able to get all their players here. But welcome to Bulgaria. I know that you're going to have a fantastic time here. Now, tell me, everybody was asking the question, you've got a room, it has a kitchen, but do you cook?
No, I certainly do. I had been cooking yesterday as well. It's nice, though. I mean, often on most of these tours, obviously, we tend to have to eat out a bit. But yeah, just having that kitchen does make things quite nice. You can always make yourself a little dish. I think I did a bit of shopping when I first got here.
So come on then, what have you cooked so far? Because I must admit, myself and Charlie were a little bit concerned when you were asking about pots and pans in the kitchen, and we thought, well, hang on a minute, you know, are we going to have the fire alarms going off at midnight or something like that? So come on, what have you been cooking?
Oh, no, nothing much so far. I think just making some omelets and those sort of things. I mean, that's what I did last night. Didn't really have much to eat on Monday. I think I was so exhausted, I just collapsed in bed the minute I returned.
Another one bites the dust. It's good bowling here from Gerard George, coming on to bowl. He's second, and he's got his radar switched on. And that's going to be the end of Jassim Rahim, who really is, if anything, probably one of their key players. Well, he's the captain for this one, but he finds himself, I think he's played this one right onto the there you go, inside edge, onto the stumps. And well, that's your number, and that's going to be another one that goes. So time for a little bit of the old Derek here, as it's going to be a 2-ball duck for him. So he's on his way. A new batter that comes out, and the score now is 38 for 2. Now, you know that you better be careful. Don't make too much noise when you're in the kitchen, because I think Charlie's your neighbour.
Really?
Yeah, Charlie is your neighbour. Well, sorry, Charlie, I had to tell him. So, well, there's Derek. And Derek is there for Raheem now. He's the one man they would have relied on to get some runs. He's back. And, well, that's well hit, but unfortunately for the batter, and this is Thaj, he's hit it straight to Chugtai. Just a single, or is it? Yep, just a single. Yeah, so Charlie's your neighbour. So maybe you can have you cook him a nice meal, you know, or if Charlie could cook you a nice meal. So when you get back from a hard day's work, you could have some dinner on the plate. So maybe send him a little message and put your request in.
Yeah, certainly. I think I got plans to make some other things over the coming days. So yeah, he's welcome anytime. Obviously, we'll get a chance to commentate with him tomorrow as well. Charlie getting a well-earned day off today.
Yeah, now it'd be your first time with Charlie, right?
Yeah, my first time. I've heard
Okay.
quite a bit of him.
Well, you do know, so I'll tell you. So when you see Charlie, you've got his nickname is Charlie Bucket. He won't mind you saying that, so you'll have to say good morning to Charlie Bucket. Okay, the chat will agree. Everybody on the chat will tell you that. I know it's early on the chat, but people will say, yeah, greet Charlie by saying good morning or Dobry Utra Charlie Bucket. He'll love that. So come on, what's your signature dish? If you were cooking, if you wanted to cook something special, all right, say I was coming for dinner, what would you cook me?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, signature dish. That's not something. I do know I make a pretty decent chili chicken. Someone once told me that. So
I don't mind a bit of chili. You can cook that.
I think
no
that's
problems.
something I can make quite well. My carbonaras, how are they? I've heard they're decent as well. But I mean, I've never really cooked for someone other than myself. A few times for family.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
yeah.
when you're saying that you've only cooked for yourself, what you're basically saying is you don't know if you cook well or not, really.
Yes.
You've never had anybody say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah.
that was nice." Well, okay, we'll put your cooking skills to the test.
Well, I did have people in uni when we used to cook in uni. Often
Yeah.
try what I cooked, but I'm not sure other students' opinion is as valid.
This is Shafin, who, well, once again, he'll bowl when it's matches like this. He's sometimes gets his line a little bit wrong. You might see a few extras sneak in there. But one thing with Shafin is he can't make up his mind whether he's an off spinner or a leg spinner. But he's, for myself and Charlie, believe that he's far better when he's trying to bowl his offies. So there you go. One thing I will say about Shafin and Yusuf and a couple of other players from the Academy Sophia, oh, that one almost takes the top of the bails, is that they're always here bright and early and they're practicing. There's Ivan in the background there. Ivan and Narayan are the umpires. Narayan, of course, from the UK, from Milton Keynes, and Ivan, of course, local umpire. Just another single there from Shafin. And the umpires, of course, looking dashing with the new. Have you noticed that new kits? There's Ivan. I want to say hello to Ivan. Ivan is expecting his second child, due any time now, as that one gets played away. I know that Ivan was saying to me that he won't be here on the 6th because that's the big day, big scan. And if all goes to plan, and if baby doesn't come by then maybe the 7th is the big day. Of course, Victoria is his 1-year-old daughter. She's probably looking and watching Daddy perform. And, well, this one is going to be 4 runs. So it's another boundary. And it's Thomas who gets another one away. But like I say with Thomas, this is more or less what he's done. I think this is probably the 3rd time that we've seen him get into the 20s. But the problem is he's got to 21, but he has used 25 deliveries. End of the over. So that's 7 overs complete. The score, 46 for 2.
He spent a lot of time out in the middle, but as you mentioned, not quite able to accelerate the way he desires.
Loving this. Well, that's the field. You got a good idea of the field set's been put. Of course, they're not pushing too many back at the moment. Quite happy to just take the signals. And what about the scenery by here? Of course, the mountains. Of course, we've been here, but you can just see a bit of them there to the right of your screen. But the mountains here, we've been here at times when they've been covered in snow. April 2022 is a good example of that, when we had snow on the ground as well. That's a good delivery. That length of the ball just takes off. There's a new bowler that comes on the bowl here. This is Imad Jamil. I think this one has been given as one for the over. I don't think it works personally. I think it's risen more once it's gone past the batter. But if Ivan says it is, it is. Comes Jamil once more. That's going to be a wide. Jamil also is... they're taking it on. A good throw here. Could be in trouble, but in the end, the wicketkeeper doesn't seem that keen to do so. Wide, and they will run as well.
Yeah, going back, of course, to the umpire uniform, I didn't have a chance to comment on. I think it's beautiful. They look absolutely wonderful, and of course, it's a good thing they're not wearing all black. I mean, we do know it gets quite hot here in Bulgaria, so
yes.
I'm glad they're out in the blue.
Well, that one is being well played. That should be another boundary. Fielder coming across. Oh, he's done extremely well. Wonderful standards from the fielder. That's a brilliant bit of work. And he does superbly well. I think that's Shafeen out there. It's probably going to be another wide, but the batter's committed early. But he does well to keep an eye on it. I'm thinking 4 runs, but the fielder says, not on my watch. Beautifully well done. Great stop.
Yeah, terrific bit of fielding. Sensational work out in the deep.
It's another wide. And Jamil, I was about to say, a bit like Shafeen. The 50 is up now, by the way. Yeah, he's a bowler that will be used if they've got the match well in control. So you won't always see him bowling, especially when you've got some of the other bowlers in the lineup. And of course, Yusuf hasn't used himself as yet. Probably may bowl the last or the next over, I would say. Probably will bowl the next, and perhaps Jamil will be given one more. But Jamil, when he gets it right, he can take wickets. We saw him do that yesterday. He took 2 for 16 against the Blacksmiths. But he does bowl a lot of extras at the same time. You can see there that Hussein Bashrat just having a little word with him, using some of his coaching experience and probably saying, here you go, hold the ball like that, see if that helps. Oh, not really. That's going to be a no ball. That's come out all wrong. If you have a look at the run-up of the bowler, it's like a snake path, and he starts very wide. He's not got a steady run-up. Look at him go here. It's a bit all over the place, and I don't think that helps him getting the ball in the right area. And, well, he's probably asked to hold that a bit differently by Bashrat, but it didn't work at all. Yeah, that's another good example of it. All right. He's under pressure here. In he comes. And up in the air, and gets it over one, but it won't get past the fielder who's sweeping out there. Chugtai gets the ball back into the keeper.
Yeah, he really needs to pitch it up, though. I mean, he's bowling way too short and not even getting much bounce. I mean, most of these half trackers are ending up barely above ankle height the way he's bowling them. So, yeah, Jamil just got to pitch it up. And I think certainly there's a few things he's going to have to work on in terms of his run-up. As you mentioned, I think a snake's path is probably the best analogy. He's kind of all over the place. Just needs to sprint nice and straight. I think he needs to be taken to an actual running track just be forced to run between the lines.
It's a better delivery. It's been well met, though, by Thomas, who will add another single to his tally. Moves to 21 now of the 25 deliveries that he's faced. This ground must be, I mean, when you're here, you must feel a little bit like being at home, because it's quite similar, really, to one of the grounds there in Cyprus, Ipsona's ground. For example, you've got the mat, which is the run-up for the bowlers as well. I know that, I think the first time that I saw that was at Ipsonas, where you have the bowler has a bit of a mat to run up on, the wicketkeeper has a bit of a mat there, but pretty similar. You get a feeling of being almost at home here.
A couple of similarities. Of course, the facilities themselves are very, very different. I mean, we are in a gorgeous sports park here. Actually reminded me of Malta.
Yeah.
The Marsa Sports Complex over in Malta. But yeah, you do get some similarities, in particular with the shorter straight boundaries. This one's going to come off the toe into the bat, go out towards backward point, and just a single. But something in the center of Sofia, though, reminded me a lot of home. I think there's a few similarities between the one of the main shopping streets here in Sofia and a major commercial district over in Nicosia. So I think that was the bit that reminded me the most of home.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't had a chance really to appreciate this complex, the National Sports Academy, because when we come in here in the mornings, we sort of driving through, if you like, the back. But yeah, well, if you have a break, have a walk around the complex. It's magnificent. You've got everything here. Of course, you've got the indoor tennis facility just to our left. You've got the athletics track behind us. Plenty of football pitches. And what's nice when we finish here, of course, because of the heat, they wouldn't do it during the afternoons, but early evenings, you'll see a lot of the junior academies, the football academies, and all the kids playing football. You'll see the athletics track behind us being used. It's just marvelous. It's great to be at a venue where a lot of sport is being played. End of the over, so that's 8 overs now complete, 57 for 2. So once again, you can see that Pleven struggling with the bat, and once more, it'll be a score probably between the 70 and the 80 mark, unless something special happens here towards the end. Looks like they are going to go back to Shafin to bowl over number 9. So once again, you can see the captain, and I like this from Yusuf, the captain. He's using all of the players available to him, and in matches where he feels he's got it well in control, he's given the likes of Shafin and Jamil a bowl. Here comes Shafin for his second. And, oh, well, he's asking the question here. There's no shot played. Well, it doesn't hit. It doesn't catch him at all. So I thought it hit the pad. It doesn't. Let's have a look. So there was an appeal here. Now, that's it. That's not a wide. That's not a wide. That's hit the pad. That has hit the pad, yeah. That has hit the pad. And you can see why it's appealing. No shot played. Can we see this again? Can we see it again? He's going to give it as nothing. Well, it can't be a leg bar because it didn't run. But anyway, I think, we're not going to see this again because it's back to live action. Oh, I think that's out, you know. He doesn't play a shot. He doesn't play a shot. Now, there was an appeal. So single gets taken the very next ball. I wonder if we get a chance to see that again. I know Sheffield bowls pretty quickly. Doesn't play a shot here. And this one doesn't play a shot. Hits the pad. That's hitting the stumps for me.
Yep, I agree with that sentiment, but he will get the wicket a couple of balls later. But yeah, just going back to the thing, I think it's certainly very hard done by. I believe the decision was amended, and it was given a dot ball in the end. But you know, they certainly could have put a bit more pressure on the umpire and tried to get the LBW there. But he will get a wicket in the end. Shafin, I think justice has been done. Well, it's to a different batter.
Yeah, Shafin कह रहे हैं ना अंपायर ने LBW थनी दित्ती एरा मतोला ना मैं डंडे punje chuck के रख देने, and that's exactly what he did. He said, well, I'll just knock him over, chuck the foot style. Who needs the decision from the umpire when I can do that? Well bowled, and he gets the wicket of Thaji. Thaji will go for 3. New batter that comes out is Krishna. And Krishna comes in with a score 58 for 3. And he hits this pretty well. They have got a fielder right there, and it's Manan Bashir, who's a very good fielder. And Manan Bashir, by the way, Nish, man who scored a century here last year. He's a very talented cricketer.
Yeah, looking forward to getting a chance to see him in the second innings.
Well, that's well bowled. He just pushes this one through. Shafin is, when he gets it right, he's a very useful bowler. The issue is with him is he's not consistently on the money. And if he gets the ball in the right areas, he can be useful. This one is a little bit... that's well hit. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Samuel Thomas. He continues his quest to go at around about the run and ball mark. But like I said, he may not be pretty to watch, and he's not the most blistering. But if it wasn't for the contributions that he often makes, they would have nothing to show for. At least he's moved to 30, and he takes the score to 63. But just have, I mean, something to think about. He's on 30. The number of extras, 23. That means the other batters haven't really done much.
Yeah, well, Thomas, I mean, obviously, I think some of our viewers at times maybe can be a bit frustrating because of his strike rate, but he's one of the few batters who actually hangs around for this team. You know, his strike rate's just under a run a ball for this series, and he has scored. That's, I think, with that boundary now reaches 118 runs for this series, which is well, certainly more than anyone else in their team. Yeah,
and he's probably up there as well. I know they've probably played a few more matches than some of the other players. Probably up there with in the top 5. Anyway, here we go. Yusuf will bowl one over. And he's going to be hit over the top now. This is a chase on. Iba, but no puede. No puede. McMillan can't catch up with it. And Yusuf, the captain, his first ball gets hit to the boundary. Well done to Krishnan.
Yeah, really nicely played. Just beats the fielder inside the ring. It's quite a chase, and the ball is going to win this race. They just move. The fielder was previously at backward point, a touch square after that shot. Hoping he can maybe get across if Krishna looks to play a similar shot. Let's see if they get one big over here to round things out, Plevin.
It's going to be lobbed over Yusuf, and they will get a single. That's not bad. Krishna gets the boundary, and then gives the strike back to Amal Thomas. Well, Thomas, he has been the captain for a while. Maybe he's the vice captain this time as he's handed over captaincy to Raheem. So it'll be a nice little battle between these two. Probably a wide there. Oh, that's a spicy take from the keeper. Just keeping an eye on Ivan here. Hasn't signalled anything as yet. Have a look at this again. It really is teasing that line. But no, I think that's okay. But yeah, that's, oh, wow. He's taken it in the chest. There's the keeper. Well, that's one for the team by Sathpak. Well, goes for the short one here, Yusuf, but that hardly comes up at all. Because it's interesting. It's one of those decks, isn't it, Nish? I think if you put a lot into it, like Yusuf did here, you might get a chance to see this again as Yusuf walks back to his mark. But he really puts the effort ball in, but nothing happens here. The ball doesn't respond at all. Whereas something like Chugtai is just bowling normal, short of a length, hits the seam, and the ball rises big time. Oh, I like it. I like what I see. Is he going to get reward? Yeah, he is. It's going to be 4 runs. Amal Thomas, well, he says, I may not be pretty to watch most of the time, but sometimes I can play some sexy cricket. That's 4 runs.
Oh, there we go. A bit of Joss Butler. That's a brilliant shot over here. Just ramps this around the corner. Brilliant premeditation. Yeah, easily the shot of the morning. And I think it might take a while to beat that.
Yeah, that's nicely played. Well done to Amal Thomas. Well, they're in the 70s. A ball to go. And he's just going to give his wicket away here. He just puts the bat in the way. He's going to be gone. And that is the end of that. Nice little touch there towards the end. So a wicket for Yusuf. He's going to take 1 for 9. It's going to be another score in the 70s. So 72, it's going to be for 4 wickets. Well, there's that beautiful shot. Well, that's a highlight for Amal Thomas. And lovely bit of sort of anticipation, and he plays that beautifully. And look at that from, I love that. Look at that from Yusuf. He's actually the bowler, the captain. He's applauding the shot, and then as the batter comes close to him, says, hey, great shot. But he does get his man afterwards. And then it was the time for Amal Thomas to applaud Yusuf for getting his wicket. You see, they're all friends here. And, well, we have a chance now to have a look at the highlights. But it has to be said, Nish, once again, it's a below par performance from Plevin. They just can't get the batting to click.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they just don't quite possess the power to clear the boundary rope and score those big runs you so desperately need in this format. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Amal Thomas stopped scoring with 34 runs, although it took 37 deliveries for him to get there. Extras helped out their side plenty, 23 runs of extras. That's certainly something which Academic Sophia will look to clean up over the coming matches. We saw 6 boundaries struck off the bat in this innings. As you can see, a few of those were rather lucky. As you can see, inside edges and outside edges going to third man and fine leg. And this was another one, I think, a big error there for Academic Sophia. I think both the keeper and the fielder at deep third would be a little bit disappointed with the effort they put in there. Inside edge, that one went away for a boundary. Amal Thomas getting a little bit lucky there. That was the first wicket that fell. Alan Jose departing, having made 6 of just 13. That was Zirak Chugtai getting rid of him. Amal Thomas continued to score some runs for his side. He was really the only scorer who managed to get into double digits. The other top scorer for their side was the 6 scored by Anandu Krishna. And there wasn't too much to cheer on, honestly, if you were a member of Pleven. They kind of struggled, but I think that you have to say they tried. They were certainly looking to play the big shots. They just didn't quite have the ability to go on and clear the rope. An excellent bit of fielding there, out at deep backward square leg. This was a full toss that they attempted to hit out towards the boundary rope and were able to get it for a 4. This is another wicket. Khalid Shahid getting rid of Tafsil Tija over there. The ball just staying a little bit low. I think that's just a trend I've noticed so far here in Sofia. Not quite got the same bounce as many of the other surfaces we've seen. Certainly the one, I think, obviously coming from Budapest, the series we had over in Hungary the previous week, when there was a lot of bounce. It was certainly a road. Nice flat wicket to bat on. Here in Sofia, you can just see it's a little bit more challenging. I think we did see one that took off from just back of a good length. I think, yeah, main challenge here though is staying a little bit low. That, of course, was the shot of the morning. Gorgeous shot there by Amol Thomas. You can see even the bowler had to give him a round of applause for that one. Huzaif Yusuf just giving him a little bit of applause for that terrific bit of batting. Great batsmanship, and of course, just reminiscent of Joss Butler. Here's a look at the scorecard for VTU MU11. Amol Thomas making 34-37, and outside of that, no real scores of note. 6036, looking a bit like an emergency number. We'll then move on and have a look at the bowling figures for Academic Sofia, and once again, Lackey McMillan giving up just 5 runs in the 2 overs he bowled in. And keep in mind, he does bowl during the power play. That will improve his economy rate for this tournament even more. It'll now dip all the way down to 3. 4 different bowlers picking up wickets. Huzaif Yusuf getting one. We saw Chugtai get a beautiful clean bowl as well. Gerard George picked up a wicket. Khalid Shafin getting one bowling left arm round. I think the only point of concern for Academic Sofia will be the 23 runs they gave of extras. That's certainly a department they will look to do better in, as Academic Sofia leads 73 runs to continue their perfect start to this European Cricket Series. Join us in 5 minutes for the second innings of Match 11.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. We're set for the conclusion to our match between CC Academic Sofia, VTU, MU, Pleven. Pleven struggled a little bit in the first innings. No one was really able to get going for them. As you can see, no batter had a strike rate above 100 if they faced 4 balls or more. Amol Thomas had the top score, making 34 of 37. They're helped quite a bit by extras, 23 runs of extras, which will help them get over that 50-run mark. Otherwise, though, yeah, they won't feel like they have enough runs on the board here, and certainly feel their opposition, CC Academic Sofia, will back themselves to continue their perfect start to this tournament. Of course, CC Academic Sofia have 3 wins in 3 so far this ECS, and here we go, first ball. Now this is played straight towards that fielder at third. He isn't quite able to handle it, and McMillan will get off the mark. Bowled beautifully in the first innings. McMillan has bowled terrifically throughout this series, a leading wicket taker for his side. Done a decent job with the bat as well. Top scoring with an undefeated 39, a good strike rate of 186 as well throughout this ECS. Now this is beautifully played away behind square leg. It's just going to trickle over the rope. Goes away for a 4. Hussein starts off his innings with a 4. Of course, he's coming off a great performance in his previous match. Made 48 runs of just 27 deliveries as he helped his Academic Sofia side beat the Sofia Stars in a Sofia derby. Lovely shot. Just gets underneath that one. And he's helped it away behind square leg. That's a wider delivery, a bit loose there by Raheem, who's of course captaining in place of Amol Thomas in this match. Thomas doesn't have the captain's hat on for this game. This one is struck firmly down the ground, and it's going to beat the fielder. Goes away for a 4. So back-to-back boundary for Basharat Hussein, who's coming off a big performance, and is looking scintillating to start off over here as well. Of course, Nishay Butt in the commentary box, and joining me is Rico Full.
Yeah, good to be back, and as I come back, we see another ball being hit firmly, and a bit of a misfield really. And the fielder gets past him, gets to the boundary, 4 runs at the second boundary in the innings, and that's the difference really. You see straight away that the likes of Academic Sofia, no issues with their batters hitting the boundaries, and that's one thing that Pleven just not being able to do. We saw that the Maximo count when we were looking at those stats, and of course thanks very much to Ravi for putting those together. Maximum count under 5, which is pretty low. Once again, particularly when you consider the size of the straight boundaries.
Yeah, it's been very low. I think obviously not much you can tell from this first match, but I think a few teams here probably lacking a little bit in the firepower department. I think when some of these other sides come into play, I mean, in particular, Afyon Karasir SHS from Turkey, I think we will just start to see that maximum rate increase a little bit.
And Raheem seeing if he can get a break for or 2 early on. That one doesn't come up at all, and it's going to be a long chase. It gets a foot on the ball, does the fielder. And that's Alwyn Thomas. Stops that one getting to the boundary. That's going to be buys.
Yeah, so what is the base underneath the pitch over here? I mean, I've noticed that the ball is staying quite low here. There was just 1 or 2 that took off in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I've been told, it's compacted sand, gravel. The pitch has been recently relaid. They did a lot of work to it because it was starting to misbehave, and probably due to some of the weather conditions that they have here outside the cricketing season, a lot of snow, a lot of rain, and we've witnessed all of that. So a new pitch, and yeah, it's I suppose it's just needing a bit of time to set in. It's the occasional one that we've seen that really just take off, and 1 or 2 that do sometimes stay low. That one gets tidily played away for a single.
Yeah, you can kind of just plant your front foot on this sort of pitch and just Get ready to play your strokes.
Tosses one up, but that's nicely met. That's going to get worked away. It's going to be 4 runs, cuatro más. He plays that shot really well, doesn't he? Gets himself into position early and just helps it along. That's Bashrat was saying. Just watch. So he has to wait for this because it's not much pace on it. But he knows, he gets himself in a position. He knows that ball is going down the leg side. So puts the pad out in the front. Says he knows he can't be LB and says, there you go. I'll take 4 more. Thank you very much. Similar areas and should be similar results. In fact, I think this one may go all the way. It does. Manos. Arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 más. It's a little bit of Gandhi bowling here, has to be said, from Jose. Gets blasted away. Apologies for the graphics. We just every so often we have a few issues here. We'll get those sorted out for you straight away.
Yeah, juicy full toss on the pads that gets smashed away for the 6. And they're just working to resolve the issue right now. Graphics should be back up very shortly, and you can just see them. Just a couple of balls behind. We'll have you up to date very soon.
Nice little lay on here from Jose. He just puts his foot down on it and passes it on to Raheem. Have a look at this. Just says, here you go, it's yours. You go back to the next ball. And this one gets cut away. It's going to be cuatro más. And Bashrat Hussain is not in the mood of hanging around. He quickly moves into the 20s with this one. This time gets a little bit shorter. It's not the worst of deliveries, actually, but it's very well played by a batter. As you said, Nish, who's in very good form.
Yeah, he certainly is in great form, Hussain. Continuing the electric form from the last match. A little bit too wide there by Jose. Gave him the width, and then he cut that away.
Well, this one's going to be called a wide. A similar sort of delivery. Hussain tries to play a slightly different shot, to a bit more aggressive. Tries to go a little bit wider here if you watch, rather than go for the cut shot, but gets that one a bit wrong. But left to be bowled again by Jose. And now down the leg side. And this will be another wide, but he misses out on this, as Hussain. He's put 2 or 3 away in that area already, but that one gets past him.
He's going down the leg side here. Gets that one wrong, Alan.
Oh, well, this one is going to be a no ball. That's got to be a no. Yeah, there it is. Good call there from umpire Ivan. I think Jose tries to fire a quicker one in, but gets it completely wrong. And watch this, hits the edge of the pitch and then starts to come back in and immediately called a no ball. Free hit coming up. A license to go the full Monty. He's hit hard and he'll get 4. Firmly struck down the ground. The fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Mid-off, no chance. It's another boundary. So you can see Academic Sofia, like they did in their first 2 matches yesterday, are looking to take all the points in the run chase and get to this score pretty quickly inside the 7 overs.
Yeah, I think if you're asked to field here at long off or long on, mid-off is up right now. It's going to be a huge challenge with these short boundaries. And this little ridge as well, just running across in front of the pitch. You saw that one over there just take a horrible Tortuga bounce. This one goes away for 4 as well. A misfield out at deep square leg. And that's back-to-back boundaries. An expensive over there. That one going for 20 runs, a magical over. Great start for CCAS.
Yeah, I mean, I know that ball bobbles around, but he's not in the best of positions to stop that. It's got to be side on there with the leg straight down. So if he misses the hands, he's hitting something. He went front on, and once it goes through the hands, nothing there to stop the ball going to the boundary. So 4 more. And you can see Academic Sofia looking to extend that lead at the top. I mean, 4 points here takes it to 15, having played just a game more than the Sofia Stars. The Stars are back in action next. Take it on the Blacksmiths. It's an interesting appeal. I wouldn't mind looking at this again. I think this is probably closer than you think. Let's see this one more time. Let's have a look. He floats it up there. Oh, that's not a bad appeal. Not a bad appeal. Seen him giving, no run this time. Raheem does come back onto bowl. He's second. Went for 12 off the first. It's got a good little drift in his action when he gets it in the right areas, if you can avoid keeping it off the leg. So, you can see Basharat quite happy just to take the single, give the strike here to McMillan, who hasn't had too much of the strike, to be fair.
I think McMillan's just been more than happy to let Hussein keep as much of the strike as possible, which is just smart batting from his perspective. You know, Hussein obviously in a great form, seeing the ball really well right now. I think McMillan can just enjoy this innings from the other end with the best seat in the house. Yeah,
not trying to push too hard. It could have gone for 2 there, but deciding that they'll save their energy. It's in terms of matches, Academy Sofia will play 3 matches here today, as will the Sofia Stars. Pleven have 2. Their next match again will be a repeat of this fixture, so it doesn't get any easier for them. Raheem doesn't quite get it as he would have liked. Does the McMillan, but he's quite happy just to gently trot to the other end. 1 more to the score. End of the power play, and it's at 37 without loss. So they're going at a good rate. That's not a bad over there at all, though, from Raheem. It avoids going for a boundary. Just the 5 runs come off it.
Yeah, I've got to say, he bowled quite well, Raheem. I was very impressed with his bowling. Kept things quite accurate. You know, spinner bowling inside the power play as well. You can tell he's a very tidy off spinner. We'll end up with some very good figures as well of 0 for 16 in his 2 overs. Gotta say, the Academic Sofia, that huge 20-run over just kind of spoils this power play for Pleven.
They're going to be Krishna is going to be tried for the next over. It's been hit well, watch the bounce. Does very well, does Raheem. It's a very good field. Oh, nobody's backing it up. It should be another run. And again, they probably decide. You can see that McMillan was ready to come back again, but I don't think Basharat Hussain was quite alert to the opportunity to take an easy second.
I think he's more than happy to keep the strike here to face as many balls as possible when he's in this purple patch.
Goes for it, and he'll get 4 runs in between the long on and mid wicket. Yeah, remember they got so much batting to come, and I just get the feeling here that maybe Basharat Hussain has probably decided, okay, he's going to open up, and he knows that if he's not successful, there's plenty of other players to come in to do the business. It could be the... Oh, he's spilt it. And that's the chance, really, to get rid of Basharat Hussain. I think when you watch this again, and if you see what I saw, the fielder starts to charge in, and then he puts his hands up to try and catch it. If he stayed put, it would have been a comfortable catch. But he comes running in, and then he puts himself in a horrible position. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, the fielder, I think... never really in a position to catch that. That one's going to be a wide there by Krishna. But as you can see right now, their current run rate is well above the required they need to pick up this bonus point.
And down the ground, and it's going to be 4 runs just before the rope. 4 carreras más. And they're going to get this pretty comfortably, looking for the 4 points. That's what they're looking to do here, pick up 2 lots of 4 in their matches against Pleven. And of course the big one will be the rematch of the big match yesterday against the Sofia Stars. It's going to get lucky here. It's going to drop short of Jose. I'll just take the single. And that's going to be the crunch match at the end of the day, match 15. And Sofia Stars will be looking to get their revenge. Before that, the Stars will play the Blacksmiths on 2 occasions. Another chance to see the likes of Jones, Dunbar, Tahiri and Watmo for the Stars. And of course, Karanpal Singh, who's been sensational for Blacksmiths. And, oh, that's a very, very optimistic appeal. It's the missed opportunity from McMillan. It's the end of the over from Krishna. 15 come off it, and at the end of 4 overs, the score 52 without loss. Just, I mean, this appeal And look where this ball is. It's probably going to miss a second set of stumps. If you had 3 sets, maybe. Massive appeal, not out. And I like the way the bowler turned around to, I think it was the man at long on, and said, shh, no, it's not out. That's the worm so far. And as you said, they are well ahead and on course to pick up the 4 points.
Yeah, just another 21 runs needed from here for Sofia. A quick reminder, of course, of the bonus point equation. We could certainly rule out the second half of that. We're well past the point where Plevin would pick up the bonus points. Yeah, just another 3 overs here for Sofia to knock off these 20 remaining runs. They're going to pick up a second run here of overthrows as well.
Yeah, sloppy. There might still even be more. But no, the wicketkeeper does tidy up. Well done to Thifazil Tharj. I'm noticing, and I don't know if you noticed, but on the Academy Sofia lineup, they've got Riaz Bhuyan. But, oh dear. Well, let's just pause for a moment and see what's happened here. Well, 0 on his back, 0 points for that delivery. That's Jane Joseph gets it completely wrong. He comes back again, and now he bowls down the leg side. This is going to be a test for the fielder. He can't stop it. It's going to be 4 runs. So the no ball gets put away for Cuatro. And, well, they're trying something different here with Jane Joseph. But I get the feeling that this could be a very expensive over. And the match could even be done and dusted by the end of it. Yeah, but I was just saying you got Riaz Bhuyan there. And, of course, Bhuyan was a man who did some wonders. Not this particular Bhuyan, but Shazib Bhuyan in Hungary. What a knock that was, 162. That's hit well. Fielder, oh, he's a little bit unlucky there, is the captain, Amal Thomas, because as this one's been hit towards him, he and I am expecting maybe a bit of a Tortuga bounce. But instead, the ball doesn't bounce at all. And that's going to be 50, by the way, I believe, to Basharat. And that is going to be another wide. So yeah, Basharat Hussain. And missed out on that 50 yesterday. You mentioned he's 48. It was a fine knock against the Stars. But no mistakes here today. 50 of 21.
Yeah, big congratulations to Basharat, of course, picking up his first ever half century on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, so what was it like watching that knock there from Shazib Bhuyan? 162. That was quite amazing. 4 runs.
Away, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Really well struck there by Bhuyan. Yeah, it was a joy to watch, and I think you got to feel for the Romanians. I know there were a lot of people who were critical of them at times, but it just felt like he was even hitting great balls away for 6. He came out with this real determination, and Czechia knew they had to get 200 plus to even have a chance to pick up the trophy, and he puts on one of the greatest display of batting. I kind of feel for some of the younger bowlers like Marian Gerasim and Luca Petri. Obviously got very exciting futures ahead of them in Romania. He just comes out there and hits them for 5 consecutive sixes.
Another no ball. It's not a great spin. It's not the best delivery you've seen in the world. That has spun a mile. It's hit the edge of the pitch and come back. So no ball coming up. So you can see here, it could be done, as I suspected, in this over. And 6 would do it here off the last ball. And it's a free hit as well. So that any boundary would do it. That's going to be another wide. So now 2 required. So the gamble to go with Joseph, just not on. Yeah, we've seen some amazing innings on the network this year. Of course, you also witnessed that's another wide. Well, they might even do it just with extras. That now ties the scores. Of course, you saw the 257. That record, that was equaled as well there. Raseek, Raseek was just amazing. Well, that's it. Incoming. Nish, watch your legs. I told you, watch your legs. It's just gone just the other side where you find the ball while we congratulate the Academic Sofia side who get the victory. It does happen in this over from Joseph, which goes in the end for 23. So Academy Sofia pick up another victory. And once again, they do it with exactly 5 overs to go. And they will pick up all the points. Congratulations to them. A superb win. And once again, a very good knock from Basharat Hussain. But what a lovely way to finish that towards the end. A nice shot there from from him. And McMillan, well, he just played his role, just the anchor role, 10 of 9 for him. But it was all about the batting of Hussain. And beautiful not. Interesting enough, no sixes in the innings. All fours. 12 fours to Basharat and 1 4 to McMillan.
Yeah, no sixes this match in general. I think everything was struck along the ground. I think long time since I've seen a T10 game with no sixes hit in. It might even be a first.
It's quite incredible when you think we started the day knowing that in this match we would go past 20,000 runs in Bulgaria, and we did, but no sixes in the whole match. Well, that's quite incredible, isn't it? No sixes at all. Just having a look. Yeah, no sixes, all boundaries.
We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Really, it was all Academic Sofia. Not too many highlights here, if any, for the 11-11, as they're so often nicknamed. I think this pitch, that balls do stay quite low over here. I mean, we've seen a few of these half-trackers barely go above ankle height. Of course, this innings was all about Basharat Hussain, who made 54 of just 24 deliveries. His first ever ECN half-century. Fell a couple of runs short yesterday of getting a 50, but no mistake over here. He would get his half-century. Beautiful slog sweep over there. Smashes that one away behind square leg, and he just battered these Pleven bowlers and really didn't have too much joy. I thought Jassim Rahim was one of the few bowlers who did a pretty decent job, bowled a pretty tidy couple of overs inside the power play, but outside of him, it was all just a bit too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously a few errors in the field as well. They tried things, didn't they? I mean, you got a feel for Amal Thomas. He's so many regular players that are missing, that he's trying to work with what he has, and he tried different things. He saw giving Jane Joseph a bowl there towards the end, but that didn't work for him either. Not a chance, I don't think, was given in that innings. But yeah, the whole match, no sixes in the whole match, which was quite amazing. All the boundaries in 4. So we bring up 20,000 runs in the 5th year here in Bulgaria, but we do it in a match which doesn't have a single maximum in it. And I have to say, I've got to put my thinking cap on to the last time that we certainly saw that. So no butlers in this one, that's for sure, but it's a great win for Academy Sofia. They just keep their unbeaten run intact, and they will now be, well, firm at the top of the standings above Sofia Stars. But the Stars will be looking to reduce that gap as they take on the Blacksmiths in the next match. That's coming up in around about 40 minutes time. But of course, the problems and the issues for Pleven will continue. That's now 6 matches without a win. But of course, they then take on Academic Sofia in a repeat of that match in match number 13. Well, crazy things happen in match number 13. Or maybe Pleven can pull off what would be a major shock. Let's have a look at the scorecard there. So Lockie McMillan, he just played the ideal supporting role, didn't he, and allowed Basharat Hussain to get his half-century.
He certainly did. I think McMillan just had the best seat in the house at the other end as Basharat Hussain bashed this 11-11 all over the field. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures for BTU MU Pleven. Gotta say though, outside of Jassim Rahim, it was a rather expensive performance for most of the bowlers. Alan Rosé bowled just the one over that went for 20 runs. Jane Joseph's over going for 23. 12 runs of extra as well, which, considering they only bowled 5 overs, is a little bit concerning. That would mean they won't be on track to get to about 24 runs of extra. So quite a bit of head scratching for CC Academic Sofia to do as they still seek their first win of this European cricket series. Meanwhile, so begging pardon, the other way around, of course, MU Pleven are still looking for their first win. Academic Sofia pick up their 4th consecutive win of this ECS.
Yeah, they're sailing high at the moment, and look at the business as well. That's what I like about them. I mean, unlike Pleven, you can know that the captain of Academy Sofia has got a lot of options, and he's certainly making the most of them as well. They'll be looking forward to getting another big win against Pleven, and of course that will just set them up nicely for a all-star encounter against the Sofia Stars, the final match of the day. Well, Nish, it's great to have you here. Great start from you. It's a low scoring one. We had a low scoring day yesterday. Today starts that way as well. And what we were hoping that maximum count would go higher. Well, it doesn't. We don't get a single maximum in that match. Or maybe the maximums are going to come in the next match. Match number 12, that one coming up in about 40 minutes time. So time for us to take a little break. And if you haven't had your brekkie yet, get some brekkie in you and then join us right back in 40 minutes time. Ciao for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the European Cricket Network here in Bulgaria. It's a European Cricket Series and what an exciting series it is. It's the 5th time that we're here in Bulgaria and we've seen 20,000 runs scored here in Bulgaria alone, and of course we haven't come to the end of our 5th year as yet. Quite strangely though, that last match, match number 11, featured no Maximos at all. That's very strange, but nonetheless, I think we're going to see some firepower in this next match because the Sofia Stars are in action against the Blacksmiths, and of course the Blacksmiths, they've got 2 wins under their belt already, got a good win against Plevin. In fact, they have beaten Plevin in both their matches, but they know that this is going to be a test for them as they take on the might of the Sofia Stars. The Stars, I can tell you, have won the toss and they are going to bat first. And I think they're looking to put behind them the issues that they had against the Academy Sofia side yesterday when they lost. So having won the first 2 matches, they lost out to the Academy Sofia. So the derby didn't go to plan. I reckon Prakash Mishra has spoken to his boys and said, look, today is the day where they get back on track. They've got 2 matches against the Blacksmiths first, and then it's a rematch of the one that they went down on yesterday against Academy Sofia. Prakash Mishra will be hoping that he can turn back the years and be back in the runs. But he's got good batters there in front of him. Mike Jones has been absolutely superb, has scored a century here in Bulgaria this time around. Adrian Dunbar is sensational as well. So he's got the players. Bakhtir Tahiri, maybe he could be one who can get going as well. So lot of good players there. Gagneet Singh will be very key with the ball. So it's going to be an exciting one. I do feel though that the Blacksmiths, they're relying very much on Karapal Singh at the top of the order. I think if they're going to get close in this or even pick up what would be quite a surprising win, because they come into this match as the underdogs, and Karapal holds the key. He's the leading run scorer in this European Cricket Series so far. He's got 198 runs to his name. But of course, the youngsters of the Blacksmiths play a big part in this match as well. I think the Downings have been brilliant. Anthony Downing and Josh, they're coming into their own with every match. The confidence is building and they're getting stronger and better all the time. And somebody like Oscar Duff, we saw from him yesterday, if the captain Ivalo uses those 3 well and gets the most out of them, they can be, well, they can be productive and they can also cause a few surprises. Looking forward to this match. Well, after a match where we saw no Maximos at all, or maybe we're going to have a bumper of Maximos in this one. I'm sure that that's exactly what Nishay Bhatt is looking forward to. Nishay, over to you. Tell us a little bit more about the 2 squads.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. It's time for match 2. Sofia Stars set to take on the Blacksmiths Cricket Club. We just have a beautiful look at this ground where we'll be playing today. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 12 between the Stars and the Blacksmiths. Mike Jones up there at the top with 238 points to his name, of course. Scored a brilliant century earlier in this tournament. The only century we have seen so far, 115 undefeated in that game. And then, of course, he'll be joined by Adrian Dunbar, the wicketkeeper, out to open the batting. And, yeah, plenty of quality in that Star side as they head in as massive favorites against the Blacksmiths, 95%. So you'd expect the Stars to go out here, post a really big total on the board, and really look to try to bat this Blacksmiths team out of the game in this first innings. They'll possibly be eyeing that bonus point as well here against this Blacksmith side to go into this game largely unfancied, but you know, we've seen a few strange things in the past, in particular over this past week here on the European Cricket Network, and we could see something quite special here as well. A lot of local talent in this Blacksmiths team. Here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball. Oh, great ball there by Duff to start off. Absolutely nails the length. Brilliant Yorker by the young man Oscar Duff, who's had a good series so far, both 12 overs And it's the 7th match he's playing in. It's an economy rate of 10.8. He's taken 7 wickets. Oh, once again, gets that spot on. So it's Mishra opening the batting, the captain, rather than Adrian Dunbar, who was originally listed to open. Couple of singles to start off here for the Sofia Stars. Obviously the Sofia Stars, so far this series of 2 wins and a loss. The loss they've had so far comes against the Academic Sofia Cricket Club, one of their big rivals. Should be, see if you can get a legal ball in here. Oh, once again, more runs off buys. Oh, big mistake there by Oscar Duff. Yeah, it's a minimo, and you know they've got that backstop in place as well, which is normally an indictment of the wicketkeeper. Valentin Geshev can't hold on to it, nor can that long stop. Can't see the back of his jersey right now, so I'm not quite able to give you his name. Yeah, literally right behind the wicketkeeper. Still not able to do anything about it. Yeah, you can clearly tell here that Deshev is a developing wicketkeeper, so he's going to need all the support he can get. That one gets past him as well. Oh dear, this could be some more runs of overthrows. Yeah, just having a few issues with their fielding here in the first over. Yeah, that will give them some confidence. I mean, made a few mistakes in the field so far, and then there's Ivan Plamenov, gets behind it. Textbook way to stop the ball. And blocked out once again, and Duff. And we'll get to it. 13 runs off the first over. As the Sofia Stars will be pretty pleased with this start. I think just a few concerns with their fielding over here for the Blacksmiths. Here's a look at, of course, at the upcoming fixture list here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, the 2024 season has provided us plenty of thrill and excitement as we've been able to go on a grand tour across the continent. We, of course, started off the season all the way back in Cyprus in January, and since then, we've had the opportunity to go to some very scenic grounds all over the continent playing cricket, and some of the finest cities you can imagine. Of course, we're just coming from the gorgeous city of Budapest, and we're now here in Sofia, part of the world very rich in culture and history, and also on the boundary between 2 great civilizations as well. So you do see that sort of blend in cultures here in Sofia. Dowling comes in to bowl the second over. They got some exciting young players in this Blacksmith side. Obviously saw Oscar Duff bowling that first over. Josh Dowling, from what I've heard, is also a very talented player. Oh, could this be more overthrows? Oh, it could, it will. It's going to be more overthrows, and, well, gotta say, the Sofia Stars really should have stolen an extra run there. It had gone past the fielder backing up Duff. But yeah, just I've noticed this. I saw this, of course, in the second innings of the previous match as well, I think. You're just seeing these two Sofia sides leave a few runs on the table with a bit of casual running. This is beautifully played away by Jones, just straying on the pads there, Dowling. And he's worked that away very nicely. Yeah, good shot. Beautiful wristy stroke. Flicks it away. Goes behind square leg. 4 of 4. Of course, Mike Jones scored a century in the opening match of the tournament for the Sofia Stars, which was the final game of the day on Monday, our opening day of this ECS. Oh, once again, it's going to beat the fielder. It looks like it's going to go away for a 4. Bowler's a bit disappointed. You can understand why. And it's going to be 4 runs. I mean, really, this kind of a shot should never be going for a 4, but oh, it's just nutmegged him. It's gone right through him. He hasn't even been able to get down in the end. Yeah, Mike Jones will happily take those 3 runs. And this is going to be a full toss. It's smacked away. It's given 4 runs. We'll just take a look at this to confirm. Certainly going to be a no ball for height as well. Oh, yep. That one well above waist height, so it's been given a no ball. Yeah, there we go. That's the conclusive angle. See a free hit coming up. 15 runs off this Dowling over so far. No, that could be a wide. It is going to be a wide. So it's still a free hit. Yeah, just need to get in a good ball over here if you're Dowling. Oh, brilliant ball. Great ball there by Dowling. That's where he needs to be. Jams that Yorker in, challenging the bottom of the bat. Take another look at this. Yeah, struck into the pitch, and also some good fielding off his own bowling, I think. He's been unlucky, Dowling. He's got a couple of mishaps off his bowling, which have gone for runs. And he shows how it's done on that previous ball. Oh, full toss on the pads. A little bit disappointing there for the young man. You could tell he's going for that leg stem Yorker. Slightly overcooks it. And Jones hits it away for a 4. Yeah, full toss around the pad. So easy. This is easy pickings for the batter. Smokes it away, and I think that's gone clear for a 6. I'd just like to have another look at this to confirm. And yep, I think that's, oh, it's a 4. Beg your pardon. It's actually a 4, so yeah, 4 runs over there. Did initially look like it had gone for a 6, but no, that's a 4. Yeah, it's a bit lucky there. That one didn't end up going all the way. I think it just fell short of the rope. Oh, cut away. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous by Jones. This is beautifully played. Best shot we've seen so far this innings. Just makes some room. Cuts that one away. 4 runs. Struck behind point. It's not too much width that's offered to him in the end. He's just played that beautifully, and that's a sign of a man who scored a century earlier in this tournament. Nicely played there by Jones. Have a look at the standings here. As you can see, Sofia Stars, 2 wins and 1 loss for them. Their only loss coming against Academic Sofia. The Blacksmiths, meanwhile, have had a bit busy tournament so far. They're playing their 7th game. It's going to be another boundary over here. It's 5 wides, another minimum. So the alarm bell's ringing if you're the Blacksmith CC right now. It's just too many runs being given up because of avoidables, misfields, and other errors, really hurting this Blacksmith side. 5 wides as well. Going at 21 and over to start off here. Sofia Stars. Oh, this is struck straight back to the bowler. And it's good fielding off his own bowling by Duff. You got to say, both Dowling and Duff have fielded well off their own bowling. Oh, struck away and straight to the fielder. That's the wicket. A wicket they desperately needed. Anthony Dowling holds on to that, and the 2 teenagers combine for the first wicket of this innings. That's going to be the end for Prakash Mishra, who pushed himself up the order. And unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to capitalize on that, as he'll depart having scored just 1 run. He's picked out the fielder at mid-wicket. They lose their first wicket. Sofia Stars are 42 for 1. Still got 3 balls left in the power play. It's Adrian Dunbar who's going to come out to the middle. Of course, he is usually the opener for this Sofia Stars side. Staying a bit low there again. And Dunbar ends up playing that quite well, considering how low that ball was. Just, yeah, not too much bounce on this surface. I think certainly one of the lower, slower surfaces I've seen during the series I've covered on the European Cricket Network. Oh, this is just played away towards fine leg. I wonder if there's any bat involved, or if it's going to be given leg buys. Oh, actually, neither. Wow. Yeah, that one is clearly a wide. A little bit tough to see some of these from my vantage point. But yeah, it's another wide, and the extras have been quite concerning here for the Blacksmiths. 20 runs of extras so far, and then seen a number of misfields as well. Make that 21 runs of extras. So, you know, despite the fact that we've seen Jones batting superbly, extras have been the second highest scorer for the Sofia Stars so far. Yeah, they're not helping themselves in this power play, the Blacksmiths, with a lot of avoidables. Dunbar will pick up a single, and Jones will get to face the final ball of the power play, unless, of course, there is an extra and they can somehow scamper across. We've already seen that a few times, so it wouldn't surprise me. You can see that win predictor. Let's put the Stars up to 96%. Oh, this is played away beautifully. Great shot there by Mike Jones. Threads the needle, picks out the gap, gets it away for 4. And the Stars bring up their Team 50 inside the power play. A terrific power play for them as they are 51 for 1 at the end of 3. This is Shea Putt here in the commentary box, and alongside me is Rico Full. What a great start here for the Sofia Stars.
Yeah, great start and a good time to come back when you see a shot like that and caress through the covers. Of course, great start, of course, from Jones, but not so much for Prakash Mishra, who once again elevated himself to the top of the order, but only gets one. Remember, he's a player who's in search of getting past 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network. He's stuck on 969 after that knock. He's hoping to get going, but just hasn't really clicked at the moment. As I said in my intro, that he's looking to roll back the years and show us some of the form that he has in the past. And that means that these two men are looking to put a good partnership together again. Dunbar on strike. But that's been the issue here. The extras, I know, I heard you talking about it. Too many extras. And when you're playing a good side like the Sofia Stars, who don't forget, are coming into this match after losing to Academic Sofia, they are keen to get back to winning ways. You don't want to be helping them out.
No, you certainly don't. I think they've got to do the most they can to clean up some of these mistakes. Along with these extras, I mean, the misfields have been a huge issue as well. I think a number of shots that really shouldn't have gone for more than a run that have gone to the boundary rope. This one is struck out towards third, and yeah, good bit of fielding. I've got to say, a lot of teenage talent, as he told me, in this Blacksmith side, and they're all great fielders as well.
Yeah, that's fielded really well. He's watched it all the way. Gets a little bit of that Tortuga bounce, but nicely done. And it's trying to stay pretty positive. You can see that Ivalo, he's led the team well. Of course, they've got an average, probably an average age around about the 20s, you know, so they are a young side. Slightly slower delivery. Asking the question, and while asking the question, he doesn't keep an eye on the batters, who will say, we'll take the run. It will be a run. No signal from the umpire.
They'll pick up the run over there. Just give you guys. Of course, that was given a no ball. It's given a no ball, which is why.
There's too many. Yeah, I can see that the umpire there, that is Satish, is saying there was too many men out off the ring. He's very quick to point out that it was one of the fielders out in the cover, so too many out. And as a result of that, it will be a free hit coming up. And the bowler's none too pleased, Josh Dowling. He's saying, what's that for? And he gets told why.
Yeah, I was looking at the fielder's square leg as well. He seemed to be outside the ring. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it was both of them outside the ring, but yeah, my eye did go to the fielder's square leg first. Free hit coming up. And is he going to cash in on it? He certainly will. Gets the 4. Jones smacks it away towards mid-wicket. 4 more runs.
Yeah, I think that one's going into a banner. It could have been a bit of a bullseye on the European Cricket Network logo, but yeah, Jones is not going to miss out on this. He plays his way beautifully. He's looking to get going after. He got, let's just say there was a decision that he got yesterday, which was didn't quite please him. Gundy, this one is going to really test the field, and you can see that they have placed one of their best fielders in Karampal Singh in that area, because that's where a lot of runs can be saved. And the thing is, though, there's only one of him. They would probably love to have him out on the cover boundary and on the leg side boundary, because he's such a good fielder. But he's doing his job at the moment. But Josh Dowling's got to get this outside the off.
We'll get this one slightly better line there, a bit too short. Worked away towards square leg, 4 of 4. Dunbar, yeah, he's been a bit expensive, hasn't he? 16 runs already up this over. We've only seen 2 legal deliveries.
And I always like to mention some of the days that we have. Today is a Lifeguard Appreciation Day, and a day honouring and appreciating those professionals who are saddled with the responsibility of making sure pool facilities and beaches are safe for everyone. So thanks to all of the lifeguards, as Singh once again has to try and deal with this, and does. You can see just why that is such a key position before the start of this series in Bulgaria. at this Vessel Lavatsky ground. I did say, and remembering how quick this third man here with Ears and fine leg, that your best fielders are going to have to be deployed there, and you can see why.
Yeah, I had a lifeguarding certificate as well back when I was in school.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you save anybody?
No. I'm glad I was never put in that situation. I'm not sure I'd have done a good job of saving anyone.
Okay. So you didn't make it onto the screens of Baywatch then?
No. I did make it onto the screens of ECN though, so it's just as good.
All right, the next time I want to see you out there with your budgie smugglers. There you go. Vinny would like that one. With your trunks on. You can do an intro with your trunks. The weather's nice enough. But anyway, yeah, well, thank you to all the lifeguards, including Nish. Well, there you go. We find out something new about Nish all the time. And Nish is probably still planning what he's going to cook Charlie for dinner tonight.
Yeah, actually, it was a very funny story of how I got into that. So I actually wasn't even sure what I was signing up for. I mean, I did go for swimming classes when I was younger, and I was part of the school swim team as well. And then one of my friends went along for this, and then when I turned up there and I found out that they were just giving us books loaded with theory, I was like, what did I sign myself up for? But yeah, I did level 1. Didn't continue after that. This one is down the leg side. Yeah, it's going to be another wide. Just struggling a lot down. You got a feel for him, I think. All these extras are racking up, and if you take a look at that clock as well, well, it's going to tick to under 14 minutes by the time we come to the end of this over. So that's also going to be something worth monitoring.
Yeah, back in time with Rico, of course. And in the London 2012 Olympics, of course, bit of the Olympics going on at the moment. That's guided nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. That is such a beautiful shot from Dunbar. Is it just using the pace of the ball, and just look how he gets into a lovely position. You don't have to belt it sometimes. You just have to caress it to the boundary. Lovely shot. But yeah, back in 2012, American swimmer Michael Phelps captured an unprecedented 19th career Olympic medal when he helped the US team win the 4x200 meter freestyle. Of course, some good performances in the Olympics at the moment. In France, of course, Ireland winning their first gold medal, I think, for about 30 odd years in the swimming section. And I know that yesterday there was delight in Romania, of course, where we've recently come from, where there was a gold medal for a swimmer there as well. So I do like the Olympics. How about you? Are you an Olympic person?
Yeah, I certainly do. I think obviously the athletics are the highlight of the Olympics, but I think swimming is pretty good too, probably because I swam quite a bit when I was younger as well. This one's a throw, not the strongest throw from out in the deep, but it will get to the keeper.
Yeah, they'll take a couple there, just nicely clipped away. And also, I should mention that today is, for many people, a very important birthday. They'll say it's the birthday of Harry Potter, but it's more the author, J.K. Rowling. Of course, somebody that's delighted many people around the globe with, of course, those novels and, of course, those movies. Nice shot again. Too much width. And beautifully played. Likes that shot. Likes it in that area, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just give it a bit of width there. And Jones, he's just looking wonderful so far. Doesn't overhit that ball. Just caresses it away for a 4. They've already brought up 80 runs here. They've still got 4 balls to go until the halfway stage of the innings. Yeah, the Sophia Stars certainly be eyeing that something in the 170s, 180s.
Another extra. And let's just have a quick look at the extra count. I mean, this over is just going on and on and on. We're at 31 extras, I think, now already. 31 extras, 5 of those in buys, 23 wides, and 3 no balls.
Oh, imagine if you have to paper score this match. You're going to have to be very economical with how you use your space.
Well, that's the thing. You run out of space. Now, don't forget, I mean, before you got here, we had 1 over from Amal Thomas, which equaled the record. 3 bowlers now have bowled a 16-ball over, and Amal Thomas is amongst those as well. But yeah, scorer's nightmare. This could be another one if it doesn't make any contact. I don't think it has. Singh gets it on the leg, makes another stop, stops it going to the boundary, but it will be another wide. So it's going from bad to worse as the captain, Katsarski, is not able to tidy things up either.
Yeah, these errors are starting to mount him. Up to 32 runs of extras now. Make that 34.
What's surprising me, and I'm not sure what the plan is, this one's in the air and just over the athletic jump of Josh Dowling. If anybody's catching this ball on the park, it will be Josh. It's a great attempt, but it's been, once again, the placement on this is perfect. It's the perfect lob. Gets it over his man, and there you go. Good, well captured there by Spring Media. It's 4 more runs.
Yeah, big leaping effort there by Josh Dowling, but unable to get to it. Needs something to lift him here. It's just been one-way traffic these first 4.4 overs.
Yeah, hello to everybody that's joining in. I can see that Rob is there. Manuel Robbins joining in. Hello to Shahag, and of course myself, Rico Full, here with Nishay Butt, who's made his way over from what has been a thrilling and sensational, not just the European Cricket Series, but international, as ECI is there in Hungary. He joins me here today, and he will be with us, and well, with Charlie, because I'll take a few days off, and Nish and Charlie will hold the show, as this one will go for 4 as well. And I've told Nishay already, Nishay, that it's the first time Nishay will be working with Charlie. And don't worry, everybody, I've told him that he has to refer to Charlie as Charlie Bucket. And Nishay will oblige, I'm sure. And he's actually his neighbour. I didn't know that until yesterday. So Nishay and Charlie are neighbours in the same floor next to each other, or in the hotel. And I think the two of them will certainly be cooking each other some nice meals in the evening. And Nishay's already talked about some of his culinary delights. And some chili chicken, which I think you're going to dish up for me one day.
This is a hit out towards cover. And oh, just takes a Tortuga bounce, and he has to just turn his head away over there, and it's going to go away for 4. So fortune not favoring the Blacksmiths when they desperately need it. We'll take another look at this. It's struck firmly by Jones. And then just take a look at this nasty bounce.
Oh, that's a proper
Tortuga.
Tortuga. It certainly is. Yeah, there's not much you could do about that. It's going to be 4 more runs. Plenty of runs on the board here. So at the halfway point, almost at the 100, 97 for one at Rico Fulia. And Nishay, I hope you enjoyed your time in Bulgaria.
Yeah, certainly enjoying my time. I think we had a couple of slightly more one-sided games to start off, but I think these matches will just get closer and closer as the day progresses. Of course, you have the big Sofia Derby as well later today, which is certainly the match to watch out for. But these Blacksmiths, though, you kind of got a feel for them. They've kind of been the cause of their own downfall at times, a few too many errors in the field, but I expect them to clean this up as the series progresses.
Look, they have got 2 wins. I know back when we saw them in 2022, they played 5 matches and lost all 5. So it's good that they're back to winning ways. I think Ivalo, the captain, Katsarski, he's doing a good job. He's learning from the players he's got. He's starting to rotate his bowlers a bit. But one thing that surprises me, that we haven't seen Singh bowl up until now. Sometimes he's open with Singh. Sometimes Singh had come in and bowled over number 4. So he, for me still, he doesn't quite have the pattern of when he should and needs to be using his bowlers. Singh, it looks like he's going to come on bowl now. That's going to be interesting. I'll tell you what else is going to be interesting. Charlie's not going to like the fact that you're taller than him. Charlie is the shortest commentator, I think. I think it's between him and Corey. He always tries to tell me he's taller than me. He's not. And when he stands here next to you, I think the first thing Charlie's going to say is, not fair. You're taller than me. With Charlie, that's the way it goes.
Oh, well, I wouldn't particularly categorize myself as tall either. I think we do have a bit of a height issue here in the commentary department.
Yeah, well, Singh is going to come on to bowl. It's Karampal Singh as we join the action again after the drinks break. Can they get a wicket straight after drinks? Oh, nearly. And look at the difference. Karampal, he's been good, you know. He's a good player. He's the highest run scorer in this series so far, though I think Mike Jones, who was behind him, is looking to catch him up. Mike Jones started the day on 133. That's up in the air and gone. That's the difference that it makes. Adrian Dunbar will go. He goes for 16 or 10 balls. And Karampal Singh, yeah, look, there's the captain though, Katsarski. But he's got to be really thinking to himself, why am I not using the bowlers available to me at the right time. These batters have made a good start. You've almost got 100 on the board, and he turns to Singh now. But Singh does, credit to him, get the wicket off Dunbar.
Yeah, gets rid of Dunbar there. But the danger man, Mike Jones, is still out in the middle. Gonna have a quick word with the new batter. Yeah, that one just coming off the toe end of the bat. Well held onto by the skipper, Kadzarski.
Right, new man who comes in now. It's Watmo is the way the name is pronounced. And we had to find out ourselves. So this is Jack Watmo. Has made some good contributions with the bat. He's got an interesting technique, Nish.
Well, talk about an open stance.
Oh, well, this one, he didn't know too much about that, Watmo. And, well, Singh has been replaced in that area. And though there was a little issue and it almost got through, he does manage to stop it.
It's almost like he's facing a bowler who's running in from square leg. It's very, very unique. I mean, yeah, I know about looking to bat with a rather open stance to open up that sort of long on and mid-wicket boundary, but yeah, this really takes the cake.
Yeah, Singh making an impression straight away, though. And this one just has to be a dugout by Jones. Now, once again, I think you can see Jones in his mind. He's thinking, come forward, go for the... Because, look, the wicketkeeper's not standing up. So Valentine Geshev is so far behind, he can come down the track. I wonder if he will try and do that with this ball. He waits for it, rocks back instead, it gets through. Kadzarski this time is going to be 4 runs to the displeasure of Singh. Quattro Mas, so it's a very good over from Singh, and only goes for that boundary.
Brings up his half century as well, second 50-plus score of this series for Jones. Yeah, he's batted superbly so far this innings. Just waits for that one, plays it nice and late, rocks back, strikes it away for 4. Yeah, just going back to the point about the wicket keeper. I mean, you'd like your keeper to be standing up to the spinner, but just looking at Geshev early in this innings, I'd rather he does stay back because he's had a few issues.
Listen, you were talking about, of course, the keeper at the moment, but well, you haven't seen Stallion behind the stumps. We were concerned for his safety when we saw him. That's a good length. And just gets worked away by Watmo. I think Watmo here is quite content in just trying to feed Mike Jones as much off the strike as possible. It's fair to say, though, the Sophia Stars have got a lot of talented players in their side, that the only batter really to have clicked so far is Mike Jones. And as I said, Mike Jones now, he's eyeing up getting past Karanpal Singh, who's the leading scorer in the series so far with 198. Gets another one to his name. So nice and tidy so far from Kadzarski, who's looking to get another good over in after that good one there from Singh. I can hear a bit of music playing in the background. That's going to be 4 runs, by the way. I just get the feeling here when I've looked at the fielder, I don't think he's in the right position. He's not. Is he not at square or behind square? He's too fine, and he's never going to get there. You can see here the outfield. It gets the better of him.
Yeah, you can just see it strikes the Bulgarian flag there on the banner. And yeah, this was a point I made about Bulgaria earlier, because it's kind of halfway between east and west. This is going to be swept away. It'll be another boundary for Jones. Beg your pardon, Watmo strikes that away nicely. 4 more runs to his name, consecutive boundaries. Yeah, because this is a country that's kind of between east and west, you do sort of get that eastern flavor in a lot of their music, as you often see in the Balkans.
Yeah, that is Watmo. Watmo Jones, Nish. Watmo Jones, that's Watmo, and it's a very nice sweep shot for 4. And that got appreciated by the Sophia Stars. I realised that there wasn't any major celebrations there when Mike Jones brought his 50 up. I think they feel that they've got to really... I think they're looking to bat the Blacksmiths out of this contest. That's well bowled. It's a good delivery. It's well played as well by Jones. And I think to do that, they're probably feeling that they need to get past the 140 mark. Karanpal Singh, if he gets going, could be a batter that helps them get to around about that 130, 140 mark. But I think if they go past that, even with his efforts, there might be too many to try and get. Slower delivery, waits on it, plays it nicely. Just another single, so it's a good comeback here from Ivalo when you think his first over went for 23. End of the over, he keeps it pretty tidy, just a 12 from that. The score though, Sophie Stars 114 for 2.
Here's a look, of course, at the ECN Mediterranean Cup that'll be coming up this weekend over in Croatia. Here's a look at the two squads. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinisundu will be taking you through this weekend's action. And yeah, any interesting names you can spot in these squads?
Well, I'm very happy for the fact that Charlie, the young spinner, is going to get another call up there. He's going to be alongside the likes of Lon Burns. And nice to see that Danny Long Martinez is there as well. And also Alex Davidson Solera. So a lot of the young players are getting a shout out there. But of course, a very strong Spanish side. Croatia, well, Zedran Zanko, I'm pretty sure will be hoping that his players put in a good performance there. But of course, we'll be very much the underdogs going into that. But I think Croatia, the cricket is coming on. They just played some good T20s as well. So just have a quick look at that names. Of course, Hariprasad Setidev is going to be pretty key for them as well. Sam Houghton, of course, played a lot of cricket. Gets played away. The only thing with Sam is I do feel that the T10 format doesn't quite suit him. He's a good player. He's a very correct player. But he's sometimes has difficulty to go at the required strike rate that you're wanting batters to go in that format. Nicely played, but I think it'll be a very good test and a real challenge. Well, talking of challenging, it's a challenging bit of fielding there from the young man out there. I think that might be Ivano that's out there. You're going to have a look at this again. It gets away from him now. Does this catch the rope? Well, I don't think it does. I think he makes a very acrobatic save.
Oh, he's done a great job. Great bit of work. Just left back and save that from going for a 4. Well, it does fumble it initially. Once again, it's pushed away. They'll pick up another single over here.
Yeah, Anthony Dowling now into the attack. It's interesting that Anthony Dowling actually only comes on to bowl here now again. I mean, they've opted to have Josh to bowl before him. I think for some reason Kazatsky has underused Anthony Dowling and hasn't used him, I would say, not at the right place. You can see that he's not a bad bowler, but that is a cracking shot. There's nothing wrong with this delivery, I can tell you that. Just a shot from Jones is just epic. That, for me, so far, is the shot of the day. What a hit for 6.
Oh, great hit. It's in the slot, and it's banged away over long on. Great strike here. This is beautifully through the line, Jones. It's been a terrific innings by him so far. It's just a great atmosphere around in the ground. There's a lot of sports being played. There's a couple of football teams training as well, not far from us. Got some Dua Lipa playing in the background. As Sophia Stars, 126 for 2. Still got a couple more overs to go. Slow down a little bit. I think at one stage it did look set to probably even go clear of that 180 mark. But I have to credit the Blacksmiths for just slowing them down a little bit in these middle overs.
Yeah, it's ever since the drinks break, really. Singh got a really good over in it. He went for 5. Kazatsky 12, and Dowling there's gone for 12 as well. You can see that looking to use his feet, and he's going to get, is he going to get, no, oh, where's that foot? I think it's okay. I think though a young man, Josh Dowling, is a good fielder. He knows he's got to stay away from the rope. The batters, though, will come back and take 2. Let's have a look at the fielding here first. I think, yeah, no issues there. But unfortunately, even though it's not a difficult throw to contend with, nobody's backing it up. And they're going to get 2. But look at the way that they're attacking this now. You can see Mike Jones using his feet to try and come down to this. And that's played beautifully. That's going to be 4 more. Lovely shot. Cuatro carreras más. If you give him a little bit of width, Nish, and it's a little bit short, he's onto it like a flash.
Yeah, he certainly is. Meets that one on the half volley. Dances down the wicket. Beautiful use of the feet. And he smashes through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it's taken him a bit of time really to start to come down the wicket, and the wicket keeper, as we mentioned, standing back is Valentine, so stumping really out the equation. So he's got the license to go for a walk around if he wants. This time he clubs it hard and almost taken there by Oscar Duff. The only issue here is I think Oscar is a little bit too far off the rope. If he's right on it, he'll have a better chance at this. Gets fingertips to it, but you can see here he's a long way away from the rope. He needs to be on more or less on it. And misses out on this one, does Jones, and he knows it. And all right, we got.
Still a young cricketer, Oscar. He'll get better at those things. I think his hat was a little bit excited, saw the ball, attacked it, tried to catch it. You have to commend the effort. But give him a few years, and I think he'll start executing those catches with great frequency. It's going to be a big chase for him again. Is he going to be able to get to it? No, he won't. Just a bit too much length offered there by Singh, and it struck away for a boundary.
Yeah, it's a little bit shorter. The thing with that delivery is I can see what Singh is thinking. He's thinking that Jones might come down the wicket to bowl a bit shorter and flatter, but Jones, reads it well. Now he will come down, and he plays that away. He'll try and come back for 2. They will come back for 2. It's not the cleanest of pick up from the fielder. So 2 more. And that will take them now to a very healthy 147 with an over to go.
So it looks like we're most certainly going to see penalty runs rewarded in this situation. As you can see, the clock has run out on the Blacksmiths. And there it is. There's the umpire signal. 5 penalty runs awarded.
Oh, dear. So we're going to, just the scores have just changed there slightly. But I think you'll find with those 5 that perhaps the 150 is already on the board. We get that score updated for you. Not quite sure why it just went backwards slightly. So 5 penalty runs have been added. I think they're just trying to sort that out here now. That's why the bowler gets stopped in his run. This is they go back here to Dowling to finish things off. So yeah, it was always the danger. It's not really a surprise that it's. The only surprise for me is the first time it's happened. 42. Let's just have a quick look at this. They have at one point given 42 extras. On this time around, 35. And a number of wides, 26. No balls, 3. So that's 29 balls that had to be re-bowled. And when you're going to be doing that, you're going to run out of time. So the buzzer went before the end of that over. And that means 5 penalty runs have been added. So I think that takes the score now to 150. I had it at 145 at the end of the 9th. And if you there you go. And just as I'm talking about it, the 150 does come up on the board. 150 for 2. I said that they wanted to get past the 140 to make it safe. They have done so. Higher score, people might be wondering, that we've had in the series so far. It was from the Sophia Stars. They put 179 on the board. Well, a very big over here. They could do the same, and Dowling will be hoping not. Well, they'll push hard. They're going to get the 2 here, aren't they? They will, and it's Kazatsky this time, the captain, that misfields.
You're very fascinated by Watmo's batting stance. Let's just take a look at this. I want to see, look at how he is when he gets to the point where he impacts the ball. Pretty side on at that stage.
I think
he's also done a good job accessing the offside, despite the stance he starts off with.
Yeah, corner wide here. The bowler was sort of holding his head when he bowled this. I thought maybe there might have been a touch on it. He probably thought that, but let's see if we see anything here. Close to finding the edge, but I think that's a fair call from the match official. It's going to be another wide. That's well bowled. Good areas to be bowling. Good length. Bowling at the depth. Try and get it as full as you can.
Yeah, this match, of course, so far has been very different to the previous one. We did manage to see a couple of 6s by Mike Jones, but I think the previous game we didn't see a single 6 hit. I'll just tell you when the last time that occurred on the European Cricket Network. This is pushed towards mid-off, and he's going to stick a boot out over there, Ivan Plamenov, but it's going to beat him. And we'll get an extra run over here. So yeah, it was all the way back in the European Cricket Series in Croatia last year on the 29th of October. And on the same day, there was another match where there were no sixes. So this game, of course, was between Sir Oliver Split and Ljubljana. No sixes in that game.
Oh, this one is going to be 4 byes. The wicketkeeper, Valentine, getting it all wrong, trying to stop it with his feet. Yeah, I remember that match well. Ljubljana, of course. Playing William Split. Yeah, there was no boundaries. No sixes in boundaries, I should say. And of course, we had that in match number 11 here today, at the start of the day.
Yeah, those two teams played each other twice on that 29th of October. Neither of their games had sixes in it.
Strays onto the legs, and that gets played away quite beautifully. Jones moves to 80. What a lovely knock this has been from him. So has now taken over the leading run scorer from Karampal Singh, and he's probably looking to still go bigger here. He's got a ball to go to see if he can improve on that 80.
Yeah, just misses out on the Yorker there. Jones just has to get enough bat on it to work it away towards fine leg for a 4. Last ball of this innings coming up. Can he end it with a big one? And he's gonna smash it away for a 4. Good shot there by Jones. A terrific innings for him. 84 undefeated, following up a superb innings which he had earlier in this series to open it up with 115 not out. Another big innings for Mike Jones, as he's put his side, the Sofia Stars, in a commanding position here against the Blacksmiths, and you'll certainly think they'll be eyeing the bonus point in the second innings. Terrific batting by him, and the Blacksmiths have a tough challenge coming ahead for them.
Yeah, they certainly do. So once again, Jones is the man to do the job. He got supported well there once again by Jack Watmo, who is showing that he's a pretty good batter to have out there at the right time. But some of the other big guns not quite clicking for the Stars. That will be their concern. But while Jones is showing this sort of form, well, he's certainly going to be one to reckon with. He goes now to 217 runs in the series, so he has overtaken Karapal Singh, as we have a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, and you've got to say, it's a highlights package that is going to be dominated by the Sofia Stars. Not too much joy for the Blacksmiths, who unfortunately at times caused their own issues. And some of the mistakes they made in the field. The biggest problem for them, of course, is the number of extras they gave up. 46 runs of extras. And it's certainly up there with one of the worst performances we've seen in that department. Mike Jones, though, how well did he bat? 80 of 36, struck 16 boundaries during that innings, played some really gorgeous looking shots. Look at that one right there, rocking back and just playing that away behind point for a 4. And really, the rest of the team were more than happy to watch him tee off from the other end. Adrian Dunbar would make 16 of 10. Jack Watmo did a decent job at the end of the innings, making 21 of 11. And that was one of 2 sixes that Jones would hit in the innings. Beautiful stroke through the line, over long on. Like sixes, though we haven't seen too many of them so far on this Wednesday. We're 3 innings in and just 2 sixes, and they were the 2 sixes was Jones hit. There, the bowler just missed out on the Yorker, and you've got to say Jones played it away well towards fine leg. And we'll of course now move on to the scorecard of this innings. As you can see, Mike Jones up there with 84 runs of 37 deliveries. Dunbar with 16 of 10, and Jack Watmo batting with his very, very square stance. He managed to make 21 of 11. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for the Blacksmiths, and it was a pretty rough performance for most of their attack. Oscar Duff came back well in his second over, and he would end up with figures of 1 for 23. Karanpal Singh had identical figures as well, but the biggest issue for them, of course, are the 46 runs they gave up off extras. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes for the second inning, as the Blacksmiths have been set a target of 169.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. What a beautiful view that is. The mountains in the background. Of course, a lot of skiing will be happening in those mountains when it comes to the winter. And some lovely spas up there as well, thermal spas. Of course, we do know that Bulgaria is very well known for those spas. And look at that. I mean, I know that Nisha hasn't had a chance really to go around and appreciate this complex, but so much happens here at this National Sports Academy. It looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? And what a place to be. And of course, we're only about a 20-minute walk away from there. I know that Nish, who joins me now back in the cube, has had the chance to go to Sofia. And I think he's spoke very highly of it as well.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous city, obviously. Tons of history around this part of the world. You can also see the transition between eras. You know, I mean, it's also, the kind of city is also built on layers. So it doesn't have your typical old town and new town as many other cities in different parts of the world have. You'll quite literally see something from as far back as the Roman times next to a completely modern building. So, yep, very interesting city, Sofia. It's truly unique and not something like you'll see in most of Europe.
Yeah, it is beautiful. And there's something about it. I don't know what it is. It's very similar to when I'm in Romania as well. I think the people are lovely. I love the culture. I love the architecture. And the food, of course, is amazing. The food scene here is quite, well, literally it's delightful. It's delicious. But the people so friendly and so helpful. As the Guggenheip Singh starts with the ball, probably will start with a wide. I think this one does, well, I thought it did a little bit too much. The umpire feels it's okay. Maybe they'll see it one more time and maybe just catches some of that line. As you see the ball being stopped there. Let's watch this one more time. It starts to go. Ooh, I think he gets lucky here. Does Guggen. The ball gets taken there by Adrian Dunbar, who's back behind the stumps. Well, there's a bit of grunting going on here. And, it's going to be a nightmare. It's now, well, I'm going to say this. About Oscar Duff. He's a young man. He's 15 years old, but he had just sacrificed his wicket here because you can see this a little bit of okey-pokey about this. Now, hang on a minute. Yeah, he could have gone back into his crease, but I think he's made the decision at such a young man to say, you know what? I can't be running out Karan Pal. If we're going to get anywhere close to not winning this match, but even picking up a point, Karan Pal has to stay there. So Oscar Duff is going to sacrifice himself after that real miscommunication and go out for a duck.
Oh, very, very selfless there by Oscar Duff. And as you mentioned, big head on his shoulders, very smart guy. And in the end, he's done the team thing. He's put aside let's see desires to bat out in the middle. Yeah, sorry, let's see it again.
Total miscommunication. They start the ball, but I think Oscar Duff he starts to go, so Singh responds, but he's looking at the ball. So I think in a way he knows it's his fault as well. He accepts it, he takes it on the chin, and rather than get back into his crease before Singh, he just literally says, yeah, my bad, I go. And it's not the best of cricket from him, but he makes a very good, mature choice, allowing Karan Singh to stay there. But can Singh make the most of it?
Yeah, let's see if Singh can. Of course, top scored with a 94 earlier this series. It's very close to making a century, of course, was run out. He was unable to get that 100. Dowling comes in at number 3. He's very impressive at times during the series as well, top scoring with an undefeated 40.
Sahih Kumar was the man who got the throw. And there's Guggenheip with his traditional trademark bling bling chain on. Lovely guy is Guggen and does so much work around the ground. I'll tell you a little bit about him after this ball. And it's well bowled, it'll be no run. But when we all finish here, of course, I'm always the last to leave because I take forever packing up. Of course, everybody knows that story. But as I'm leaving here, Guggenheip, the hose pipe comes out, he connects it all up, and he gets the sprinkler going, and he moves it around. He's here about a couple of hours long after we've gone, working away. So he's a top man, is Guggen. That's a top shot as well. That goes past the fielder, lightning quick. And not able to make the stop. Watch this again. This is beautiful timing. It's all about using the pace, and Karandeep gets that away. 4 runs, the first boundary of the innings. And Karanpal Singh, no surprise, gets it. And Gangadeep Singh also, just to add in, is one of the first to be at the ground as well. Gets everything ready for us, gets the water ready, etc., etc. Gets the coffee machine on. So he's a top man. He really is. And you know what? There's one thing we talk a lot about European cricket as that over comes to an end. It's just that fall from it. But we talk a lot about European cricket and how it's growing. One thing we don't focus too much on, individuals like Gangadeep Singh, and you could also mention the likes of Prakash Mishra, Ivalo, Katsatsky. If it wasn't for those sort of individuals, cricket just wouldn't grow. And we really have to give those sort of guys, the heroes behind the scenes, a big shout out.
Yeah, they're the unsung heroes. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket, number 246. That was, of course, all the way back in the ECS in Cyprus. So we've now been through 3 different countries on the calendar and are yet to get a golden ball. Of course, hoping that Bulgaria can finally break this streak for us.
Well, if it doesn't happen today, it's you and Charlie. I expect to come back. And, well, I'll tell you what. Let's see this ball first from Kumar, who, oh, it's a no. That's a Gandhi ball. And that's going to be played away for 4 runs. Yeah, surprise choice to have Sahil Kumar bowl next, especially when you see that the options that are available. But with no Rohit Dhiman in the side, Prakash Mishra has got to utilise some other bowlers, so he's probably trying Kumar here early, but that doesn't go well. Free hit to come.
Let's see if he can capitalise. Goes for a big swing, and he's unable to get to the ball, so he's unable to capitalise on the free hit.
Yeah, not able to get this one away, but plenty of intent. But one of the things that what I found with all the youngsters here, I've touched on this a few times, so Anthony to Josh and to a degree to Oscar, is that they do like to just shuffle a little bit down the leg side before they play a shot, and that sometimes gets them into trouble. So it's something they need to work on. But they're young. They've got good coaching staff that works on it. You see there, just shuffling across. So going the wrong way, so taking him away from the ball. He's not the only batter to do that, of course, but it's one thing that he needs to try and eliminate from his game. And that one doesn't come up at all, and it will be stopped there at the boundary. They'll get some buys.
Yeah, they'll take those buys. The Blacksmiths will have one more look at this. Once again, I mean, these balls just sink so low on this surface here in Sofia.
Yeah, you get the odd one that does that, and then you get ones that really do come up as well.
Gonna clear the front leg, go for a big heave towards mid-wicket, fails to connect. Yeah, I mean, looking at this surface, I mean, this is the kind of surface where you just be tempted to plant that front leg and just go from there. I mean, you're honestly not going to need to play too many back foot shots how it's looking out here.
It does surprise you, though. Yes, it does surprise you. Yeah, going back to what I was saying there about what I expect to see. So if it doesn't happen today, golden ball, definitely. I think you and Charlie are the men to bring it on. And also, don't forget, of course, you will know all about this, because we are now 98 centuries completed on the European Cricket Network. Are we going to see 100 come up here in Bulgaria? And so 2 more to go, of course. Mike Jones has got 1. Charlie made a big call, actually, about Jonesy, so he'll be very happy that Jonesy was in the runs again. Charlie was saying that he could see Mike Jones score probably 1,000 runs in this series. And, of course, with that fine score here today in the 80s, he's on his way to it, that's for sure. But it's all about the opportunities that he gets, because I think sometimes Jonesy may find that the batting order might get rotated slightly to give others a chance, especially in these earlier stages. But, of course, made 84 today after scoring 115, of course, early in the week. This is the way the standings are looking. You can see why this is a big match for the Sofia Stars. They don't just want to win this, they want all 4 points.
They certainly do. They'll want to close that gap on their rivals, Academic Sofia, of course. Yeah, 1,000 runs. That is going to be a huge ask. I mean, we obviously saw an enormous performance from Sheikh Rasik over in Budapest, where he scored 300s during the ECS, and even he only got to 761.
He scored an international one as well, though, didn't he? That's 4 centuries he scored in that fortnight. I wonder if anybody's done more than that. I don't think they have, you know.
Yeah, I do believe he must have broken a record in terms of sixes. If you include the internationals and the ECS,
yeah.
I believe he hit 119 sixes for 2 weeks, which is just mind-boggling.
He's a class player. I remember the first time that I saw him there in Hungary, and it didn't surprise me that soon after that he was in the national team setup. He's a wonderful guy to watch when he's playing, and he's a lovely guy as well. Very down to earth. All right, in the air, catching opportunity. You'd expect him to take this. Oh, he doesn't get it right. Loses it now. I wonder if he loses this in the sun. I think that's Jack. And be confirmed when he gets up. No, is that Jack? No, it's not Jack, you know. And is that Dunbar? So Dunbar's not behind the stumps here. So it's actually Negi, Suraj Negi is the keeper here. I had it listed down as Dunbar, but Dunbar not behind the stumps.
Yeah, rather interesting. I had it listed as Dunbar as well, but it does look like he's fielding at cover. A big grunt over there, Singh, very rough on the doll-esque the way he bowls that one. You could have heard that all the way at the football pitch on the opposite side of this beautiful sports academy. This one is an outside edge, just going to beat the fielder third and go away for 4 runs. A fortuitous boundary for the Blacksmiths. You get Singh, Dowling, just need to build some kind of a partnership here. Try to at least get to that 118 mark. You want to at least get a point out of this game. And you can see in terms of actually winning this match, we're nearing that past the point of no return mark. Oh, this is going to go away for 4. It's a little bit of bat there. Smart batting by Dowling. Very intelligent. Just plays it nice and late. Gets a little bit of bat on it, so it runs away very fine. 4-4. Thickish outside edge. Goes for a boundary.
Yeah, going deep. Bowled very well yesterday in that tussle between the 2 teams at the top of them and Academic Sofia, and he almost gave them what would have been a surprise victory, but it wasn't quite. That's a good delivery. He's getting the grunts in here today, isn't he? Certainly getting the grunts in.
Yeah, bending his back and looking to bowl hard, hitting the deck hard over there. That one just bouncing a little bit, goes above waist height.
Yeah, just to confirm, it is Negi behind the stumps, and that was done by. It was a late change that was made. Apologies, we didn't bring that to you earlier. And that one, well, that's going to be a minimo as Gangandeep. Well, he grunts the wrong way this time. And Prakash Mishra, oh, look at pressure. Look at pressure from Prakash as he hands behind his back, military style, walks up to Gagan and says, "Ki kar dita? Kidhar mari ball? Udhar nahi mari, office te rakhni hai." And now Gagan can hear me, gets that wrong. Valuable runs for Blacksmiths. Beautifully played. Lovely shot. Just not getting the areas right, Gangandeep. Again going down the leg side, and this is played handsomely to the boundary by Anthony Dowling, the 17-year-old. What a lovely shot. And a good little partnership developing between Karapal Singh and Dowling. That's the end of Gangandeep's spell. He won't like that. It goes for 22. Particularly that over. That's not a good over. It goes for 18.
Expensive over to end the power play, but one that Blacksmiths desperately needed. You can just see that graph now. It's starting to shoot upwards. and they need to make sure it continues to trend in that direction. That was the over they desperately needed.
Right, let's see who they go for here now. So get the fit set. They're going to go back to Sahil Kumar. So they're holding back the likes of Jack Watmo, and Prakash Mishra himself may also have a bowl. And even, of course, Mike Jones. I think this probably would be a good power play done. If I was going to bring Jones on, I would have done it now, if I'm honest. But they're going to go back to Kumar to see if he can get his out of the way. That's a better delivery. And it will be Jack Watmore who watches this go cleanly into his hands. Just a single.
Yeah, clears the front leg there. Was looking to go for the big shot, seeing that wasn't quite able to middle it. Came off the bottom part of his bat. Dowling back on strike, looking really good to start his innings. He's played a couple of lovely shots.
Hello to Monica. I hope you're well and having a good day so far. That's going to be a chase for Watmo, who gets there again, just keeps it a single. So tiki-taka at the moment, of course. Sophia Stars having put 168 on the board. Not going to be too concerned about singles.
Yeah, singles won't hurt them. Boundaries, they desperately need boundaries.
Karan, he knows he needs to get motoring. He knows he's got to find his rhythm. 9 balls for 7 so far. It's not like him. That's nicely played, but again, oh dear, there's the vortex. Here's the old, as it sucks that in, and it's Raman Kumar who's not able to deal with it. And 4 more, and this is why that area of the field is so important. You've got to have your best fielders there. You can see one man not happy about that. It's Pratik Tripathi, who holds his head and says, oh no.
Yeah, just a misfield there as well by the Sophia Stars. We obviously saw the Blacksmiths make a number of misfields in the first innings as well, so it's just time to start balancing things out a bit in that department. He's going to go for a big shot here. Singh, does he have enough on it to clear the rope? Not quite. Instead, he finds the fielder, and that is going to be the first wicket. Well held onto out in the deep by Jack Watmo. And Karanpal Singh just couldn't quite get going in this particular innings. He will depart, having made a runnable 11.
Sometimes things work in mysterious ways, don't they? I mean, Singh should have just got a single off the last one, but it gets through the fielder, and that was Kumar, not Kumar the bowler, of course, the Raman Kumar. Single becomes 4, so he stays on strike, and then he hits the next ball straight into the hands of Watmo, doesn't find the middle, so the key batter goes, and now, I have to say, Nish, they are going to struggle. Ivalo Katsarski comes in, and he comes in before Josh Dowling, which is a little bit of a surprise for me. But, of course, with that wicket of Karanpal going, now it's going to be an uphill struggle for the Blacksmiths to get the, well, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near that target. But, of course, now it's all about seeing if they can get at least a point out of this match. And that means getting to 118. So it seems a long, long way away. Katsarski, though, let's see what he can do with the bat.
Yeah, even for a point, as you can see, that required is up to 13. They're currently going at 9.5 over.
Well, that was a good pick up there from Jones. Stop, 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 he said, because that would have been a no ball. They had too many out. So Jones does very well because stops Kumar in his traps. That's Sahil Kumar. All right, here we go. In comes Kumar now as Jones puts himself back in the circle. And that's played away. And this time it is dealt with nicely. No mistakes from Gagandeep Singh, who replaces Raman Kumar in that block. I would have kept Raman Kumar there because Raman Kumar helps them get the wicket of Karanpal Singh. That's
yeah, the reason for that slight miscalculation inside the ring was the fact that just had a fielder go off the field here for the Sophia Stars. Watmo has just gone to get a little bit of treatment, so they're currently 1 man short in the field.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You can still have 5 out. So if you're if you've got a player off, you can still have 5 out even if you got 10. It's not an issue. The number of players that are allowed outside the ring does not get affected. It is the end of the over, and the score 36-2. And it's going to be a real uphill struggle from here on in. So the Sofia Stars looking to go back to winning ways with a bang. And let's see, they are going to go now to the other Kuma, Raman Kuma. So you can see that Prakash Mishra doing exactly very much the same thing that we saw Huzaifa Yusuf do. And when he's got the game well and truly in control, he's giving some of his other bowlers an opportunity. So Raman Kuma will be hoping that he, like Sahil Kuma, can pick up a wicket. And he can. And it's a full delivery, full and straight. And Ivalo Katskarsky, who comes and promotes himself up the order, will be done by a full straight Yorker. I get the feeling Katsaki probably moving around a little bit too much here. I don't think he sees this at all, Nish.
No, he certainly didn't. But you got to credit the bowler here. Terrific delivery. Nails it right between the feet. Crashes into the leg stump. Top bowling. And they lose another wicket here, and things are just starting to unravel once again for the Blacksmiths.
Yeah, moving the wrong way. And while moving, it's not able to do anything about that ball that's been jammed in that leg stump Yorker delivery. So a wicket goes, and now we will see Josh Dowling come out. Josh, the two Dowling brothers batting together. What a lovely sight this is for the family that are here watching. I know that they will be camped underneath some of the sombreros around the ground and supporting the two brothers. So Josh Dowling 15 with his brother Anthony Dowling 17, who's on 17 as well. But one thing about Josh is he might be the younger brother, but he's the more aggressive. He does like to play the big shots. Problem with him sometimes is he goes across the line to the straighter ball, but he's got an interesting technique the way he's holding the bat, especially when he plays straight. He sort of tends to jar the bat into the ball rather than stroke, and that's probably a good example of it there, the way he plays this. But he will get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, you got some great sibling combinations developing here on the European Cricket Network, of course. Over in Hungary, they've got the Ainsworths, who both of them were superb throughout the series, of course. Your dad also involved in the cricket. I mean, we had one point where he had the entire family involved in the match. It's just great to see whole families take up the sport, and then they contribute so much to the local cricket.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But that's it. You know, when we talk about the European Cricket Network, you know, we say it's a community affair. It's a family. We are one big family, and sometimes that's on the field as well. That one's just a little bit over pitch, gets worked away, but no real damage done, as it will just be a single. That's nicely fielded out there by Yusuf Zai. Just a slight delay here once more. Not sure what this is. It might be the umpires just checking. Number of balls to come. It gets confirmed. One to come. Raman Kuma, it's been a good start from him, hasn't it? And this time just a little bit shorter, but once again this will go to the man who just went off the field to have some attention to. I think it must have been when he took that catch. I mean, he had to take it pretty low down. It probably didn't take it cleanly, so went to the medic, and of course, hello to the medic, who's been doing a stern job out here. Is Petco, as we can invite you back into our cube on what is a beautiful day here in Bulgaria at the moment. Temperatures are around about that 26 degrees. We'll get up to around about 29, 30 degrees. Of course, a lot hotter here in the afternoon. One thing about today, though, is we don't have as much as the breeze as we had yesterday. So I think it will be start to feel just a little bit warmer as we go through the day.
Yeah, it was certainly a very cool morning. Expect conditions to heat up a little bit, which should only help the batters. I mean, usually we see in these warmer conditions, we tend to see more runs scored. I think this summer has also been a big summer of runs here on the European Cricket Network. We've seen run rates go up. We've also seen a lot of individual milestones.
Yeah, we have indeed. And I just get the feeling here, I can see Prakash is out there. He's taking on some watering for the batters, but he no doubt will be having a chat with some of the guys there. One thing about Prakash is, and the reason why I'm saying he's talking to the batters and he's talking to Ketsatsky there as well, I mean, as I mentioned before, here is very much a community feel. So even though you've got Prakash and Ivalo, different teams, they help each other and nurture each other very well. Prakash, you may have noticed that in the kits from the blacksmiths, they've actually got saffron on the back of them. So he's actually, that's his restaurant, an Indian restaurant that Prakash has. So he's actually sponsoring the Black Caps because he's encouraging the Black Caps, because Black Caps are a team where it's all homegrown talent. All of the players that are playing for them have got big connections with Bulgaria. Most of them are Bulgarian nationals. And that's lovely to see. It's nice to see that community side of the game out here.
No, it certainly is great to see. And I think that's why this Blacksmith side, they're certainly a team one has to look at going forward, because even the results aren't quite going their way right now, they've got so much young talent in their roster. And give these guys 4 or 5 years, I think some of these players will develop into some real gems.
Yeah, I mean, the cricket being taken into schools, I know that spoken to Prakash a lot about that. It's developing all the time, developing the game, and encouraging the youngsters to play. I know that women's cricket is very much on the agenda here as well. So keep up the good work, the Federation of Bulgarian Cricket, as we get ready to resume. It is 40 for 3 at the end of 5. And Yusuf Zai, oh dear. Well, he hasn't quite tuned in his radar. That's a nice stop there from Negi. But Yusuf Zai, well, I don't even know if we're going to get this on the screen, you know. Only just. That's a big no ball. Yusuf Zai. That one is hit well and fielded well there as well. Well, that's where Yusuf Zai was doing his fielding. He gets replaced there by Raman Kumar, who just bowled a very good over and keeps it just to 1. Have you noticed, or do you know about some of the local playing conditions around this ground? Have you heard of them? Have you spotted them? I'll give you a few seconds to just have a look around the ground and see if you spot something interesting, Nish.
I mean, one of the first things you notice is, of course, this big ridge that runs along here. I think it makes feeling it long off a challenge. We also mentioned the shorter boundaries right at the start, straighter boundaries.
Another wide, so Yusuf Zai having a few troubles.
Yeah, obviously, I think you might be referring to Mount Vitosha out in the distance.
The mountain, but no, I'm talking about playing conditions. There's something unique about this playing condition. That's going to be 4 runs. It's another full toss, gets played away. So that's Quattro Mas. We'll have a look at this shot, and I wonder if Kalvisk can just show us a bit of a distant shot of the ground where we can see a little bit more of it. And I'll point it out to you. Can you see the cables at the top?
Oh,
Electric
yes.
cables go right across the ground. Now that goes almost above where the wicketkeeper is, and that's the local playing condition out here. If the ball hits any of those cables, it's a dead ball. But anything that happens before it strikes, talking about striking, Yusuf Zai surprises everybody by bowling a full delivery, and he's got the wicket off Josh Downing. Once again, though, as I said about Josh, going across the line to a straight ball. That's not where you should be playing this. Should be playing it straight, and that's something that's really got to work on. Full and straight, and he's gone. So another one bites the dust. That's the end of Josh. He'll go for 6 or 5 deliveries. It's 48 now for 4.
Yeah, should be looking to hit that with a straight bat. He also be targeting the shorter boundary that way, which is a smart tactic. But yeah, absolutely. Can't believe I missed out on that. I mean, obviously this is a very strange
There
sight.
they are. There they are.
Those
That's what we're talking
electric
about.
lines. Of course, in many countries, it's just banned to have a cricket field anywhere near these electric lines. Of course, I remember spoke with Joe Foster, who's involved with Cricket Czechia, and he was talking about them building a new ground over in Czechia, I believe in Brno, and they couldn't get council approval just because of the fact that there was an electric line within 500 meters of the cricket ground.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, and we actually had that happen once already yesterday. So once the ball hits there, anything that happens before, say the ball goes in the end, the batters are doing a run. Once the run is completed, the ball is dead. So the run counts, but if the ball hits the cables, comes down, gets caught or whatever, is not out. We had last year a very, very important match where it was Chugtai who hit a 6, and it was a run chase. And just have a look at this again. So going to think that goes through the batter, so it won't be a wide. There was a big run chase. He hit a ball. It went for 6, but it just clipped the cable. It was always going to be 6, but of course it was called a dead ball. And that made a massive difference to the match. But they managed to win it only just. But if that could have really cost them. So sometimes it can work in your favour, i.e. the ball hits the cables, looks like it's going to go for 6 and drops back down and doesn't go for 6. And other times it can cost you 6 runs as well. So yeah, local playing conditions here. The power cables that go above this Faisal Levesky cricket ground in Sofia. End of the over. And as we suspect, the Blacksmiths really struggling here. 48 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, they're having all sorts of issues here. The Blacksmiths, Sofia Stars, well in control of this match, looking set to pick up the bonus point. I mean, the other question is also just in terms of general safety. I'm surprised. I mean, these are some pretty resilient lines if they can take on these cricket balls.
Yeah, now this is where...
Very strong insulation.
Big time. Going back to the cricket here now, Anthony Dowling has to bat all the way through here because he will know that, no disrespect to Ivanov and the other batters to come in. They're not that strong. So let's see how he manages to dictate the strike. That'll be a wide. There's nothing to play at those. So I get the feeling that the singles here, he may not want to take them, but how are they going to get to that 118? That's the question here. Is it the case that Dowling, you just say to him, look, bat the next 4 overs, maybe finish with a score of 45 to 50, and then shape yourself up for the next match to come? But it's not going to be easy because the next matches have got to come. Not going to be easy because they will play, of course, the Sofia Stars one more time. That will be match number 14. So their 2 matches today are both against the Stars.
This is a non-cricketing point, but of course, it's funny how we're often just trained to sort of ignore these electrical lines, and I barely noticed it this morning, but now I can't miss it.
Yeah, it's a funny old thing. And of course, the first time that I was here, or we were here, let's put it that way, I think at that time it was, I'm trying to think who the tournament referee would be. I think it was Alex Dowdles was here. And of course, we didn't know about these local rules, so it actually happened, and that's when we had to deal with it. And that's when, of course, all the local players said, well, actually, yeah, it happened. This is how we deal with it. And, of course, from there on in, we now are aware. But it always happens 2 or 3 times during the series. This is good bowling here from Argentinian. I like what I'm seeing here. The wicket-to-wicket bowling, and he's making the batter play. But, of course, once I said before, Dowling not really keen to take a single.
Played towards mid-wicket. Probably need that throw to go to the bowler's end to have a better chance at a run-out.
Just want you to keep an eye on a non-striker here. Holding the bat in the wrong hand. So this is something for the youngsters that are watching. Just look how he's standing. He cannot see what the bowler is doing. He's got to have the bat in the left hand, so he's actually facing the bowler. And well, he tries to get this one away. So yeah, just a little tip there for some of the youngsters. If you think about it, if you're at the non-strikers end, have a look at the difference. Have a look at Dowling. Look at Dowling. Look at him. Bat in the left hand, so he can actually see what the bowler's doing. And once he releases the ball, he's ready to run or walk down the pitch. That's going down the leg side. Whereas when we saw Ivanov there, Ivanov holding the bat in his right hand, and well, he's going to have a little chat with him here now, and probably saying, end of the over, you've got to walk. But Ivanov, he's got to hold the bat in his left hand. Otherwise, he's completely blinded to what the bowler is doing. This is what's coming up next. The Academic Sofia are taking on Pleven again. Of course, it's a repeat of the way that we started today. Pleven, the struggles with the bat continued. Amal Thomas got 34 of 37, but that was it really, getting them to 72. And of course, the Academic Sofia knocked them off with 30 balls to go, winning by 10 wickets. Bashrat Hussain scoring a half-century.
Yeah, played beautifully. Bashrat Hussain, his first ever European cricket half-century in that match. And they're going to need to see some big changes there from Pleven. They were completely outclassed in the opening match of this Wednesday morning. Tripathi coming in to bowl the 8th over. And just pushes out at that one. Dowling playing away from his body, but he's going to get a 4 courtesy of a misfield. I think Gagandeep Singh should have done a bit better.
और गगन कह रहे मैनू की पता देख लो कहना बॉल आ रही सीगी फिर बात तो तुगा हो गया मैं किद्दां फरा He's still protesting as he's running. Yeah, that was a proper Tortuga. But Gagan, he should know about the ground. He doesn't really get any body behind it, does he?
Just this one in a little bit shorter and yeah, gets his body behind that one there, Jack Watmo.
Well, that's the way to deal with the Tortuga, Gagandeep. And this one also pops up, but yeah, Jack does really well. So Tripathi having an opportunity with the ball.
Yeah, this field does look prone to quite a few Tortugas, especially I think building a long off here to the right-hander is going to be such a challenge. I'm just looking at a lot of holes along the ground, this ridge along the way as well.
All right, then here's a question for you, a man from Cyprus. Would you rather field on this one or in Ipsanas?
Easy question, easy question.
Where would you field?
Anything over Ipsanas.
Yeah, Ipsanas is very well. At least that
I think you can tell who the captain likes based on who's fielding on the offside over there.
Yeah, Ipsanas, of course, for those of you that don't know, it's one of the grounds that we have in Cyprus. It's a beautiful ground in terms of the location, but Cyprus, like a lot of that could be out. Yeah, that's gone. It's full, it's straight, and Dowling, of course, he wants to do most of the hitting. He knows he's got to, if anybody's going to get the runs, he's the key man. And once again, he goes across the line to a straight ball, misses it, and hits the pad, and the umpire has no doubt about that being out. So another one bites the dust. It's been a brave effort from young Dowling. But yeah, I think ball's still got a bit to do. This will give us an idea of the height on it. But as you've touched on a few times, Snish, sometimes the ball not really popping up. That one's just going to go, and I think that's going to go and hit, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think height will be less of an issue here than it is on most ECN pitches. It's probably going on to hit the leg stump. Here's a look at the graph for the Blacksmiths. Well, doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere near that bonus point either in the end. Just a case of batting out these last couple of overs, a chance for the likes of Ivanov and Stelian just to get a little bit of ECS experience under their belt.
Yeah, 54 then for 5. 8 overs now completed. So well done to Patti, who picks up a wicket himself as well. So that means that it's an opportunity for Yusuf Zai to come back on and have another ball. And now, of course, it's all the local lads, the Bulgarian nationals. Some of them have got a bit more experience than others. Stelian is out there, Ivanov. Let's see how they fare. Yusuf Zai fires it in. It's going to be the case of if you get lucky, you'll connect. But if the bowler gets a good length in here, anything that's around about Yorker delivery and straight, I get the feeling we're going to hear the clatter of stumps. Ooh, that's well played. That's a good eye, actually, because that was pretty straight and pretty full. And he does well to get bat onto it. So I think if that's striking the pad, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, just get some bat on that. It's a full toss, but Ivanov isn't quite able to strike that away. As you can just see, he's rehearsing how he should hit it. He'll probably look to follow through on that shot a little bit more.
Oh, that's a no-y. That's a gundy ball, and that's going to be, it's going to be 5 runs. So only one of those will go against the bowler, which is criminal, really, because you can't really penalise the wicketkeeper for buys here. It's a gundy ball, and Negi, there's no chance at all. You can see he's trying to go for that straight ball Yorker. He's got it right a few times, but that one goes all wrong. So valuable runs. 5 more to go on the board.
It just helps the Blacksmiths just get a few more runs here, at least for pride's sake. Oh, is he going to get a run at last? Well,
you think he would have, but he decides not to. No run there at all. Always like to give you some facts. I like to go back in time. People know that. Back in time with Rico. So this is an interesting one, as there's a dot ball there. Back on this day in 2017, a hat-trick by Moeen Ali sealed England's resounding win over South Africa in the 100th test to be played at the Oval. It was the first hat-trick in a test at the venue and the first by an England spinner in 79 years. That was back on this day. Yes, this is another one that gets through. And, well, the man at third, Guggan, I don't know what's happened here. Guggendeep hasn't moved at all. They're all screaming at him, and by the time he does move, the ball is going to the bound. Watch this. So it goes for the keeper. Look where the ball is going. And Guggendeep, he's not moving at all to get there. There's going to be more buys. And has that hit the stumps? Can we see that angle again? I think this has hit the stumps. Let's see this again. Slow this down, and I reckon the ball has hit the stumps.
Yeah, we'll just need to look at this on one more occasion.
Ball, I'm telling you, the ball has hit the stumps here. If we slow this down, have a look. Watch the stumps. The stumps have been hit, and the bail has not come off. That's quite incredible. It's not out because the bails haven't come off. I've never seen. I mean, that's hit the stumps at a fair force.
Yeah, I've usually seen them brush past the off stump and the bails didn't fall off, but off the top of the stumps, that's certainly a first.
Well, no wonder everybody just stood there watching. And now I can understand why Guggendeep, fine leg, and the wicketkeeper just watched and thought, well, that's out. Well, it's not, because, well, they probably couldn't see from where they were, as we couldn't. The bails never came off. Another dot ball. Tripathi, I've liked what he's done here, actually. And they've used, or Prakash, using all of his skills as a captain, has used a number of bowlers that he wouldn't probably normally go to, and they've done a good job. It's played away. Again, they're not taking these runs, though. That's the issue. The only runs that they're getting here at the moment are via extras, courtesy of wides and no balls.
Yeah, they're very dependent right now on Sophia Stars charity, not really able to get too many runs off the bat. Certainly not able to middle any away for runs. Is this going to clear the inner ring? No, it won't. He's going to pick out the fielder at mid-on. And it's a nice diving effort there by Jack Watmo. There's another wicket falls here for the Blacksmiths. Yeah, as you can see, just a flat bat stroke, trying to hit it over mid-on, but it's a very well taken there by Watmo. Not the easiest catch, as you see. He has to put in the dive. Another wicket falls.
Watmo taking his second catch, diving forward, similar to his first. And this time, though, it doesn't look like he's hurt himself in the process. And he gets Tripathi, his second wicket. So 2 for 5, and Tripathi, I bet he's more than happy that he's woken up this morning and being part of the team, gets a rare opportunity maybe to have a bowl, and he's making the most of it. As Blacksmiths now 64 for 6, and once again, this is really close. Once again, we're having another inning, so could be the third innings of the day with no sixes.
Yeah, keep in mind, we only saw a couple in the first innings as well, which we usually tend to see somewhere between 10 to 15 sixes in most of the games we cover. End of this match, a very comfortable victory for the Sophia Stars. They take this one by 104 runs. The Blacksmiths succumb to another defeat. Very, very dominant stuff by the favorites. They'll take the bonus point with ease as well, and also get a huge, huge boost to their net run rate.
Yeah, well, it keeps them on course, or keeps us also on course for what is going to be a sensational match at the end of the day, when the two teams that are battling for top spot, the Academy Sophia and Sophia Stars, will be looking to go head-to-head, and whoever wins that will probably finish the match day 3 at the top of the standings. Will we have a new team at the top? We started at the end of day 1 with the Falcons, who we're not seen again since day 1, who won all 3 of their matches. Then, of course, Academy Sophia did that yesterday. They went top, and if the Sophia Stars can do the same today, they would go top. That would be quite sensational 3 days, and at the end of each day, a different team at the top. But this was the key moment. That was a wicket that they needed, and it wasn't taken. It was Dunbar, who once again, when he doesn't have the gloves on, probably has a few issues when he's out there. Well, that was neatly played away. They all count, don't they? Nice little shot there from Anthony Dowling. But of course, the key man that they needed to get hold of was Karan Power, and that was a catch that was taken there by Watmo. And once Karan Power was gone, it was never going to happen, was it? They weren't going to get to the 118 or the unlikely 169 for victory.
This is misfield. Saw a few misfields by both sides in this match. I think the Sophia Stars as well will look to clean up some of the issues they had in the misfield. No issues over there. Jack Watmo taking a very, very good catch, putting in the dive and holding on to that one, as in the end, take a dominant victory. The Sophia Stars win this one by 104 runs. Huge boost to their net run rate. They'll also pick up the bonus point, and this victory will, of course, move them to very close to where their rivals, Academic Sofia, are. As you mentioned, it will, of course, set us up for what should be a very exciting match at the end of the day. With this win, they were just 2 points behind Academic Sofia and also have a better net runner. We'll have a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Anthony Dowling top scoring with a run of ball 25. Kanpal Singh had a run of ball 11, and outside of that, no real scores of note. Turn our attention to the bowling figures here for the Sophia Stars. As you can see, Gandhi Singh, the only bowler who is expensive for this Sophia Stars side. Outside of that, you have to say everyone did a stellar job. In particular, Pratik Tripathi was figures a 2 for 5 in the 2 overs he bowled. They might want to clean up a little bit on the extras as well. 17 runs of extras. I'm sure they know they can do better than that with the quality they have in their team. In the end, the Sophia Stars will win this one by 104 runs and continue their impressive start to this tournament. Join us in 15 minutes where we'll bring you our third match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 13. It is 13 and we know that crazy things can happen on match 13. Well, Pleven will be hoping that something crazy does happen. They're big time underdogs going into this match against Academic Sofia. Of course, these two teams did start the day and it was a thumping that they got from the Sofia side. So they're hoping to turn the fortunes around and their fortunes as well, because they haven't won a match just yet. And whereas Academic Sofia have won all of their matches so far, 100% record and sitting top of the standings. Let's join the captains, I know Hufeis and also Alam are out there with Mahela. Let's join them for the coin toss.
Academic to call.
Heads.
Heads has been called, and it is a head.
We're bowling first.
Academic Sofia have won the toss, and they're bowling first.
So the toss has been won. Hufeis, you've won the toss and decided to?
Bowl first.
And what's the reasoning behind that?
We're trying to get the bonus point every game we can, so we feel like bowling first is probably the best idea for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, I've got Alarm here with me as well. Things haven't gone well for you so far. Hopefully, it'll be different this time around, right?
Yeah, we are trying our level best to do whatever we can. Yeah.
Now, one thing that I really want to talk about, and it's good that I've got both the captains here who face an alarm. Of course, a lot of the players here are university students, and I know that there's a lot of pressures when you are studying, and I know that some of you guys have been here for a number of years. And I'm interested to find out from each one of you how cricket helps not just yourselves, but your team when it comes to the pressures of university. I'll start with you first, Hussein.
Well, with university, especially a course like medicine, there's a lot of pressures in uni, externally as well from families, so loads of guys, they need a healthy alternative to find a vice to let any stress or anything let go. And cricket, the amount of teams we have in Bulgaria, the amount of tournaments we have, it's a good way for a lot of people to come out on the weekends, have a day outside as well in the sun, play a good game of cricket that everyone loves, and it's a good way to de-stress with all the pressure and exams and everything.
Thank you very much. And what about yourself, Alam?
As Saif said, it helps us to reduce our pressure, and I am already graduated, so it helps me to meet more juniors of mine, and also I have played. It creates a good bond between all the players and all the students between the university.
It has to be said, the number of years that I've been coming here, so 5 years now, seen a lot of students. And one thing that I certainly find that is that you guys, all of you, get on so well together. I know when you're in the middle here, it's very competitive, but as a unit, you all mix in very well. And I think cricket has really become a way of life for you all, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think in any other part of my life I've met as many new people as I have in Bulgaria playing cricket from different universities. In our own university, we have a squad of 40, and then we play teams like Pleven, Plovdiv, and it's like a family. It's like one big family. Like whatever happens on the pitch externally when we see each other, we're all friends. We all meet up for food, and it's like a big community. We're all families. We all support each other if anyone's in the national side. So it's like a good way of like everyone being friends. You get to meet new people. You can't get better than this.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Best of luck in the game. And that's what it's all about, being stronger together. Well, we're stronger together in the commentary box as well. Nish, over to you for the start of this one.
There we go. It's match 3 of the day, match 13 of this European cricket series. So far, had a couple rather one-sided games, and let's see if this one is going to produce a much more entertaining match. As you can see, well, very aggressive approach there by Academic Sofia. You could hear their captain, Huzaiv Yusuf, saying that we are going for the bonus point. And you love that aggressive approach. You love that mindset. And let's see if they'll be able to get it here against a Pleven side who, unfortunately for them this morning, really struggled. And were just unable in the end to put in much of a performance. As you can see, CCAS 98% favorites here against the Pleven 11. And it's going to take something very special from VTU MU to pull out a result here. Amal Thomas has been the top run getter for them so far this European cricket series. He's consistently getting scores above 25, above 30, but unfortunately for them, he's been doing it at about a run a ball. The rest of the team, though, well, no one's really stepping in and scoring the runs that this side so desperately needs. Kareem Joel is into this match for the Pleven. be ready to get going here shortly. Gerard George coming in to bowl this first over. Starts with one that goes down the leg side. In the end, decent take by the keeper to ensure it doesn't get past him and go away for 4 wides. Mulik Stapak is behind the stumps. There we go. Pushed away and beautifully. They have a very fine deep third, and then they also have a deep backward point. And Thomas has played this so beautifully. He's just split those 2 fielders, and it's gone away for 4. Take another look at this. Plays that nice and late, dabs it down to third, and he gets 4 runs. Wider delivery. Needs to get his line right here. Needs to sort out his radar, George. Struggling slightly, I think. Yeah, on paper, you look at this game and think it's a bit of a mismatch. I think looking at these 2 teams, they've had very different fortunes so far. You know, they're sitting on opposite ends of the standings. You've got Academic Sofia, who've been undefeated so far. This European Cricket Series going up against the side who've had 6 straight losses to start off, and 4 of those 6 losses have been by bonus points. And just quite a few issues that this Pleven side need to address. Oh, cute shot. Very good shot. And this is one man who certainly has impressed during this series. Thomas plays a nice one over extra cover, hits his 2nd boundary of this innings. And a good positive start here by Pleven. And this is just gonna go past the keeper, so 5 wides. Yeah, that is a mistake there. Certainly an error. Seen quite a few issues with extras so far for all the teams that have been involved. We've seen 4 different teams so far today. See, that one is just on the wrong side of the tram line from the bowler's point of view. They just need to clean up their act a little bit. Playing out towards third. It's going to be a single. Of course, this Academic Sofia side were Academic MU Sofia last year. And they played in 14 matches. 5 of them, of course, had no result due to weather. This is going to be leg byes and go away for a 4, so no runs off Jose's bats, but certainly come off his pad. And yeah, and obviously that team managed to win 7 of the 9 games where there were results. And they came in 2nd place, but unfortunately missed out on a chance to win the title because the last couple of days were washed out due to inclement weather. And in the end, Istanbul KSK came into a foreign country, took their European Cricket Series by virtue of the fact that they went undefeated during the group stage and ended up with the most points. End of the first over, Pleven are 20 for no loss. Here's a look at our upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got the great pleasure of joining you from here in Bulgaria for the next couple of weeks. But the Cricketing Carnival continues because this weekend we've got a great series in Croatia. And as soon as we conclude here in Bulgaria, we'll be heading over to Rome for the European Cricket Series and the Meltle Shield for, of course, you need to watch out for that Valletta Cup over in Malta, and then got that big tri-series over in the Netherlands as well. And our last couple of European cricket series before the ECC will be in Austria and Croatia. So the roller coaster continues on the European Cricket Network, as we've still got plenty more to come on what is a big, big summer of cricket. That will go away for, once again, for 4 wides. That is the captain coming in to bowl this second over. The extras have been an issue here as well for CCAS. I think all these sides we've seen so far today have just been struggling in that department. Already seen 11 runs of extras, only had 6 legal balls. Down another wide. That's now up to 12 runs of extras. That's pushed away towards square leg. And are they going to come back for a second run? They certainly should. And they'll make it back very, very comfortably. No problem whatsoever over there. Struck out towards third, and that's going to be a single. So yeah, good start here for Pleven's perspective. Got the start they would have been hoping for. They've been helped out by some of the extras, but they're batting well, running well between the wickets as well. Just going to see Bashar Hussain going to have a word with Uzaif Yusuf and just suggesting a field change. Looks like they're just moving one fielder from inside the ring towards the leg side. Wasn't a fielder out at fine leg previously. They just moved one at fine leg inside the ring. Deep third goes a lot squarer as well. And there's someone to cut that out. So very clear plan here by Huzaifa to just bowl a very wide line outside the off stump. The 2 fielders outside the ring are positioned at deep point and deep third man. Opens the face of the bat. And the fielder, third man, covers ground fairly quickly to get to that. It was struck very nice because it was timed beautifully. Raced away towards the rope. Wide down the leg side. Just having a few issues over here. This is struck out towards mid-on. Doesn't have enough to go to the rope. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. And the ball's going to win this race. Goes away for 4 runs. Takes that one out well. And Jose plays a beautiful looking shot out towards mid-on. Good on drive. And they get a boundary. So yeah, they're continuing this good start here. Pleven, 36 runs already. Still got a ball to come in the second over. And oh, once again, it's gonna go past the keeper. It's gonna be buys. Oh, another mistake behind the stumps. Yeah, Mulik Stapak just making a few mistakes. Yes, they managed to get 20 runs of each of the first 2 overs here, Plevin. Just the start they would have been hoping for. And of course, keep in mind it was the captain, Huzeyf Yusuf, who said during that pre-match interview, we're going for the bonus point. He just wondered if Plevin just found that a bit disrespectful and said, well, they can get the bonus point against us. We'll go out here and we'll smash 40 runs off the first couple of overs. And here is a man, McMillan, who has been superb in this European Cricket Series, the leading wicket taker for his side. Taking 4 wickets so far this ECS, bowled with an economy rate of 4. Really incredible numbers, and I think this morning he bowled the first and the third over, and he really set the tone for his team, and the Plevin 11 were just never able to get back. Just fire that one in. That was a quicker ball there by McMillan. And this is a good move. I mean, obviously the captain just wanted to play around a little bit with his opening bowling attack, but then he turns to McMillan, and McMillan is already just slowing down the run rate quite a bit. And this one is hiked away. Fielder's out at third. It's just going to be 1 run. So a chance maybe just to talk a little bit about Bulgaria's very interesting cricketing history. I think we'll be discussing that over these coming weeks. This one just beating the outside edge of the bat. This is played out towards square leg. It's going to be a single. Good throw there to the keeper's end. And we'll come to the end of the power play. 42 for no loss at the end of 3. Right then, so power plays come to an end. Fielding restrictions have been lifted. That means up to 5 fielders are allowed outside the inner ring. It's going to be Basharat Hussain who's going to bowl the first over after the power play, of course. Basharat batted superbly in the previous match. His terrific innings put his side in a good position to go on and win the game. He scored his first ever ECS half century. Starts off with one down the leg side. The extras. They keep saying that, but it's been a concern for every team involved throughout today's play. I think normally the amount of extras really has just been a predictor for who's going to go on to win the match. This is a much better ball. Fuller straighter by Hussain, and Jose will block that one out. Now, what's he going to do on this second delivery? Finally got it right on the previous ball. It's going to be pushed away towards mid-wicket again for a single. It's just gone a bit quiet really after that second over. We had a very eventful first couple of overs going for 20 runs each. And this has just made things it's quieted down a bit. The run rate is slowing down now, as one would expect for Plevin. Not quite able to get that one. He's just trying to clear the front leg. Look to hit it towards mid-wicket. Bowling nicely here. Hussain. Nice and full and straight, just keeping things very, very simple here, Hussain. Dealing exclusively in singles right now, Plevin. Need to get a boundary. We haven't seen a boundary since the second over. Boundaries have dried up. See that expected score now. It's nosediving down to 94. I think the supercomputer's seen quite a bit of this Plevin side at this stage. And probably knows where they stand at in terms of their batting. Yeah, it's been great control here by Hussain. He's just maintaining a tight line and length, making these batters work for every single run. Now it's going to be hit straight down the ground, and the captain stuck a foot out to try to stop that, but Manan Bashir sprinted across and managed to cut it out. End of the fourth over, Plevin are 46 for no loss. Of course, the aforementioned Manan Bashir was the top run getter in last year's ECS. It's very incredible. I mean, he played 4 less matches than the second ranked batter, but managed to score more runs than him. Of course, he ended up on top because he had a higher score and his thus a more impressive average, and more impressive strike rate as well. He was incredible throughout last year's ECS. I certainly look forward to seeing some of the best of him over these coming weeks. They're going to continue with McMillan here. So tightly over the 2 matches he's played in this morning. Gave up just 5 runs in the first over. I should say gave up just 5 runs in the first match in the 2 overs he bowled, and gave up just 2 runs in the first over of this game. Out towards mid-wicket, just a single again. Oh, he's looking to advance down the wicket and play a big shot, and really that's where you'd like to have a keeper who can stand up to the stumps. I mean, more often than not, to a spinner, that's going to be a stumping, but Maulik Stepak is just all the way back, so that stumping is just not on. Well, not the most conventional running between the wickets here. Come back to live action. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? It is. And a wicket will fall. Very similar part of the innings to the previous match where they lost their first wicket in the 5th over. On that occasion, it was Jose as well. And Jose will depart, having made just 9 runs off the 14 balls he's faced. Well-deserved wicket for McMillan. It's his first wicket of the day. And you got to say he's deserved. He's bowled very tightly. And now he's going to get the due reward. New batter has come out to the crease. And yeah, just to tell you, we've only seen 8 runs scored since the first couple of overs. And we're going to see the 9th right now. That is just played away for a single. So Plevin will move on to 14-9 for 1 at the halfway stage of this innings. We're heading into the drinks break. As both these sides get a chance to have a well-earned drink. A good chance to, of course, welcome you into the conference box. Nish Putt alongside you, of course, ECN icon Rico Fuller just having a well-earned lunch break. You'll see him back for the second innings. It's been a funny one so far. I mean, of course, they got off to a perfect start, didn't they? In the first couple of overs, Plevin, they managed to score 40 runs off those first 2 overs. But after that, they just slowed down a lot, managed to make just 9 runs in the last 3 overs. They're really helped by all the extras in those first 2 overs and slightly wayward bowling. Gotta say, though, since then, it's all gone a bit dry, I think. This Academic Sofia side, you got to credit them. They're keeping it full and straight. They've managed to bowl very tightly, and they've got things back on track here. And again, their captain was very clear. He was really clear heading into this match, Huzaifa Yusuf. He said, we want to go for the bonus point, and that's exactly what I think they're on track to getting right now. That expected score, well, as you can see, it's just down right now. Their expected score certainly isn't 0, but I'd expect them at this stage to probably get to about the 80s or 90s if Amul Thomas is able to bat out the innings as he did in the opening match of the day. And at that point, you'd say CCAS would certainly back themselves to go big and to chase that down in 6 or 7 overs. This is play towards point as Rahim is facing the first ball after the drinks break. Hussein coming back for his second. His first one was a superb over. He have just 4 runs off it. He's bowling nice and full and straight. He's bowling very consistent lines and lengths. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be a single. Oh, it's gone up in the air. It's been chipped up, and it's going to fall just short of the 2 fielders. Heart and mouth moment for Rahim, but he, of course, let's just fight another day. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Falls just short of those 2 fielders. Could very easily have been marching back to the dugout. Straight down the ground, straight towards the captain at mid-off, and it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, so very interesting history cricket has here in Bulgaria. It was first brought to the country all the way back in the 20th century by English diplomats. It's going to be another dot ball, and then after World War II, the game was played over in the American College, which is somewhere out in the center of southwest Bulgaria. But well, during the years of communist rule, games like cricket and baseball were considered capitalist entertainment and a bad influence for the public. So that unfortunately led to cricket getting suspended for a number of decades in Bulgaria. This is beautifully played away by Rahim for a 4. That's the first boundary we have seen since the end of the second over. Slightly spoils Hussein's figures, but you still say that figures of 10 runs given up in 2 overs is a stellar effort. He's going for a Yorker, slightly overcooks it, and it's beautifully played towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. Have a look at the scorecard over here. Once again, Amul Thomas, the top scorer for his side. He's been a very consistent performer. I mean, he consistently gets, scores of 20, 25 plus, even 30 plus, and he always sort of goes that run and ball. So Amul Thomas is one of those players where you know what to get. You know what you're going to get from him. You know what to expect. Now this is going to be a wide here by Shafin, who picked up a wicket in the previous match. Bowled really well to the right-handers. Of course, modern cricket in Bulgaria, or what many like to call the new history of cricket. This is a very good shot and an equally stellar bit of fielding. Yeah, you just love that. He was bringing out the old reverse sweep. And then the fielder at third. Well, he's done a great job here. Keeper gets a glove on it as well, puts the dive in. And he saves his side some runs. Misjudges a line there that was well inside the tram line. And yeah, the history of sort of modern Bulgarian cricket began in 2002 when the Bulgarian Cricket Federation, BCF, was officially founded. Of course, it was mostly just numerous very enthusiastic cricketers in the country, people who really just love the sport. And of course, at that same meeting, Professor Nikolai Kolev was appointed as the president of the federation. Very important figure in the history of Bulgarian cricket. And well, the great thing was that the Bulgarian Ministry of Sport immediately recognized the BCF as one of its new sports, and they had the aim of developing the game throughout the country in the development program, and certainly looked at youth development as one of the keys for the sport. And they really wanted to have young players getting into the game, and I think that's wonderful. I mean, we've certainly seen in a number of other European countries where the Ministry of Sport has sometimes been a little bit reluctant to recognize cricket, but certainly not the case here in Bulgaria. Probably also explains why there is a lot of local engagement in the game. And of course, in 2008, well, that was when the ICC granted Bulgaria affiliate status, and it opened up new doors for development of the sport in the country. And well, since then, it has only continued to grow. The host nation here, Bulgaria, they're off in Group 1 of the ECC Challenger Division. They'll be up against the Isle of Man, Estonia, Croatia, Turkey, and Slovenia. Obviously, the big favorite in that group, you have to say, are the Isle of Man. They'll be one of those sides will be yearning to earn promotion to the Premier Division, much like teams like maybe Czechia or Greece over in Group 2. But certainly, I think if you look for Bulgaria, there's a number of teams over there who they might look as sides. They'll fancy themselves again. Of course, I think Croatia and Bulgaria could be a very interesting match over in the Challenger Division. You'd probably say two sides are at a fairly similar level right now, although Bulgaria probably a longer history of having European cricket in its country than maybe Croatia. Inside edge. It's going to go away for Forrest, the old French cut. And Plevin will move on to 64. Yeah, certainly not where he intended it to go, but it's going to be 4 runs. I think the way these two are batting, I wouldn't even be shocked if the captain decided to have both a very fine leg and a very fine third man as well, because maybe not for Thomas, but certainly when you have a few other batters in this Plevin team, look at some of them, and they're more likely to make runs off the edge of their bat rather than the middle of it. But let's continue the story of Bulgarian cricket, a very, very fascinating one. So, of course, we're here at the national cricket base for Bulgaria. We're at the National Sports Academy of Vasil Levski. And this was, of course, developed back in 2009 when they were really desperate to have a national cricket base for the country. And its official opening was over in September 2012 when Bulgaria was a host of a European T20 cricket tournament. And this is head out towards point, and Yes, since 2010, they've just done a great job of trying to promote the sport in Bulgaria. They, of course, that's when they started a sports development program for high schools all over Bulgaria, giving players a chance to get involved in the sport. Of course, in some parts of the world, he'd call that secondary school. And 8 university teams were also formed that very year, which led to the creation of the first ever University Cricket Championship here in Bulgaria. What a shot! What a hit there by Rahim. That's the first 6 we have seen from Plevin today, and just the third 6 overall in this entire day of cricket. The first 6 hit by someone not named Jones. Now, if you're looking for that, I mean, you certainly have to say one thing about this Plevin side. They give it a good go. They try to hit the big shots, and one comes out of the middle of the bat here and goes all the way. Oh, this could be a catching opportunity, and it will be. So it's 6 and out for Rahim. Well taken by Imad Jamil. Now the second wicket falls for Plevin. I mean, you certainly got to commend the approach there by the batter. He was looking to go for the big shot. He was looking to be aggressive, but he's not quite able to beat the fielder here. It's a big, tall man as well. Out at point, Imad Jamil. And he holds on to that one. As another wicket falls for Academic Sofia. There we go. Time to return to live action. We got 1 ball left in the final over. 8th over, I should say. And it's going to be Taj. It'll end with a dot ball, so George does get a wicket. He was a touch expensive. Obviously, his first over went for 20 runs, and he just sort of tried to make up for it in this second over. As Plevin are 72 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. Have a look at the graph over there. Of course, the first couple of overs were great for VTU MU Plevin. They picked up 20 runs in each of those overs. They were 40 for no loss at the end of the second over. And of course, since then, they've slowed down an awful lot. As you can see, managing to make just 32 runs off the next 6 overs. Really, the credit goes to Macmillan and Bashrat Hussain. Came in, bowled those 4 overs after the power play, where the 2 of them gave up just 15 runs in the space of 4 overs and really slowed down the scoring. I mean, this man, Shafeen, has played a big role in that as well. 4 runs of his first over. Another very interesting thing, of course, in Bulgaria is that the Bulgarian Cricket Federation has cooperated with the Bulgarian Ministry of Physical Education and Sports and also created a program for disability cricket. And since 2012, they've been working with the players who unfortunately possess a few disabilities. They've also been working with children with special needs all over the country to include them in cricket programs. So it really is a lovely what the Bulgarian Cricket Federation has been able to accomplish in the nation. They're so involved in their local communities, working very closely with the government as well. I've been keen to grow the sport. Struck hard, but straight to the fielder. And it's going to be the 3rd wicket. Taj will depart without troubling the scorers. Derek will come waddling out to greet him. The 3rd wicket falls. And we'll take another look at this. Shorter delivery. It's a half tracker. Taj, his eyes would have lit up when he saw that ball. Would have thought he had a scoring opportunity. He's not quite able to get hold of it. Instead, he hangs one up for the fielder at point. And that is going to be the 3rd wicket that's fallen for Plevin. Just 7 balls left in this innings. It's just a full toss, not a great delivery there by Shafin. Slightly spoiling his figures on the very last ball of his spell. But he's still done a spectacular job. 1 for 9 at the end of his 2 overs. I'll have a look here at the bowling card. As you can see, Gerard George and the captain, both of them were expensive in their first over, which has kind of spoiled their figures. And Hussein Yusuf will come back to bowl the second over. His second over, I should say. On the final over of this innings. It's going to be a wide to start things off. The extra is obviously a big issue for Hussein Yusuf. He's had a number of issues with extras. That's the 4th wide he's bowled already so far this innings. Just needs to sort things out. Skipper for CCAS. I think just anticipating potential mistake from the keeper, or maybe another one getting pushed down the leg side. That fielder at fine leg has been moved so fine. He's probably just 4 or 5 meters to the left of where you would typically have a long stop or a backstop. Just to pull that one in a little bit shorter. Oh, it's a mix-up. This is a huge mix-up. This should be a straightforward run-out, and it's gonna be a run-out. He knows he's gone. Yeah, they were just trying to get Amol Thomas back on strike. I mean, Krishna, keep in mind, he hit a 4 off the very first ball he faced, and Amol Thomas certainly isn't someone who's much of a hitter. He's usually just a stroke player who can knock the ball around for a single. Amol Thomas was desperate to get back on strike. Anandu Krishnan wasn't sure what to do, and in the end, he will be run out. Now that Amol Thomas, well, Krishna sacrificed his wicket for him, so better hit a boundary or two to end this innings. Just having a few conversations here. Captain's talking to the fielder out at long off as well. We should be ready to resume play very shortly. The bail had not been placed back on top of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and now ready to resume play. Thomas, it's 2 Thomases on either end. It's Amol Thomas, and of course at the other end it's Alvin Thomas. So in case you don't get confused, Amol Thomas, obviously the one on 24, who's now been dismissed, so all the confusion will be very short-lived. You won't see Amol Thomas now for the rest of the inning. So he runs out his teammate Anandu Krishna on the previous ball, desperately trying to get to the striker's end, and he gets dismissed off the very next ball. You can see that one just hits the top of the off stump. Yeah, that's great bowling, perfect bowling. And they will lose another wicket over here. Four balls left in this innings. What can they get to? Can they at least get to the 90s? That's another dot ball. 2 new batters out in the middle. Obviously, we know Pleven have a few issues with their lower order as well. A slower ball. And it's hit out towards third. Miller's going to take a quick dive over there to try to save some runs. Good fielding out in the deep. And they'll scamper across for a single. So a couple balls left until the end of this innings. Yeah, it'll be very hard for them to get to the 90s from here. They need a 6 and a 4 for that. Things just looking very grim from Pleven's point of view, and very especially disappointing after the start they managed to get off to, where they made 20 runs of the first couple overs. Is this enough to get a 6? Yes, it is! Oh, Alvin Thomas manages to smack one all the way. I think the fielder just steps on the rope right at the end. Oh, what a moment. It's just the second 6 we've seen all innings. And yep, that one in the end actually goes over the fielder. I mean, obviously can't see where the fielder is because we're unable to actually physically see him from our position. We're just on top of a mini mound stationed at long off. So, yeah, it's just a bit deceiving on the screen. There we go, last ball of the innings. And this is going to certainly help them get to over the 90s mark. So at one stage it said it looks unlikely they're actually going to cross that 90 mark, but they get a 6 and a 4 off the last couple of balls. Hussein Yusuf was the most expensive bowler for his side. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with how he did there, the captain. He knows he could have done better. He's a quality player. But Alvin Thomas, wow, what an end to that innings. He hits his 6 off the second last ball, and then he strikes the final ball away for a 4. They end with a flurry, Pleven, ending the game much the way they started it. And this is certainly a heartwarming moment for Alvin Thomas. Well played by him. And of course, we've talked a lot about Amal Thomas. Now, Alvin Thomas can just bask in the sunlight for a bit and be proud of his performance. Those are the first 2 boundaries he has ever hit on the European Cricket Network as well. So big congratulations to him. I'm sure he's going to look back at that and really cherish those moments. And of course, before we move on to the second innings, we'll have a quick look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was a fairly entertaining start to this match, of course, as they managed to score 20 runs of each of the first 2 overs. It was very wayward to start off. Academic Sophie, you have to say, were bowling extras, and you got to credit for Amal Thomas and Alan Jose for striking boundaries early as well. But then things slowed down for them between overs 3 to 7 when Laki Macmillan, Bashrat Hussain, and Khalid Safin really tightened the screws on this Pleven 11 side. During that phase, we saw just 19 runs scored, and they completely took control of those middle overs. And at that point, it was very, very tough for Pleven to rally in the late stage of the inning and post a respectable total. We did see one over that went for 13 runs. Gerard George's over saw a couple of boundaries scored in it. You're just having a look at some of them right now. This was a good catch, of course, taken out in the deep right at the end of George's over. Here was the run out to get rid of Anandu Krishna in the final over. We saw Amal Thomas was desperate to get back on strike, even though Krishna did manage to strike the first ball he faced for a 4. In the end, it wouldn't matter as Amal Thomas would get out of the very next delivery. But it all worked out perfectly as, of course, Alvin Thomas hit a 6 and a 4 to end the innings. A real flurry right at the end for Pleven, who do manage to get over 90. They will end up with a score of 92, giving them something to bowl at in the second innings. And of course, we've heard it very clearly from the CC Academic Sophia's captain. They are going for the bonus point. So of course, they will be eyeing a chance to chase this target down in 7 overs or less. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, the top performer was Amal Thomas, once again making 24 runs, and it came at about a run a ball pace. Jasmine Rahim scored 13 of 12, and Alvin Thomas right at the end hitting a 6 and a 4 to give us a little bit of entertainment right at the end. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for CCAS, as Jared George and Huzaifa Yusuf were uncharacteristically expensive. You don't tend to see this from them, but they went for quite a few runs in both their first and second overs. Meanwhile, for Lahi McMillan, he was superb. Figures of 1 for 5. He's been such a consistent performer for his team, the leading wicket taker for CCAS in this ECS Bulgaria. Bashar Hussain bowled superbly, and Khalid Shafin was rewarded with a wicket for his effort. I think another point of concern might be those 34-1 runs of extras, which I'm sure those first two opening bowlers will certainly note. In the end, a target of 93 has been set for CCAS. Join us in 5 minutes when we'll bring you the second innings of match 13.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as Ivan and Satish, the umpires, lead the players back out. And Pleven, well, they've put their second highest score that they've managed to get on the board here against the team at the top of the standings, Academic Sofia. 92 for 5, so 93 is the required score, and that means that the bonus point equation looks like this. Restricted 64 or less, and then it's also a possibility of Pleven to pick up all the points here or achieve the target in 7 overs or less, and it will be the Sofia side that will get all of the points, which is what they've done on a number of occasions. Can they do it again? It is match number 13, everyone. Could there be an upset here? Could Pleven cause what would be a real upset and get a win here? That would be quite amazing. It will certainly have them singing for joy. They're going to start with Krishna with the ball. It gets played away and they'll just take a single. Actually done one thing, of course, that Pleven needs to try and do is eliminate the number of extras they give away. That's very key. Slight change in the batting order here. Manan Bashir has given an opportunity at the top of the order. I suppose that Bashir Hussain has partnered Lockie McMillan a fair number of times, and Lockie makes way for Manan, who's probably a little bit more aggressive. So I don't mind that change, him in the power play. He hits that well, and he's going to get 4 runs. And that's why I think it's a good move. We saw in that last match that Lockie, he can stick around, and they made a good partnership with Bashrat Hussain, getting the runs they needed. The 73 of just 30 deliveries, but he himself only scored 10 of 9, which, I mean, thing is though, he didn't have to go ballistic. He played the right way really, but having this guy in the side, sat and not doing anything, probably doesn't make too much sense. You've got to use him earlier, I think, Bashir, so I don't mind this move. Takes a single that time. That's nicely watched by Jose. That means that Bashar Hussain gets back on strike. And it goes up in the air, slices it up. Is this an opportunity? No. It gets it over the fielder. And the fielder comes across, and that was Alwyn Thomas. I thought for a moment he was going to get there. You can see Alwyn now just signalling to 1 or 2 people. Now, the sun was in my eyes, but the thing is, no cap, no shades. What do you expect? It is sunny out there, you know. Short, hit, hard, high, air, chance, Jose. Oh, well, he goes for it crocodile style, and now he's not even going to stop the ball going to the boundary. Disappointment you can see all over the place here of Krishna. Could have had 2 wickets. Doesn't, and this one really is probably more of a straightforward chance from Jose. He comes running in. It looks like he gets himself in a good position. And then at the last moment, look at the way he tries to take this. That is not the way. And in a way, I'm kind of quite pleased that he doesn't get that ball hitting his fingers, because that could have been nasty. And that is nasty, because that now is going to sail over him. He doesn't take the catch, and now he's going to see the ball bludgeoned over his head for 6 runs. As Manan Bashir, after being dropped on 5, goes and hits another boundary. This will go all the way. It's a Maximo. Well, they've been difficult to find today, have the Maximos. They've been a little bit shy. Maybe Manan Bashir will change that. He smashes that one away. It's the lovely views of the mountains here, and there you can see the ski station at the top. It's a very, very beautiful part of the world where we are at the moment. And remember, a third of the country, a third of Bulgaria, is all Greenland. 247 matches since going on ball as well. Now this one, does he get anything on this? Keeping an eye on the umpire. The fielder is not going to stop it, and it will be a wide. So that clarifies it's going to be a minimo. So the last scoring shot was 6. That one is a minimo. So 17 came off that first over. As you've got to feel a little bit for Krishna though. It could have quite easily had a couple of wickets. You don't want to be bowling there. That's just going to be easy picking for Bashrat Hussain, which he showed us in the first match between these two when he scored his first 50 on the network, that he loves to play that sweep shot. And that gets played away. We're looking pretty calm and comfortable there at the moment. There's the Academic Sophia side. See Macmillan is padded up, ready probably to come in at number 3. Played away, and Jose makes the stop. Has no issues picking that one up. Raheem needs something to go his way, doesn't he? He's probably one of their key players. Down the leg side, not where he needs to be. He gets lucky here, really. That's another one that a player the quality and the current form, really, of Bashat Hussain should have put away. He gives the strike now back here to Munnan. That's well bowled and gets respected as well. No run this time. What is it onto the bat? Yeah, had a nice spot of lunch. Thank you very much for those of you asking in the chat. And time for Nishay to take a bit of a break and get something lunch inside him. That's going to be over the man at square and into the boundary. Into the boundary and into the banner. The European Cricket Network, of course, got the logos there for the Federation of Bulgaria and the European Cricket Network. Doing his job, stopping the player having to run up that hill. It's another boundary though. There's Raheem. It's gone for 15. Remember the first over went for 17. No run this time. So does finish the over with a dot. 15 off it to score after 232. Of course, remember the target. 93. So needing 61. Of course, they'll be looking to get 61 before the end of the 7th over as we show you how the standings look. So Academy Sophia, let's see where they are there. Looking to extend and looking to keep ahead of the Sophia Stars. Stars will be in action once again against the Blacksmiths in the next match, and then the two teams from Sophia will play up in a thrilling Sophia derby with winners finishing on the top of the standings. That's what's so important about the last match, particularly if the Stars do the double over the Blacksmiths. Krishna quite rightly gets another bowl. Let's see if he has a little bit more success this time round. Bobbles away. It's behind you. There it is. Well done to Rashid. And it's a good throw. Attacking the batters. They had to go for the 2 there, and they do. They complete it. But good recovery there from Raheem. Just saying. It's in the air, but just out of reach of the fielder. He's trying to get a hand on there. It would have been a sensational take if he could. That's Rajin Pradeep. It went pretty quickly. Probably not quite where Hussain was looking for this to go. I think he's trying to get it in the gap between the man at point and third. It goes finer than he expects, but still gets a boundary for his trouble. Oh, that's a peach. What a lovely ball that is. Great comeback from Krishna. Really well bowled. No, it didn't go there. That was earlier. Wide, and makes the stop this time, does the fielder, Pradeep. Just a wider delivery, gets a bit of bat onto it. Ball to go. Only given the 1% here, Plevin. The only way to change that is take a few wickets. Oh, that's Gandhi. I don't know what Krishnan's trying to do here. I think he's trying to bowl the quicker ball, and he's got this one completely wrong. Back to the drawing board, and that has been clobbered. Oh, That sounded beautiful out of the middle of the bat of Manan Bashir. Well, Bashir is the name, and bashing is what he does. That has been clobbered. That is humongous. It's a mammoth hit from Bashir, and it means that the power play will finish on a very healthy note. What a shot that is. 47. Then off the first three. In fact, it was called a free hit, so it's not over yet. That means that becomes the 7 up. Got to bowl another. And that will go for 6 as well. Thank you very much. And that brings the 50 up in the power play. It'll be 54 of just 3 overs, and they are well and truly on their way once again to take all the points in this contest. Krishnan bowled with not too much luck, but he lets himself down, doesn't he? With at the end of that over, with the extras, the no ball, that hurts you. A no ball 7, a 7 up, and then the extra ball dispatched for 6 as well. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen now for Pleven. Get a breakthrough, get a wicket. Of course, plenty of batting is still to come. That's the way it looks. And actually, they made a good start themselves, didn't they, with those 2 magical overs, 42 or 3. But then they slowed down a little bit. That's another pretty full delivery, and it's been well stopped. I think that's Jose out there, and he gets the throw in here. This is going to be close. Could be out. I think that's out. I get the feeling this is out. This is going to be run out, and Jose has done a brilliant job. I think it might even be a direct hit. I get the feeling that Manan Bashir is going to be out here. They're taking on the fielder, but Jose, who's been sensational out there, I think he's got his man. Let's have a look. Here comes the throw, and yeah, he's a long way gone. That's a direct hit. I don't know if the bowler himself here has managed to do anything, Alwyn Thomas, but Manan does go. They get the dangerous Manan Bashir, and he'll get 1, but he won't get 2. Well, Bashir has to go for 29, gets run out. Great work there by Jose on the boundary. Makes a stop, throws it in. Not easy fielding here. We've talked about that so many times. The ball bobbles around and gets the throw in. Like I say, I don't know if Alwyn Thomas did actually get a flick on that. But it's all about the fielding. Let's see what it says in the book at the moment. Nothing on there yet. We'll keep an eye on it. A new batter that comes out. Looks like it's McMillan. Flighted, smashed, not a good ball. 6 runs, 6 more. Well, we had a shortage of 6s in the day so far, and no shortage of them in this match. That's just the Gandhi ball, and Bashat Hussain is not going to miss out on that one. Clobbered. Uh-oh. More trouble, more the same. Gandhi ball, Sigi Bhatt shot Maria, Otra shakka lag gaya. And Alwyn Thomas, even though they get the breakthrough, courtesy of some very good fielding from Jose. And Alan Jose has been given that run out as well, so there was no contact there from the bowler at all. So well done to him. But straight after that, Alwyn Thomas has delivered a couple of pies that have been gobbled up. Hussain races to 31 of 14. And this time he plays it out in the off. There's a chase on for the fielders who deal with that well picked up. He's got to get the throw in though, and does. All right, so it will be McMillan. So Lockie McMillan coming in at 3. This one is a gift on the leg side, but he's not able to find, get it past the fielder. That's, I suppose, the difference maybe between the likes of Lockie and Manan Bashir and Bashat Hussain. Hussain and Bashir are able to put those away to the boundary. Hit firmly, nobody stopping this. It's going to be in the gap between the man at mid-wicket, and long on. Bashirat Hussain, I should say, gets another boundary to his name. Oh, they are in cruise control. It's 19 required, off 19 for the bonus point. There's no way I can see them messing this up here. Owen Thomas has already gone for a magical 20. And that's firmly hit. Watch the bounce on this. That's very well fielded. Excellently done, and a good throw. Is it going to be backed up there? No, it's not. And now the chase is on to stop it, to get a foot on it. So what should have been just one becomes two. It was well picked up by the fielder. I think he does everything right here, Krishnan, but it just needs to be stopped by Thomas. It's not. 22 comes off the over. So we've had two lots of 22. Krishnan over 3 went for 22. So does Alwyn Thomas. And that takes the score to 76 for 1. Just have a look at that. You can see that they're making very easy work of this. I mentioned already some of the days that we have here. We are exploring the inspiration behind the magical world of Harry Potter, one of the world's most beloved characters. And happy birthday to the author, J.K. Rowling, who set the whole thing going. And this is out. That's very well bowled. Well done to Joseph. Now we know that Giant Joseph didn't have the best of times when he bowled in the last match, but he's got the big wicket here of McMillan. McMillan has come down the track to hit it big. He's missed it, and the wicketkeeper, well, he's done his job. Let's see this one more time. So this is nicely done. He literally just palms it back onto the stumps. Down he comes. And yeah, that's out, no doubt about it. So, well, it's another wicket. I suppose that's good news for Pleven. At least they are picking up wickets, but still, it would be an amazing collapse if they don't do this. But fair play to Joseph, picks up a wicket. And Jane Joseph of his very first ball. And that means that, well, Lockie McMillan will go for 1 of 1. Oh, that's not good. And that was the issues that Joseph had. I think when we saw him last time, he came on to bowl, I think 1 over, and it went pretty magical. Bowling here to the captain, Joseph Yusuf, who at the moment is just watching these balls go wide. Well, we've had to the right, to the right, to the left, and now we need one straight down the middle. Let's see if Joseph can do that. Well, that's pretty well bowled. Joseph just sees that onto the bat, takes a single, gets him off the mark, and hands it back to Hussain. Hussain rocks back and plays this one away. And Jose, oh dear. He's been so good, and he knows it as he thumps the floor in anguish as this one gets past him. He's been so good out there. Of course, the man who was instrumental in the first wicket, that run out of Manan. Misses out on this one, and you can see his frustration as well when he punches the ground. Next ball is Gandhi. That's Gandhiest of Gandhi balls, and it has to be put away, and it does get put away. So after a positive start, you can't blame him for the boundary the ball before, I suppose, to Joseph, but that one you can. Just gets the radar completely wrong. And Basharat Hussain is now eyeing up back-to-back half-centuries here. And that's, remember, the half-century today, earlier, against the same opposition, came after he scored 48 last night. So he's in incredible form. Scored 48 against the Sophia Stars. And first thing this morning, scored 54 to get his team the win against this Pleven side. And now he's looking to do it again. It needs 6 to win. I wonder if he go for it with a big shot, bring his 50 up as well. Well, he doesn't have to play at that one. That's going to be another wide. So it's over from Joseph. Now going for 12. Just waiting for that right ball, I think. This could be it. And, well, he's put it away, and that is going to be cuatro, and that is also another half century for Bashrat Hussain. Come on, put the bat in the air, take and receive the warm applause of your teammates and bystanders around this ground, because it's another quality performance. And that's over 150 runs in 3 knocks. And that's outstanding. Scores are now tied. You might as well bring everybody in. And, well, they are coming in gradually and slowly. And, still not in enough. If you have a look at the offside, there's an easy single there. But who's talking about singles, says Bashrat Hussain. He finishes the job. He does it in style. And they will incredibly, once again, do it with 5 overs to go exactly. They won the first match chasing 73 by 10 wickets with 30 balls to go, and they win this one, well, not quite by 10 wickets. They did lose a couple along the way, so they win by 8 wickets, but once again they do it with half the innings still to go. So once more we'll have a slightly longer break than we normally do. Well, it's going to be around about 35 minutes before we come back. But smiles, of course, on the face of that man. And wasn't it nice having a chat with Huzef Yusuf and also, of course, with Amal Thomas. Both the captains shared some insights to being a university student and how cricket eases the pressures of being at university by playing sport. And that's and I think is a wonderful message, just so how important playing sport, and especially team sport, can be. Well done to the Academic Sofia side. They continue their unbeaten run, and they're looking to make it 6 out of 6 when they take on the Sofia Stars. Speaking of the Stars are up next. They are 3-1. The one came to a loss to Academic Sofia. They'll be looking to put that right later on today. They're up against the Blacksmiths, who've only won 2 of their matches. Both of those wins have been against Plevin. And let's see how they get on against the Sofia Stars. But this could once again be very similar to the match that was played earlier between these two, where it was a win by 104 runs for the Sofia Stars. So join myself, Rico Full, and Nishibat will join me back in the queue for that one as well. That's coming up in around about 40 minutes time. Let's take a look at the highlights. And it didn't start very well with Krishnan. Very unlucky. He went for 17, but he should have had a couple of wickets. There was one that didn't go to hand. That one should have gone to hand and was dropped. Raheem then came on to bowl, and let's just say there was just too many extras early on. Well, that's one way to do it. Temping bowling, that's what Mulik Suthbaki is saying I'm good at. Take me bowling any day and I'll show you I can get a strike or two. But cricket, well, I'm learning, but I'm getting better. One man who's pretty good at what he does is Manan Bashir. He was bashing it all over the place, and with him out there, I was thinking they might finish this pretty early, maybe inside 5 overs. But then this happened. A tremendous bit of fielding there from our man, Alan Jose, who was right on the money, and Manan had to go. But then the rest of the over from Joseph, which started with a run out, didn't go well, as he was laid into as he started bowling some wides, some extras, and his over would eventually go for 20. But there was another wicket, wasn't there? And this was it here of Macmillan. Well done to Sazabak, who said, yeah, temping bowling, and I'm okay, we can keep it as well, he says. Thank you very much. This one did get through, and then you can see the displeasure there from him when it does. And then after that, this is it, done and dusted after scoring his half century. Bashrat Hussain would then go on and hit another boundary to finish the match. All smiles from the captain there, Yusuf, as his team continues its very impressive form in this European Cricket Series. We can have a quick look at the scorecard here. 54 from Bashrat Hussain. Well batted indeed, 54 not out. Like I said, that means that he scored a 48 and 2 50s in his last 3 knocks. So he's in splendid form. 29 from Manan Bashir. I think it's good that he got the opportunity to go out there and have a hit. And Lockie McMillan, well, we're going to see more from him, no doubt about that. But of course, the question would be that when those 3 are out of the way, who else can come in there and make a difference? Of course, you know that you got Daniel Ali, who certainly can do. And don't forget that someone like Tugtai, though he wasn't playing in that match, also somebody who needs to find his form with the bat. There's the bowling figures there. So Jain Joseph does pick up a wicket, 1 for 20, but he takes a wicket at the very first ball, and then he starts to bowl pretty badly. But I suppose maybe the highlight there from Pleven was some of the good hitting towards the end of their own innings when they got to 92. Then, of course, that wonderful bit of fielding there from Jose. This is the match summary. So once again, it's another comfortable victory for the Academic Sofia side against Pleven. They'll be a very happy side. Well, they've got time to relax a little bit and, of course, start putting the plans in motion when they take on the Sofia Stars in the last match today, match day 3, match number 15. But before that, of course, we've got another important match. The Sofia Stars, if they are to fulfill their ambition here today and get 3 wins out of 3, which will also take them to the top of the standings, and then they have to see and get past the likes of the Blacksmith one more time. That's the next match coming up, as I say, in exactly 35 minutes time. So join me, Rico Full and Nishay Bhatt, when we return. Volvemos en más o menos 35 minutos. Ciao for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to match number 14. It's going to be a repeat of a match that we had earlier in the day already when the Sofia Stars took on the Blacksmiths. It was a win for the Stars, and that means that they're keeping their plan intact to try go through the day undefeated and finish at the top of the standings. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Blacksmith to call.
Hit.
It is a hit and it is tails.
Bowling first.
Stars have won a toss and elected to bowl first.
Gagandeep Singh standing in for the coin toss for Prakash Mishra, winning the toss for the Stars and deciding that they will have a field first. Once again, the plan here is to try and restrict their opposition to a score. Once again, I think around about the 70 to the 80 mark, and then knock off those runs. In the earlier match, the Sofia Stars posted 168 on the board, thanks to another wonderful innings from Mike Jones, scoring 88. Jones now is the leading run scorer in the series. He has scored a century as well. He's got 217 runs to his name. Thing is, though, for the Sofia Stars, even though they are winning matches, other batters aren't quite performing. I wonder if Prakash Mishra, who himself hasn't really hit the mark with the bat, will make some changes here and see this as an opportunity maybe to give some of the other batters an opportunity. Adrian Dunbar certainly is somebody who can perform if he clicks, and Prakash Mishra is somebody who needs to come good as well. But maybe he's got a few other guys in there, like Gagandeep as well, where you might just give him a go, because Gagandeep, he can hit the ball pretty well, but at the moment hasn't really been given an opportunity. Blacksmiths, they got easily beaten in the last match, and the main reason for that was they lost their top players quite easily. Karampal Singh, I know I talk about this guy a lot, but he is their star player. He's been fantastic with the ball and very consistent, though he hasn't been consistent with the bat, even though we have seen him put a big score on of 94. He was top of the standings with 198 runs at the start of the day. He's second now. I wonder if he can have a good knock here and maybe put himself back to the top again. They need him to perform well. Of course, keep an eye on the Dowling brothers. They'll be quite key here as well. And maybe someone like Duff can come good when it matters in this one. Big game coming up really for the Blacksmiths. They like to get some more points on the board. Getting points is important. At the moment, we're seeing a lot of teams that are at the bottom part of the standings not able to pick up points. So those points could become quite valuable when it comes to having to finish in the top four. So over to Nishay. But Nishay, the news from the middle here is that the Sofia Stars have won the toss and decided they will have a ball first.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and we are back here at the Levski National Sports Academy in Sofia. Just have a chance to get a view of this beautiful part of the world we're in. Of course, we've got a beautiful sports complex here, a number of different sports being played around us. You can see that football pitch just down there to at the bottom right. They've got a big track as well over on the left. It's beautiful, beautiful sports academy in a gorgeous city. Of course, you can see a nice mountain as well to our right over. So here we go. Sofia Stars against the Blacksmiths Cricket Club. Sofia Stars have won the toss, decided to bat first. Mike Jones, of course, the leading point getter for them, scored a century in his opening match and a score of 84 in the match earlier this morning between the Blacksmiths Cricket Club and his own team. Meanwhile, for the Blacksmiths Cricket Club, Oscar Duff is up there with 407 points. He has been superb throughout this series, but Karampal Singh has been their star performer, narrowly missing out on a century earlier in this ECS when he was run out on 94. We'll take a look at the win predictor for our upcoming match. And the Sofia Stars going in as massive favorites, 95%. And you'd certainly back them to try to go for that bonus point in this game, much the way Sofia Academy went for it earlier. Academic Sofia. Big match coming up, very interesting match. And I think the pressure really is on the Sofia Stars here to pick up that bonus point. So I expect them to come out here with a lot of passion, a lot of fire in these first few overs, look to take some early wickets and put a lot of pressure on this this Blacksmiths Cricket Club. And we're just moments away from the first ball, and it looks like it's going to be Gagandeep Singh bowling this first over. Blacksmiths, of course, he struggled with the bat in the first match between these two teams. They managed to muster just 64 runs in the second innings when they were trying to chase down 169. So they need a much, much better performance with the bat in hand here. And a lot of it depends on how Karanpal Singh goes. This Blacksmith side often go as far as he can lead them. Here we go, first ball. That's going to be a wide to start off. Of course, this J Butt here in the commentary box. And joining me is ECN icon Rico Full.
Well, welcome everybody. I got to say, Gagandeep Singh was out there during the practice, bowling well, and yet when it comes to the match, he starts with a wide. Gagandeep, I'm going to fine you big time for that. And he comes again.
Good ball there. Back of a length has just run down towards third. The fielder looks to get down to try to save it, but he's unable to prevent the runs. He'll be a little bit disappointed. Gagandeep Singh, you'd have expected better from the fielder out in the deep. That's Sahil Kumar fielding at deep third.
Yeah, it's you can't blame the field for that. He just goes about it all wrong. Never really gets his body behind it. So hello to everyone on the chat. Hope you enjoy the break. Hello to Jacob. Jacob, what are you doing picking a fight with a Tesla? I don't know. Well, Jacob, on a serious note, I hope you're well. I know you are okay. And of course, it had a little shake up with a little accident there. But I love your attitude. I love the way you come back and say Teslas are rubbish because your bike did more damage to the car than it did to you. I like that attitude. I hope you're okay. Thank you for joining us. Hello to John Gray as well and everyone else in the chat. Looking forward to an exciting final two matches of the day. And hello to Monica Ramos Acosta as well. Helix, I hope you're well. I hope everyone's well. And we're going to have a fantastic Wednesday here today. It's a good delivery. That's better from Gagandeep. He has this almost like, I don't know if you noticed this, but it sort of has different styles to his action. He's got that style where you can see he's just really focusing in darting that ball into a particular area. But when he goes for extra pace, that's when he loses it a bit.
No, it's going to go for the big shot here, straight down the ground. And Singh smashes that one all the way. Just the fifth six we have seen in today's play, and it comes from a man who has been in great form throughout this series. Yeah, just the bowler Gagandeep Singh slightly loses his pace when he goes for extra pace. Yeah, I think the thing with him, though, is that he shouldn't be looking to go for extra pace. You've seen this so often on the European cricket that where accuracy is more important than pace. You know, how often have we seen bowlers who just bowl off 2 or 3 steps and just aim it at the stumps, find great success in this format?
Yeah, Gagan has to go a little bit fuller, really, I think. A few times that we've seen Karanpal Singh get out is when he's been tucked up by the slightly shorter delivery into his body, where he's played the wrong shot and skies it up in the air. So we just wait for Jack Watmo to get back in the circle. Gagandeep, we'll see if he can get it right here to Singh. And he does go fuller, but he also goes wider. And that's what I mean about, if you have a look at his body here, look at the way the body goes. He's too wide, whereas when he gets it right, he's a lot closer. So just got to work on that. But it was a fuller delivery, so that's a good thing about it. It was fuller.
Now struck firmly again. It's been taken. Yes, it has been taken. Going down low. Prakash Mishra manages to hold on to that, and Singh is still stunned. He's having a look at the square leg umpire. I think he wonders if it's carried. Prakash Mishra, though, has raised the finger, and he says, nope, I've taken that cleanly. You're out of here. We'll have a look at it once again to confirm. But what a sharp catch. Great reflexes there by Mishra.
Well, a RoboCop at his best. Prakash Mishra, what I said he wanted to do, roll back the years when it comes to his batting, when he's done it with his fielding. That is a tremendous catch from Prakash. And, well, you need moments of magic sometimes to remove good players. And Karanpal, he is a good player, but he's going to have to go. Gagandeep Singh does pick up his wicket, but I think all the credit for that has to go to Prakash Mishra, Mr. Robocop. What a catch. Wonderful catch. We slow this right down. And he actually takes that in those fingertips before the ball touches the ground. That is a great catch. And good work there by Spring Media. So Prakash gets the breakthrough with the catch. And Gagandeep is all smiles again.
Yeah, really great effort for Mishra to just reach down and somehow get his fingertips around that ball. Huge moment. Yeah, thickish outside edge. They have plenty of protection there behind square on the offsides.
Oscar Duff has been joined now by Anthony Dowling. The youngsters were out there in the middle during that extended break as well, just bowling a few and hitting the ball around. I know that Josh Dowling had the gloves on because he's going to be keeping in this match, so he was having a bit of a practice. Well bowled, well blocked out. Well, there he goes. He's showing his class, isn't he? Have a look at this. This is Prakash Mishra, Mr. Evergreen. After taking a superb catch, he says, Rico, I've got more skills to show you yet. Well, there he is, Prakash. Well, he liked that as well. Smiles on his face. End of the first over. It's 14 for 1.
Have a look at the ECC groups. Of course, the host nation for this ECC are over in Group 1. Of course, they will be starting off on Monday, the 23rd of September, the opening day of the European Cricket Championship. You look at Bulgaria's group there. I think there's a lot of sides they'll feel they have a good chance against, in particular teams like Croatia and maybe also Slovenia. The big boys in that group, though, are the Isle of Man. I think they'll certainly go in as favorites, and they'll have a lot of pressure to go on and win that group. So we start off with a couple of runs here in the second over.
Here we are, of course, here in Bulgaria, located in southeastern Europe. Bulgaria is a country at a crossroads of civilizations, both modern and ancient. Comes the bowler here, and that is just going to be blocked out. The 7 million nation shares borders with Turkey, Greece, and North Macedonia, Serbia, Romania, and boasts famous ski resorts and a beautiful seacoast as well. It has a little bit of everything, picturesque villages, large cities, and exciting nightlife. It's going to be too wide, I believe, this time, though Ivan is having to think and says, well, actually, he thinks it's okay. We might have a look at this again from Kumar. And, oh, well, I suppose umpire score, really. Ivan deciding it's okay.
Oh, outside edge. And there's the fielder out in the deep at third to cut that out and make it just a single. Yeah, Bulgaria, also a very old country. I believe it's the oldest established state in Europe, and it's also got the oldest name of any European country.
You know why they're laughing? That was Dunbar again. Wherever he is, he never does anything easily. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I was telling Charlie yesterday that it's another good delivery, but he does run right across the umpire, which is a bit naughty from Kumar. But of course, another fascinating fact that I was telling Charlie, who was unaware of it yesterday, is about the rose oil. And of course, it's very important when it comes to making things like perfumes. In the Rose Valley of Bulgaria, it's where a lot of that oil comes from. And we talked about Plovdiv. We do have a lot of players that do come down from Plovdiv. It's the oldest city in Europe, Bulgaria's southern city of Plovdiv, which was the European capital of culture in 2019. That's well bowled, and it's going to be the end of the over. Plovdiv has existed for more than 8,000 years, also known as the City of the Seven Hills. 18 for 1 then, after 2.
I guess slightly better over there for Blacksmiths. We'll have a look at the standings over here. The Blacksmiths picked up just 2 wins in the 7 matches they've played, and meanwhile the Sofia Stars, their only loss coming up against their rivals, Academic Sofia Cricket Club. And they'll be playing them in a big matchup later today in our final game of the day. Of course, they pick up a bonus point victory here as they're aiming to. They'll close that gap down to just 2 points. And a victory, at least a regulation victory, will at least see them be tied on points with their rivals.
See Jack Watmo who comes on to bowl. So we've seen Watmo bowl pace, and the last time we saw him, he did bowl on over of pace, then one of spin. It looks like at the moment here, he's decided that he wants to stick to some off spin. Making a change in his field here now first. pushed out to the offside, and good bit of fielding, which the wicketkeeper Nagy has to react to pretty quickly. One of the other fascinating facts, of course, about Bulgaria is about the nodding and the shaking of heads. I was telling Charlie this, and he was unaware of it. Are you aware of it?
Yes,
No, you're nodding your head. Does that mean yes or no now?
In Bulgaria, it means either one. You could shaking your head and nodding your head apparently can mean this exact same thing. That's what I was told by a tour guide yesterday.
Yeah, that is true. So remember that. I did warn Charlie, if you're at a bar and they say, do you want another one? If you say no, then nod. Don't shake your head because they'll give you another one. Only in Bulgaria. Played down the ground. It should be an easy stop for Mike Jones. He's patrolled that area very well. He's taken some very good catches down there. And of course, famous for its springs. That one. It's played pretty well. We'll go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. I don't quite know which ball that Sahil Kumar was watching here, because he comes charging in. If he stays on the boundary, I believe this is catchable. He comes charging in, and he's like a headless chicken, and there's the ball just going over the rope. Well, I think Mike Jones and Jack Watmo see the funny side of it, but really, I think Jack is saying, what mo, what mo, what mo, no, 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 stay there and catch it. And he'll sneak this one in. It's the end of the over. It's a pretty tidy over. He probably feels he should have had a wicket at the end of it. Just the 8 runs come from it. And that concludes the power play. Yeah, so in terms of what we were talking about there, about the mineral springs, that Bulgaria is the second country in Europe with the largest number of natural mineral springs. Paradise when it comes to spa tourism. In total, there are 142 resorts in Bulgaria, 26 on the seaside, 56 in the mountains, and in addition to that, 58 spa resorts. And that sounds quite attractive really at the moment, and a day at the spa. So are you a spa person?
No, I've actually never been to a spa.
Never been to...
yeah, never been to one. That's not something I've ever done, but yes, Bulgaria, very famous for its spas. As a matter of fact, the country we were in previously as well, Hungary's quite famous for its spas as well. But I did have a chance to try some of the famous springs over here. Obviously, the water that comes out of these springs, because the depth it comes out of is quite warm. I believe the one in the center of Sofia, about 37 degrees Celsius, the water.
Well, I mean, did you, because you're not a spa person or you've never been, you obviously didn't venture to the one in Hungary. I know where you were staying, because I stayed at that same hotel last year. Right across the road, about 10-minute walk, is a magnificent thermal spa place, and I visited there last year. It's amazing, it really is.
Yeah, I think Vinny went there on his day off on Thursday, the day before finals. Their final day of the second round.
Well, Vinny does not miss the opportunity to wear his budgie smugglers. I'm sure he was there, and yeah, I don't blame him though. It's a very nice place to be.
Yeah, this is played out towards fielder just behind square leg. It's going to be a single, yeah. Going at a run rate just around 7 right now. Need to get a move on here, the Blacksmiths. Oliver Duff and just 2 of 6. This
No
is struck
run
towards
there.
point.
Well, there
it's
will
a
be now.
misfield. Looked like it was going to be a dot ball, but Oscar is going to pick up a single.
Yeah, they hesitate. That's the one thing that we've seen quite a lot of from the Blacksmith. The batters, they do hesitate a lot. They're and ahs, they're chaliye, na chaliye, aja nahi auna. And in the end, they will take it. But you've got to be very careful. It's the end of another over. But at the moment, since that wicket of Karan Pal, you knew things would slow down a little bit, and they have done. 4 overs complete. It's 29 for 1.
Here's a look at the graph. As you can see, Blacksmiths, after a good first over, have just slowed down quite a bit. And they'll be looking to get a move on here so they can put a score that might put a bit of pressure on this Sofia Stars team. I think the thing with this Blacksmith side is we know they're very dependent on Karanpal Singh, and it's just a question of who's going to step up here. I mean, can Anthony Dowling play a big innings? See something from Oscar Duff. Someone else needs to step up.
Yeah, I think that both of these batters can go on and I mean bat all the way for the innings if if they put their mind to it. They've certainly got the ability to. The question is have they got the big shots? They will take singles. They run, they communicate well with each other. They run quickly through the wickets. But it's the big shot, so they know that getting to that 80-90 score is probably not going to be enough. They need to try and get and further, at least I would say another 30 runs to that to push it to about the 120. If they can get to 120, then I certainly wouldn't back against them. Little discussion here from the umpire to the bowler, just reminding Yusuf Zai that he's got to run off the pitch and not in front of him. I'm liking the umpire take the time to explain that. Gets played nicely, trying to get it in the gap, and won't do. Good bit of fielding this time by Sahil Kumar. Oh, there's that hesitation again about taking it on. You see, they almost check with themselves 2-3 times before eventually going for it. And the problem is that on a number of occasions, that's ended up being their issue. They've managed out getting a run out. Duff, I know, has been involved in being run out a few times. Up in the air and gone. And it's Prakash Mishra who takes a second one. Look at him. I don't know what pills he's taken today. But if they're making you feel and look younger and move around better, I want some of them. Prakash Mishra, having taken a remarkable catch earlier, now takes this one over his head, holds on to it, and that will be the end of Anthony Dowling. He's going to be a little bit disappointed here. He goes with 15 or 16, thanks to another great catch from Mr. Robocop.
Yeah, Mishra with the safest pairs of hands out in the field, takes his second catch of the day. This one more straightforward than the absolute blinder he took in the first over to get rid of the danger man for the Blacksmiths, Karanpal Singh. And now, well, I think the umpires might just take the drinks break over here since we've got a ball to go with the wicket out. Well, this is a good chance to, of course, welcome you into our commentary. It's Nishay Bhatt here alongside Rico Full. And so far, we have to say the favourites are on top.
Yeah, they are. It's been the pattern, very much the pattern that we saw yesterday, where all the matches bar one were sort of one-sided, and that one match was going to be a tricky one. And it's the same today, and it's the two teams really that's going to be involved in that match. So that's Academic Sofia taking on the Sofia Stars. So there's the Sofia Derby, if you like, match number 15. But yeah, apart from that being one-sided and also pretty low scoring, especially when one of the main teams are not batting first.
Yeah, certainly looks like it could be that. The key aim here really for the Sofia Stars is to get that bonus point. They get that bonus point, then even with a regulation win, they can tie Academic Sofia, and it would really set up for a very, very exciting finish to this group. Of course, there's still plenty of teams we haven't seen yet, and I think when some of those bigger boys get introduced, this could be a very, very interesting race to make it to finals day. I think drinks break has come to a conclusion. We can head back out to the playing field. So got one ball to go in the fifth over.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned that we haven't seen all the teams as yet. And of course, you see a snippet of the other teams that we'll see. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing the Spartans. They've got some very good players there. The All-Stars, another university side. And then also from Turkey, Afyana Karashar will be playing here as well. And we know that it was the Turkey representative that won last year, because they finished at the top of the standings. That was Istanbul KSK. And, well, I think Afyana Karashar are going to be hoping that they could be flying the flag for Turkey at this time round as well. And they have got a few big hits from the team that were underperformed really at the ECL. Asking the question, only the wicketkeeper really interested. The bowler, Yusuf Zai, says, nah, it's all right. I'm not going to appeal for that. I've taken one in the over already, 1 for 6. The over comes to an end, and after 5, very much on top are the Sofia Stars, 35 for 2.
Yeah, so we're now officially halfway through the innings. This is a chance now to have a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we got the great privilege of joining you from here in Bulgaria over the next couple of weeks. But yes, so much action coming up until our ECC, of course. This weekend we've got the big series over in Croatia, our first ever ECSW as well. Then once we conclude here in Bulgaria, we'll be heading over to Rome. And there's some great T20I series over there. Of course, got the Valletta Cup in Malta, the Netherlands Tri-Series. And then we round out the summer with a couple of ECS in Austria and Croatia. So some great destinations, some great series to look forward to before we head over to the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, and I know that we often talk about the summer off, Charlie. Well, this time it's almost a summer off, Nish, because you're going to be travelling with us a fair bit. So where are you on that schedule?
So I'll be here through till the start of next week, and then after that, I've got a bit of Rome, bit of Vienna, and then of course rounding out with a couple of weeks in Zagreb alongside Charlie. We'll be taking you through that entire series over in Croatia.
And looking forward to it as well. So we'll spend a bit of time. Oh, he is human after all, everybody. He is human after all. Well, I bigged him up so much, Prakash Mishra. Well, I suppose medicine after a certain time does start to wear off. He needs to take a few more pills.
Yeah, that one just slipping underneath him. Let's get this out towards mid-off. Gets down, feels that one with no problem whatsoever. Jack Wadwell, it's a great fielder, Jack. We saw him, of course, take a terrific catch in his side's opening match of the day. A nice low catch, diving down. It's not easy to field a long off position to the right-hander, in particular at this ground, with some of the patches and ridges on this side of the field. This one is played offishly. Could take a few bounces before going out to the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, Mike Jones having a bowl. Hasn't bowled in every match, but this time round I think it makes sense. Pace off seems to be doing the work pretty well, and Prakash Mishra rotating his bowl as well. Hasn't bowled himself as yet, and well, I would have thought he would have bowled himself while those pills were working. Now they're starting to fade away a little, unless he takes another. I think he may not. So that's going to be just another single. So you can see what the issue here is. The issue is boundaries, and the last boundary we saw was a 6 that was hit in over number 3 of the 5th ball. So since then, no boundary, and that's the worry. Saw those 2 wickets that fell in that over from Yusuf Zai as well.
Yeah, you can see the heat here. It's just starting to pick up a little bit now. I'm starting to see a few players feel it. Yeah, it's gone up to 31 degrees Celsius now, and also not a cloud in the sky, so yeah, it's very, very sunny.
Yeah, this is that time of day, and it's always, of course, after lunch as well, which doesn't help with the heat. Starts to really pick up. That the breeze seems to go away. Certainly yesterday, one thing that we were very lucky with, and myself and Charlie made reference to it a lot, we always had that good breeze, but we haven't got that here today. And it's making a difference. I tell you who of everyone are happy though. It'll be the umpires, because they're not in black anymore. They've got a nice little blue number on, and I like it. Thanks very much, of course, to Grizzly Bear Sports, to one of our partners for providing those. The umpires now. Well, we used to call them this, the men in black. We're going to have to call them the Grizzly Boys now, aren't we?
Almost goes for the big drive there. Yeah, it looks a bit like a police uniform in some countries, doesn't it? I mean, I think that's a pretty appropriate outfit for an umpire. Sort of the policeman of a cricket game.
Yeah, it's I'm liking the colour.
Yeah, me too.
Already, yeah. A bit too wide this time from Raman Kumar. We're just saying hello to some of the people in the chat. Hello to Duncan, who's joining in, and of course a lot of people saying and making sure Jacob is all right. He says I'm fine. He'll be getting a new bike as well. I'm pleased to hear it as well. And well, Jacob is saying that I stole Charlie's blue jacket. I didn't know Charlie had a blue jacket, actually, a jacket of excellence, but well, I don't think it's quite Charlie's jacket. Speaking of jackets, Charlie, if you are tuning in, there's a few jackets here for you to try on. And I think Vinny's hand is trying to sort us out a few jackets. I wonder if maybe we've got a partner that's going to get the commentators some jackets. So yeah, I tried a few of those on. I've sent me measurements through. So maybe some new jackets that are in store here. But yeah, Jacob, good to hear that you're in good spirit after having that scare today. Oh, that's hit pretty well, but it sounded like it was going further than it did. It sort of dies en route to Sahokuma, who makes a stop. It's just going to be another single.
It's going for the big shot over there. It's falls just short. The fielder at mid-wicket won't quite carry to him. Big swing and a miss there by Duff. Just ends up playing the wrong line. Smart bowling here by Kumar. Just keeping things very simple. Only a couple of runs off his over so far. We've got a ball to come.
Yeah, interesting field. Talk about it after this ball. And that's well bowled. So the bowlers are bowling outside the offside field. Only 3 men on the leg side, square leg, mid wicket, and quite a wide mid on, which is Jack Watmo. But everybody else on the offside and still not being able to get it away. And you can see Mike Jones is going to continue bowling here straight away. Is already saying, "No, I don't need that many out. Give me some protection inside." Let's see if he makes a change in the field here. It doesn't look, so he's keeping more or less the same field. So 3 on that leg side, everybody else out on the off, and he just wants Gagan a little bit wider there in that long on position. But Gagan sort of in between the 30-yard circle and the rope, which is interesting. So I think this is where Jones is not quite expecting Josh Dowling to get the big shot in. Josh, I think, has played that onto his foot. That's painful. And let's see if he can not be tempted to go across the line to the straight ball. That's been his problem sometimes. He's clobbered this. Ay, 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 que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras. Eso golpe es más dulce de chocolate. Well, he might have clobbered one onto his foot, but he's taken all of the frustration out onto that ball. That's a big hit.
Oh, what a crunching shot there. Beautiful stroke. Gets into a great position. He's played that to perfection and sent that a long, long way. Easily the biggest 6 we've seen so far.
Yeah, wonderful strike. And that's better. He stood up straight, kept his body straight as he went into that. And now he just defensively plays this away as Jones doesn't give him the same length again.
Yeah, good comeback ball there by Jones. That's where he needs to be. Once again, he's thrashed this one. He's given it a good wallop. And has this gone away for a 4? Yes, it has. So Dowling, well, he's just starting to shift up the gears. This is more of what we expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was a bit surprised with this field. He's got Gungandeep in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. I don't know why. You might as well push him back. I don't know what he's gaining from that. I mean, you'd rather save the boundary than have the ball go over him. All right, in the air now. This is catchable. And, he's totally lost it. It's almost like a ghost came from nowhere and it touched him on the back and said, boo. And he thought, oh, what's that? And before you know it, the ball's gone past him. And, well, Mike Jones, well, he can smile about it, but I think inside he is seething because that should have been the wicket of Josh Dowling. It's up in the air and it looks like he's going to take it. And in the last moment, he says, what happened there?
Yeah, he's in the wrong postcode. I mean, he's nowhere near that one. I think they can laugh a bit about it now, but if they make these kind of mistakes in the next match, I don't think they'll see the funny side of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a very valid point. You know, in some of these matches, and the same could be said about Academic Sofia when they gave away so many extras. When it's against tough opposition, and they can cost you. And Jonesy just puts a little bit more pace into the last few deliveries and gets a couple of dot balls in. So despite the errors in the field, the Blacksmiths are still struggling to try and post a big total. 53 for 3 at the end of 8.
I'll just take a look at the graph over here. As you can see, the Blacksmiths barely going at above run a ball. Not as fast as they would like. Meanwhile, it's a good chance to, of course, say hello to a couple of people joining us in the chat. Very good afternoon to Jeffrey Mobbs. Daniela Chirita joining us as well from over in Romania. Of course, she was watching her national side very closely over the past weekend. This is a great shot straight down the middle. Now Oscar Duff joining in on the action as well. Beautiful use of his feet. Meets it on the half volley. Strikes it away for a boundary.
Oh, that's a really nice shot. It's worth looking at this again. Look, uses his feet. And what I like about this is he's hitting straight through the ball. And that's sometimes the issues that we've seen some of the young batters have. They've gone down the leg side of giving it, but they haven't come down. Comes down and gets it good. Lovely shot.
Gonna make some room to hit that one towards the offside. It's gonna beat him. Yeah, nice comeback there by Kumar after getting hit for a 6.
Yeah, Pradeep does get ball back.
4, I should say.
After bowling a pretty good first over. That one is being called a wide. Yeah, his first over was good. It was pretty tidy. Only went just for the 3, but the first ball of the second for 4. In the air, Jones can't get there, doesn't quite carry. I think this is one of those which maybe, this is my assessment of this. If he's playing at lush ground, maybe like something like the Cardamom Oval or something, he's going to have a dive at this and take the catch. But he makes the decision that with the score the way it is, that it's not worth taking that risk on this ground. I think otherwise he's definitely capable of taking the catch. Now this could be an outstanding stop. I don't think Jack Watmo can quite believe it. Now we're going to have a look at this again. How has he stopped this? I mean, he's gone up the hill and he's lying down to have a rest, and I don't blame him. Has he done it? Has he stopped this? I wonder if we can just slow this down. I mean, to see where that foot is. This is Gagandeep, by the way. Let's keep an eye on that right foot. Is it on the rope or not? Oh, what do you reckon, Nish? I think they might call that a 4, you know.
Yeah, it does feel like there
It's
might just be a
very
toe on the rope.
close. I mean, they've got to be sure. You can't guess. Either the rope has moved and he's touched the line or he hasn't. It's a tough call, you know. I think he's okay. I ain't going to say I don't see the rope move. I think that is a remarkable stop, in my opinion. But, of course, my opinion doesn't matter. They've given it the thumbs up. That is an amazing stop.
Amazing.
That is an amazing stop.
Yeah, I think when you zoom in over there, I mean, all credit to Spring Productions for that. You can see that it doesn't look like that rope has moved. So, yeah, Spring Productions there probably coming up and helping us with that verdict.
Yeah, top draw from Spring. Kalvisk, Dennis and Valentine are here at the ground. And we've got Emans as well, who's joined us. Hello, Emans. How are you? I know that we've had a bit of Alex remotely as well. Everyone's, oh dear. Now, this is the difference. We just saw a moment of fielding genius from Gagandeep. And then we see this from Raman Kumar. And really, you've got to be stopping these. That's a straightforward stop. It goes for 4. And, okay, it's the end of the over, 66-3. They're well in control. But still, like you said, Nish, against the top teams, you can't be making mistakes like that. Prakash Mishra, you knew he would. He will come on and have a bowl. And the sort of match that he's had so far, you feel that he might take a few wickets here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he might. Last over coming up. Oh, that one just stayed very low, died down on the batter. It wasn't too far from the leg stump either in the end.
It's nicely played, but not the best of lines from Prakash to start off with. Is too much down the leg side. I think the batter's sort of done him a favour there, really. Otherwise, I think you leave that alone, take the wide, and it would be a difficult one to take for the keeper as well. And that's a Negi. Shot, Nish, be careful. And just to the right of us as this one lands on top of the hill. Good shot, look, uses his feet and he's hitting it straight. And, well, maybe Oscar Duff has had a little bit of coaching in between some of these matches because he's using his feet, coming to the pitch of the ball, hitting it straight down the ground. And he's able to do this because Negi is standing back. And that's why a little bit, you know, I don't know why Adrian Dunbar is not keeping wicket, to be honest, because the combination of Prakash Jones and Dunbar would work well. Well, Prakash says, never mind, Rico, I'll just knock the stumps over instead. And that is the end of Oscar Duff. He plays some nice shots, 23 of 21 deliveries from the young 15-year-old. And with the score on 73, the 4th wicket goes down.
Yeah, this is a great bit of bowling. Just kept that one nice and straight, and he's going for the big shot over there. It doesn't quite play the right line. Goes between the gap between bat and pad, but really well played by the young man. Played a couple of gorgeous-looking shots. Used his feet beautifully. And a good innings for him. Managed to make 23 runs off 20 deliveries.
Mishra fights back. takes a wicket. He's taken 41 wickets now on the European Cricket Network, and he scored 968 runs. So maybe he might bring up that the 1,000th run here today at some point. Up in the air, and this is going to get over the fielder, and I suspect it will go for 4, and it does. Cuatro más. That's a good, positive strike from Mehdi Akash, who gets 4 of his first ball.
Yeah, throws his bat at that one. Doesn't quite get in the direction he intended, but gets the desired outcome. Goes over the fielder in the inner ring, and he starts off with a 4 here. Akash, can he hit another boundary and get his side over 80? There we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. Yeah, he's trying to go for a big shot. Isn't quite able to middle it. There's a fielder out in the deep. They've got to come back for a second run. I mean, he was ball watching for an age, but they will make it back for the second, so they're going to end up with 79, and the Sofia Stars have a very round target of 80 to chase down in the second innings.
Yeah, and they'll be backing themselves to do it. Well, look at the umpire there. He's pretty agile, isn't he? That's umpire Narayan, who squats down, making sure that ball has gets over him with no problems. But yeah, I mean, in the field, let's face it, they weren't at their best, were the Sofia Stars, but they'll feel that still they've done enough here, having restricted the Blacksmiths to just 79 to once again not just get the win, but go for all the points. As we start to have a look at the highlights. So this is how it started. An error there in the field, allowing Karanpal Singh to get a boundary, but they do need Karanpal to go big, but unfortunately it was a blinder from Prakash Mishra to remove him.
Yeah, certainly a great catch there on the first over, and if you want to run through this Blacksmith side, you've got to start off by getting rid of Karanpal Singh early, and then once he was gone, it was always going to be a tough mountain to climb for this Blacksmith side. But you got to say the two youngsters did a good job out there. They tried to battle hard. Oscar Duff in particular making 23 of 20. Then he had good innings from Anthony Dowling, Josh Dowling as well. All of them contributed. They went at about a run-a-ball pace, but they got their side to some kind of a toll, because without the innings those three played, well, they really would have struggled to get to anything above 40 or 50. This was a big drop out in the deep. Pradeep Kumar completely missing that one. He was in the wrong postcode, nowhere near that ball. We saw some gorgeous shots played. 3 sixes during this innings, 4 sixes, beg your pardon, and some really, really nice looking shot. This was a gorgeous hit right through point, helped out by a misfield. That one went away for a 4. And this one right here, what a nice stroke. Really, really beautiful stroke. Went for a 6. Beautiful use of the feet. This would, of course, be the end for the batter. Prakash Mishra had his man. Oscar Duff departed. And then this one there was a 4 hit on the second last ball of the innings. Mehdi Akash is throwing his bat at it, and he was able to get it over the inner ring towards the boundary rope. And then they get a couple of runs off the final ball and end up with 79 runs. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard for this Blacksmiths innings. The top scorer was, of course, Oscar Duff, making 23 runs of 20 balls. He reconstructed the innings after Karanpal Singh, and the top run getter for the Blacksmiths this series, was dismissed. Anthony Dowling was an able partner alongside him, going along at a just about run a ball 15. The skipper unfortunately didn't trouble the scorers. He departed for a golden duck. Josh Dowling, another teenage sensation of this Blacksmith side, would make 18 of 17. The Sofia Stars were more than happy to give a number of players the chance to roll their arm in this match. They used a total of 8 different bowlers, and you have to say most of them will be very impressed with their efforts. Yusuf Azi picking up 2 for 6 in the sole over he bowled. Gagandeep Singh bowled the first over. Of course, he did bowl to Karanpal Singh. Went for 14 runs in that over, but did pick up the all-important wicket of Karanpal Singh. So the Sofia Stars have been set a target of 80, and they'll certainly back themselves to chase it. And hopefully they'll also be backing themselves to chase it in 7 overs or less, so they can pick up that bonus point and set us up for a very exciting match 15. Join us in 5 minutes for the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of match 14. The Sofia Stars have been set a target of 80 by the Blacksmith Cricket Club. This is the second matchup between these two teams. The Sofia Stars won it very comfortably earlier today by a margin of 105 runs. And they look like they're going to take this one in a very, very strong fashion unless the Blacksmiths have a big surprise coming up for us in this second innings. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. So that target right there, they will try to achieve this target in 7 overs or less. So they pick up that all-important bonus point and then set us up for a very exciting final match of the day. Of course, if the Sofia Stars pick up a bonus point here and then just pick up a standard victory in the final match of the day against Academic Sofia, they will tie Academic Sofia on points. And then, of course, it all comes down to net run rate to decide who will be in the lead. Of course, as things stand, the Sofia Stars have a higher net run rate than Academic Sofia. So if they pick up the bonus point here, win the next game, you would think that the Sofia Stars would be on top of the table. So yeah, a lot on the line here for the Sofia Stars. They'll want to do this in less than 7 overs. And here's where I think the Blacksmiths need to be smart. They have to know that the Sofia Stars will take risks. They'll present wicket-taking opportunities, and that's where the Blacksmiths will have to pounce on them and see if they can forge, intended that punt, a good bowling inning. So let's see how things fare over here. And it's going to be Oscar Duff to bowl the first over. Here we go. First ball coming up. Oh, a misfield to start off. That's not what they needed. That's not what the Blacksmiths needed. Said they had to start off tight and look to put some pressure on this Sofia Stars team. Very unfortunate for Oscar Duff, who's been quite unlucky today, I think. He's been let down at times by his teammates in the field. Oh, great ball there by Duff. Right on the stumps. And it's beautifully played by Jones. Of course, Jones, what an ECS he's had so far. Of course, scored a century in the opening match of this tournament. And then had an 84 this morning against the Blacksmiths. He's a quality player. And he's someone you really fancy to potentially end up as a top run getter in this series. And somebody who's already an early contender for player of the series. I know Charlie's made the prediction that he might end up with 1,000 runs for this ECS, which would be quite something. Bowling to the left-hander. Oh, beautifully played by Nagy. What a shot. That's not even a bad ball. That's just brilliant batsmanship. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, just carves that one away. Opens the face of the bat behind point, and it goes away for a 4. Yeah, top cricket. Just lovely stuff. This is a push towards cover, and oh, the fielder's going to field in a rather unorthodox manner. And he will not pay for that mistake. It's just going to be a single. I have to say, though, I mean, I know the Sofia Stars haven't been too keen to run hard between the wickets, but if you're really willing to push for those extra runs, I think you can get it against this team. There's a number of fielders there who probably don't have the strongest arm or the most accurate throws, so yeah, the chances are there for the Sofia Stars if they want to pinch some extra runs. But they've mostly been just content in their 2 matches so far today to just take the singles and hit the boundaries. Last ball of the first over coming up. Change of angle for Duff. This time he's going to go around the wicket. And Nagy looking to advance down the wicket, ends up completely missing at that ball. You could just see this, he's backing away, and it's smart bowling by the young man to just keep a nice and wide line as we come to the end of the first over. The Sofia Stars are 11 for no loss after the first. Here's a look at how many matches it's last been since we had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. It's been 248 games. That was, of course, a game we covered all the way back in the ECS in Cyprus between the Knight Riders and the Kipura Tigers of Limassol. But since then, it's been rather barren. No golden balls have come our way, despite having a few last ball and final over finishes. 3 countries we've been to without seeing a golden ball: Romania, Hungary, Czechia. Surely Bulgaria will provide one to us. This is one that is dug in. It's going to be 4 wide, so yep, 5 runs have been gifted to the batting side. Nishay Bhatt in the commentary box. And alongside me is ECN icon Rico Full.
Well, look at that one take off. Now that's from nowhere from Akash. It's been called a wide. I don't think that actually is a wide. I think that should be just 4 bars. It doesn't go over the lid. The batter is sort of arching. He's not standing upright, but still, that was a fiery delivery, and that just goes to show what this pitch can do. We've seen a few that are staying sometimes a little bit low, but if you hit the seam in the right area, it takes off.
Yeah, it certainly does.
And well, I think Jones is probably saying, right, what next? We saw the ball before that took off. Look at this one. This one stays around about his ankles. Oh dear. Well, he does ever so well to get bat onto that. He really does. That just goes to show that Jones is the guy who keeps an eye on the ball.
Yeah, he watches the ball very closely. I saw him do something very similar in the opening match as well, where one stayed low and he just played it beautifully, I think. Yeah, you can certainly tell he watches the ball very closely. Probably has a lot of experience playing on this playing surface as well, and has become accustomed to, or at least as accustomed as you can get to the odd one that stays low.
Yeah, well, this was a risky single to take on. Jones once again running to the danger end, and I think a direct hit could have been interesting. There are a few oohs and ohs as the throw came in.
I think you can chance some of these runs against this Blacksmith side. They've had a few issues with their fielding, and at times I'd say the Sofia Stars have probably left some runs on the table. This one is just straying onto the pads, angling in there by Akash. Jones will help along for a boundary.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery down the leg side. Jones is too good a player and too good form to miss out on that one. Hello, Danielle. I hope you're well. How are things in Romania? Has it cooled down a little bit there at all? Because I know when we were there, of course, it was absolutely roasting. And hello to everybody else who's in the chat as well, enjoying your company. I hope you're enjoying ours. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I was mentioning that they got Josh Dowling, who's behind the stumps this time. And this one is just gone straight through the gate. The old nutmeg. You needed to get those pads together, really. And, hasn't got the hands down, doesn't get the leg across quick enough. That's going to go to the boundary. That's going to be 4 byes. So it's been an expensive over, this one. If you add the byes to it, 19 from it so far.
Last ball of the second over. That's much better there by Akash. And Jones gives it the respect it deserves. 15 runs come in the end off that over, as the Sofia Stars are 26 for no loss.
Yeah, and once again, a nice touch. A look at the ground as the pigeons come in. We can have a quick look at this, and I know that Nish has touched on it already, but the Sofia Stars, they're wanting a win, and they're wanting to get the 4 points here, get the 4 points, and then they've got a chance to topple Academic Sofia at the top of the standings. Pak Falcon, CC Viran, they started at the end of day 1 at the top of the standings, but of course they've got plenty of matches in hand over the 2 teams at the top at the moment. That's a nice looking shot, and well, Diana Oros with her burrito gets a good look at this on this, Diana. Of course, we all appreciate Diana's work, especially those videos and those pictures on social media, and that grizzly gets a little bit too close for comfort.
It wasn't too far away. Got a good picture of that. Nice shot there by Nagy. He's hit a couple of gorgeous strokes towards the offside. He's making a slight fielding change. Brought point back into the ring. Can't quite see where the second fielder has been placed. Oh, good fielding there by Madoff. He's going to go for the direct hit. And direct hit, he was certainly in trouble. Nagy was running to the danger end. He would have been gone on the direct hit.
Yeah, if this hits, it would have been out. Now that's a Midiakash. Good pickup, good throw. Nagy running into trouble. And you can see Jonesy saying, come and communicate with me. But he starts running. There was no call. And the throw doesn't go to Jonesy's end, but look at that. He's not even past the halfway mark.
Oh, played away very nicely. That's going to go away for a 4 as well. Good shot there by Jones. Stands tall. Hits that with a horizontal bat. Away for a 4. Straying down the leg side of it with the line.
Yeah, it doesn't get that right on Lifeguard Appreciation Day. We've mentioned that already. Of course, we honour and appreciate those professionals who are responsible for making sure that pool facilities and beaches are safe for visitors and ensuring that they are guarded while we enjoy a swim. So thank you to all the lifeguards around the world. Okay, good luck. Long way up. Oh, the wicketkeeper's going to want to take this, and he's nowhere near it. So they've tried a number of keepers. Josh Dowling is probably the 4th that they've tried. It's gone up in the air. It's a keeper's catch. He should be taking this, but I don't think he gets into any kind of position, and he doesn't get glove onto it. Look at that. Totally misses that. So huge opportunity to get a wicket, and it goes down.
He's trying to hit this one over towards square leg. Yeah, it's just been such a huge issue for them today, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For the Blacksmiths, they struggle with their catching, really struggle with their fielding, and you know they're constantly in situations where they're having to defend low scores while making all these errors. It just puts all the pressure in the world on the bowlers. Played into the pitch, and it's a good bit of fielding off his own bowling. Honestly, the best fielding we've seen so far today has been the likes of Duff and Dowling fielding off their own bowling.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You see there right towards the end there's Oscar Duff does the fielding off his own bowling, and he's just looking there at Josh Dowling and saying, what happened there? You know, it's one of those 2 young players. They'll learn, and that's the key thing, the amount of cricket that they're playing here. They'll learn so much from it. Already we've seen that. Little adjustments being made to the batting that's got them better, their bowling, and they'll come on leaps and bounds, and certainly they're 3 young, very fine cricketers, both the Dowlings and Duff. Another man who is a very good cricketer already, though he's not clicked with the bat as much as he would like to, is Singh. Singh's coming on to bowl. Every time he bowls, there's always an opportunity to take a wicket in the first couple of deliveries. So here he comes on again, and they need a breakthrough pretty urgently. Going to be bowling to Jones to start off with. He's got the backstop in place. You see, that's the issue. When you haven't got a regular keeper, you're going to have to lose a fielder in that area, but that is a cracking shot. The only thing you risk of losing here is the ball, as Mike Jones latches onto the short one. He's put all of the weight into that. That is motoring. I think that ball is still going as we speak.
Yeah, very, very firmly struck there by Jones. He rocked back and crunched that away. Great pull shot towards mid-wicket. Now he's going to gently prod this one away.
Yeah, and of course, the issue that somebody like Singh has, and we've both touched on it, I know you were talking about this earlier as well, is that keeper, he needs the keeper standing up, because he wants to try and entice the batters to come out. But the batters are in no danger at the moment because the keeper's not standing up. You can see there that Josh is a fair way back. So stumping sort of comes out of the equation unless the batter really overcommits. In the air, catching opportunity. Duff has taken the catch. Wonderfully well done. And that's a great moment for the youngster, Oscar Duff. He didn't have too much luck when it came to his own bowling, but he shows what a mature player he is when he was cool and calm and collective when he takes that catch. It is the end of Nagy. Nagy will go, and Singh it is again that gets the wicket. So you can see there, he's enticing the batter to come out. Doesn't quite get this 100%, if I'm honest, in the way of his technique, but he holds on to it.
And all's well that ends well. The catch sticks, and that's all that's going to matter to him as the Sofia Stars lose their first wicket. A good opening partnership worth 41 runs comes to an end, and they've put themselves in a very strong position to pick up those bonus points, considering they're halfway to that 7-over mark, and they've also managed to make just over half the runs they need. Dunbar is coming in at number 3.
Dunbar, he'd love to get a few out in the middle.
Oh, that one is getting a little bit of turn over there, Singh. Thought that was a touch of extra bounce as well on that delivery. Take another look at this. Oh yeah, plenty of extra bounce.
Dunbar sort of batting well outside leg stick at the moment.
Well, that's the nature of this pitch. One just takes off, and that one stays rather low.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark. Oh, giving us leg byes. I thought he got bad on that, if I'm honest. Thought I heard a sound, but umpire Ivan says nope. Good afternoon to Christopher Ward. Oh, that is big. That is enormous. Bole, bole, bole. Que grande, que guay, que genial. That one has gone a long, long way.
That's in the slot, and it's battered away. Plays that one with the spin, hits it over mid-wicket. What a shot there by Mike Jones, who's been in terrific form to start off this ECS. He's certainly cashing in on these matches against the likes of the Blacksmiths to really, really get as many runs as he can under his belt. As you can see, obviously going well above the required rate right now, the Sofia Stars, but what they're eyeing are those bonus points, and they've got another 3 overs now to try to chase down these remaining runs if they want to get there.
Oh, that was absolutely smashed. It's probably one of the biggest, definitely the biggest that we've seen today. Might be the biggest that we've seen in this series so far. Daniela coming back to me saying the weather's very nice at the moment. It's quite amazing. It's nowhere near as hot. I'm pleased to hear it. I know when we were there, it was absolutely roasting. Certainly the hottest that I've come across, the weather being there in Romania. Well, enjoy, Daniela, enjoy. This is out on it. There will be a wide. Yeah, Dunbar so far for me hasn't reached a sort of form that I know when he gets into, he can be pretty devastating. I think he's trying to find it. It hasn't just come yet. I wonder if this is just an opportunity, Nish, for him just to spend time out there in the middle. Spend time in the middle. You've got somebody like Jones going really well. You don't have to really try and hit big shots. Just try and get yourself going. Going down the leg side, won't be out. He's a good player. We've seen him play well. We've seen him score runs. And he's just trying to find his touch again, is Dunbar.
Yeah, so 31 of 17 needed now for the bonus point. Beautifully played towards cover. Dunbar will get off the mark with the single.
If you look at Dunbar's record, he's we know that back in 2023 he made 68 against Plovdiv, and that's the highest runs that he has scored on the network. And after that he scored 34 against Plevin in this one, so he's struggling for runs of late. And the man who isn't strokes this away pretty oh well, that's a very interesting stop from the fielder. Does it the old defender style. It's like the defender on the goal line, making a goal line save. It's Shahid Hidari. 50 comes up now.
Yeah, that half century against Plovdiv is only career 50 so far. This one just going down the leg side. It will strike him on the pads, but not much of an appeal by anyone. I believe there's also some bat involved, actually. Yeah, so umpire hasn't given that leg by, so clearly some bat involved there.
Pretty full, and how well this has been negotiated away. That is a really good shot. It just goes to show the sort of form that Mike Jones is in. That is not a bad ball at all. All right, if anything, it's a hint, and just a hint, over pitch. But for Jones to get that through all the fielders to the boundary, it's a quality stroke from a man who's seeing it probably the size of a football at the moment.
He's seeing it so well right now, Jones. This is just the kind of form he wants to carry into that big, big match Sofia Stars have coming up, which will be live in 50 minutes time. A humongous matchup, the biggest matchup we've had so far here in Bulgaria. And this is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single as we'll head into the drinks break.
Yeah, it's nicely played away. 57 for 1, and they're on the way. The thing is, they're needing here 23, if you like, of 12 to get all those points here as we invite you back into the cube on what has been, well, quite a nice and exciting and interesting day. Though one-sided matches, but of course it's all building down to the big one at the end of the day.
Yeah, big one. Sofia Stars against the Sofia Academic Cricket Club. Both those sides very evenly matched. Should be an exciting matchup. And yeah, both these sides today, they've just been desperate to get those bonus points because they know that a final matchup of the day is the all-important one.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, I know that the bonus point was something that we introduced towards the end of last year at the ECCW, which was, of course, the Euros of the Women's Championship. But we started with it on the European Cricket Series right from the start this year. I think that this is the first time that I've seen so many teams winning dominantly and taking all the points. I don't think I've ever seen the percentage of wins and teams winning and taking all the points quite as high as this.
Yeah, it's been rather lopsided in all honesty, but I think as we get deeper in this tournament, we're going to start to see some of those bigger teams clash more often. And we'll also see some of the other sides we haven't had an opportunity to see yet. They'll be coming in. So yeah, these first 3 days, it's probably been a baptism by fire for some of these newer sides.
Yeah.
You know, especially the likes of the Blacksmiths, as well as Pleven, who probably came here and are struggling a little bit against some of the more experienced teams. But I think that will start to change over these coming days.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think with the Spartans coming in to action pretty soon, we haven't seen them yet, the All-Stars, and of course Afyon and Kassar, the Turkish champions, they are strong teams. And I think when those teams come into play, I think you'll see less of that. You'll see teams fighting really with the 3-1 point system. And I think also, we're going to see so far, which has been a pretty low percentage of boundaries and particularly sixes, and high percentage of extras. I think we'll see that come down as well. As Singh starts with one that's just a little bit too wide.
Yeah, tries to bowl the leg spinner over there, Singh, and just gets the line all wrong. This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Just need to keep an eye on that thing there below if you're the Sofia Stars. They want to runs for a bonus point. They should be fine considering the rate they're going at, but not going to be a straightforward task.
Yeah, they take that single and double it because they see the fielder's not really attacking, and Jones is very keen to get back on strike. Moves to 35 now.
No, this is beautifully played. The fielder's going to put in a dive. Great effort out in the deep. I believe that's Anthony Dowling who has put in the dive. He's not quite able to get to it, but A for effort.
Yeah, it's another really good shot. He starts to come down the wicket. He then realises that the shot he's looking to play is not on. He's quick to change the shot, gets it through the offside, and despite the effort from Anthony Dowling, 4 more runs.
No, he's going to go big. Has he got the distance? Yes, he does. Jones goes all the way. And now the Sofia Stars just need 10 runs to pick up the bonus point.
Yeah, and Jones, you can see, he's looking to bring up another 50. We talked a little bit about Basharat Hussain, who scored back-to-back 50s. Well, Jones Looks like he's going to do the same here. Remember, earlier made 88. And that will be 4 more, 49. And one man who's had a bit of a mare in the field, actually, is Ivan Plemanov. It's another one that gets through him. He's trying. He's got the war wounds to show for it. But it's another one that gets through him.
So one big shot will be enough for the Sofia Stars from here. Jones can also bring up his half century. And he will bring up his 50. Still a couple more runs needed for the Stars. But the third 50-plus score of this series for Jones is going to get a nice round of applause. He's batted superbly, hasn't he, throughout this day. He's been in awesome form. There was the other day when one or two around him was saying that he probably batted a little bit too slow. In fact, it was the last match last night when they lost out to Academic Sofia. But, well, whatever it was, he's taken on that criticism constructively and he's come out a different player. And he's not batting slow anymore. 53 of 21. Big, goes all the way, ends it in style. And what a way to wrap this up for the Sofia Stars. They do it with 4 overs to spare. They pick up the bonus point. And the Sofia Stars have beaten the Blacksmiths Cricket Club by 9 wickets. They're now just a couple of points behind their rivals, the Sofia Academic Cricket Club. And they've set it up for a grand showdown in 45 minutes' time in what's going to be the biggest match of this series.
Yeah, and well, what a day it's been. We knew it was always going to be about Academic Sofia and the Sofia Stars. Well, Academic Sofia have won both their matches with ease against Pleven. Sofia Stars won both of theirs with ease against the Blacksmiths. That means that the final match, if you like, the decider to see which team will make it 3 wins out of 3, comes later. Yesterday, it was the Stars that lost out to the Academic Sofia side. It was they who would make it 3 wins on the trot and go to the top of the standing. Will it be a change here today, or will the Academic Sofia side do it again and the Stars lose out again? They don't want to lose ground to the Academic side, so it's a big match coming up. Stay tuned for that. It's coming up in around about 45 minutes time as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, what a dominant performance for the Sofia Stars. Jones once again top scoring, 59 of 22, his second half century in as many matches today. He's been in great form. This was a chance that was put down, and the keeper, well, they've been playing around with their keeper options quite a bit. Josh Dowling had the gloves in this match and he was unable to take it. Someone who did hold on to a catch was Oscar Duff. Well held on to. That'll be the end for Suraj Negi. He made just 11 runs off the 9 balls he faced. And then Adrian Dunbar would take the best seat in the house at the non-strikers end as he watched Mike Jones clobber the Blacksmiths bowling attack. Jones would hit 3 sixes during his innings and 8 fours. That was a great effort out in the deep by Anthony Dowling to try to prevent that from going for a 4. There was nothing he could do about it. This over, right at the end, was the over that wrapped it up for the Sofia Stars. Kananpal Singh was taken to the cleaners. 27 runs coming off this over. Some great clean hitting by Jones. In particular, that big strike over long on for a 6. And he'll be mightily pleased with his personal efforts and the fact that he has led his side to another bonus point victory today. Sofia Stars now are in a strong position, sitting at second place in the table, and with a victory in the final match of the day, they might even move up to the top spot. Here's a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, this is the scorecard. Mike Jones, I want to take note of that last over from Karampa. As you said, it went for 27. Remember the start of the over. Forget the wide, but ball number 2, or the first legal delivery, was only a single, but Jones turns it into 2. He wants the strike. He's hungry for the strike back because he feels he's going to go over after Singh, and he did. After that, he went 4, 6, 4, 4, 6, and that finishes the match. It gives all the points also to the Sofia Stars. Has to be said though, the Stars, I mean, they will be wary that the only man really scoring runs for them at the moment is Jones. This is the bowling, only the 3 bowlers used. I think that is the negative for me for the Blacksmiths. You know you're not going to win the match. And there's other bowlers there that were not used. He didn't go to Dowling there. The captain himself, Katsarski, didn't use himself. And he could have gone with somebody with Plananov as well and just tried different things. I think sometimes It's an opportunity. You know you're not going to win the match. Opportunity maybe to use one or two other bowlers, and that's one thing that Karski doesn't do. So it's a victory for the Sofia Stars, a little bit like the academic Sofia side. They make it look easy, but it won't be easy when it comes to the final match of the day. Match number 15 coming up in around about 40 minutes, and it's going to be a real classic. But will it be the repeat of yesterday, or will the Sofia Stars get their revenge? Stay tuned to find out. Myself, Rico Pool, and Nishay Butt will be here along with the rest of the ECN crew, and we love it if you can join us as well. And well, you've got a little bit of time to get your random questions together. We'll love to hear from you. We'd love to hear your questions, and maybe we'll put a few random questions your way as well. So join us back in about 40 minutes time. Adios.
work event.
Yesterday, we knew yesterday that the winner of Academic Sofia and also the Sofia Stars would finish the day at the top of the table. It was the Academic Sofia side that won. They did finish at the top of the standings at the end of day 2. It's the same here at the end of day 3. Those two teams, top and second, playing each other, but of course they could change over at the top depending on the way the result goes. The Sofia Stars are looking to get the win that will see them at the top of the standings at the end of day 3. Let's see though first what happens at the coin toss. The captains Mishra and Yusuf are with Mahel. Mahel's done a wonderful job in the absence of Tyrone Peters, whose day off today. Let's join Mahel, the tournament referee of the day, for the all-important coin toss.
Academic to call. Tails has been called and it is ahead.
The ball first.
So Stars have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Prakash Mishra winning the toss, and he didn't hesitate at all to send into bat the Academic Sofia side. I think what he's thinking is that most of those wins for the Academic side have come with them chasing. They've done ever so well chasing. Whereas I think the Sofia Stars, they have won some matches with their batting first as well and put big runs on the board. So he's feeling, take them out of their comfort zone. So it's a good toss, I think, for him to win. Some key players coming back into both these teams. Let's talk a little bit about the Sofia Stars first, who are knowing they've got to win this match to finish top of the standings at the end of day 3. So we know that Bhakti Tahiri is coming into their side. He was fantastic the other day with the bat. He's a great all-rounder. Haven't seen the best of him so far, but if he comes good, he certainly does add a lot of value to the side. Rohit Dhiman bowled beautifully yesterday as well. And of course, with the likes of Mike Jones, who again scored good runs here today, Adrian Dunbar. I wonder if Dunbar will go behind the stumps. For me personally, he does need to be behind the stumps. And I've also liked the work of Jack Watmo. He's been very good as well. So we know that the Sofia Stars have been strengthened for this last match, but you could say the same about Academic Sofia. They've had a wonderful day. Remember when they won that crunch match against the Sofia Stars yesterday, it was Bashat Hussain that scored 48. Today, since then, he scored 2 lots of 50. So he is in superb form. Something like Macmillan is going to be key as well. Remember, Macmillan and Hussain put on that 88-run partnership yesterday to get that win. But somebody else and a big in that comes in for the Academic Sofia side is Chagtai. So that's going to be key. And of course, watch out for Daniel Ali as well. This is really going to be a really good match. And I think from the teams that we've seen so far, there's no doubt the top 2 teams coming together for this crunch match. Who will finish at the top of the standings at the end of day 3? Well, stay tuned to find out. I know that Nishay Bhatt is very keen to see some exciting, entertaining and maybe close action. Nishay, over to you for the start of the first ball.
Thank you very much. We're set for our biggest match of the day, our final match of the day. Well, it's all been set up so nicely for the Academic Sofia Cricket Club and the Sofia Stars to do battle in this all-important match as we get a beautiful look at the capital of Bulgaria. What a privilege it is to bring you some cricket from here. We are at the Vasilevsky Sports Academy, and we're just moments away from the first ball. Really looking forward to this match. Should be an exciting game. You can just see we're right next to that dome, not too far from it. And this is sure to be an exciting matchup. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Academic Sofia with a perfect start so far. They are 5-0 in their first 5 games. Meanwhile, the Sofia Stars have gone 3-1. Their only loss coming up against Academic Sofia earlier in this tournament. They're keen to make amends, of course. Things all went wrong for the Sofia Stars in the first innings when these teams last played each other. The Sofia Stars were only able to make 97 runs, and although they fought hard in the second innings, Academic Sofia were able to get over the finishing line with an over to spare. So, yeah, a big performance in the first innings is going to be what Sofia's a bigger batting performance, I should say, is what Sofia Stars is going to be looking forward to. Here's a look at the win predictor. As you can see, the Sofia Stars fancied as the favorites here, 63% against CC Academic Sofia, even though CCAS did win the first matchup between these two teams. It's hard to split them apart on paper, you have to say. They're both very quality teams. They've got great batting talent. I think maybe at times, look at this Academic Sofia side. They've got a few other names in there. You've got the likes of Basharat Hussain, Manan Bashir, Lahi McMillan, Huzaifa Yusuf. There's plenty of talent in that top order, and Sofia Star is going to have to get some early wickets to start things off. We're just moments away from the first ball. Here we go. First ball. Oh, great ball to start off. He pushes it towards mid-on, and it was always going to be a tight single, but they're able to get it. And he just slips over there. The fielder. We'll take another look at this. The excellent bit of running between the wickets. Oh, nicely played down towards third. Oh, it's a misfield. It's a misfield. They can't afford to make mistakes like that. And you can see the double teapots are out. The bowler is really frustrated. Yeah, this is a big match, and every single one of these tiny mistakes can play such a huge role in determining the outcome of these matches. Oh, big effort ball over there. And it's just going to be a single. This is going to be a fun matchup. McMillan, he's been incredible with the ball in hand throughout this series. That his exceptional batting has kind of gone unnoticed, but he's a smart batter as always. Saw him earlier this morning, more than happy to play second fiddle as Hussain teed off from the other end. Oh, beautiful shot, but just going to be the one run, goes out to the fielder behind point. Got a couple more balls to go in the first over. Beats him for pace. Is that just inside the... Take another look at this. Yep, the umpires got that one spot on. Of course, our umpiring crew for this match is Satish Ayapath and Narayan. Oh, what a ball. What a terrific ball. But it's played so well by Hussain. That is just great cricket all around. He's going to fire in the Yorker, and he's... Boy, look at that hand-eye coordination. Watches the ball so quickly, closely. Gets his foot inside the line of the ball. Gets his bat down. Very quick hands. And he works that away for a 4. Entertaining over to start things off. And if that's a preview of what we're going to witness for the rest of this match, we sure are in for an absolute doozy. Here's a look at the squads for the ECN Mediterranean Cup T20I. As we can see, Croatia and Spain have put their squads out. Of course, Spain will be heading into this tournament as the big favorites. This Croatian team will be looking to make a good impression at home. A chance for Spain also to dive into some of those younger players they've been hoping to give an opportunity to. And of course, it'll be important for Spain as they look to tune up ahead of the ECIs, which of course they played at Cardama, so a home tournament for them. Oh, what a ball there. Great ball to start off. It's in and around in the channel. Nice start there for Watmo. Now then, just has a quick word with Mike Jones. Oh, this is struck firmly, but straight to the fielder at point. It's a big, strong throw back to the keeper's end. And he'll get a round of applause there from the rest of his team. It's going to be a fun little matchup. Just pushing at this one slightly away from his body. And of course, there's a good chance to welcome back Rico full into the commentary box. Ready for the big game?
I'm ready for the big game, and of course, big game. And you can see Jack Watlow has gone back to bowling his pace, and it's been a good start from him coming round the wicket, getting the ball to angle across the right-hander. So he's sort of imitating the line that would be bowled by a lefty.
Pushed away towards point, and the fielder there puts in a diving effort to try to get to the ball. Isn't able to get to it, but an exceptional effort.
Yeah, welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. I know a lot of people excited for this. John Gray, hello to you. Hello to Christopher Ward, Helix, Daniela. John Gray saying very hot where he is at the moment. Let's have another shower. Have a cup of tea, John. Have a cup of tea. That'll do the job. A cup of cha will do the job well. And remember, get your random questions in, and anything else that you want to fire at myself and Nish. We don't mind what it is, but keep it clean. It's nicely played away. Think about the second, but in the end, decide not to. Well, he's down again, isn't he? I'll tell you one thing. Jack Watmo is certainly giving it his all in this one. And they're fired up for this, aren't they? You can see that on both sides. They want the victory. There's a lot at stake. The winner takes all, if you like. And if the Stars go down here, then of course Academic Sophia build up a nice lead against them. Played away nicely now. Running. Oh, that's a dangerous run to take on. It's an early pick up and throw from the fielder. We had a chance to look at this side on, maybe see how close it would have been. And that's a shot being played. Let's see if a direct hit would have had him trouble. It's difficult to tell from that angle, but certainly would have been close. Over comes to an end, and the score moves to 15 without loss. There's a look at the standings. That's why it's so important. You can either go top here with any win, and that's the important thing that you're looking to do. Go top with the standings. But if you lose here, the Sophia Stars, then they've certainly got some work to do, some catching up to do.
Yeah, they certainly will. So, Sophia Stars, this is a much more important match. We need to get this win here, otherwise there'll be a bare minimum 4-point gap between these two teams.
It's time for a bit of spin, or you can see, well, maybe Rohit Damian, yeah, it is, who will come on. Adrian Dunbar puts the lid on. Now, this is where it gets interesting. We've talked a lot about wicketkeepers standing back and not standing up to the slower bowlers. Adrian Dunbar standing up, and let's see if this ends up being a bit of work from him. As Rohit starts with one that's a little bit too short, and he gets put away. That's a powerful hit. Bashar Hussain, you can't be bowling that to him. Of course, you mentioned that both teams have been strengthened for this match. You know that Zarak Chugtai comes into the Academic Sophia side, and with the Sophia Stars, they've got Bakhtir Tahiri, and of course this man with the ball, Rohit Demand, coming in. Got one player of the match performance yesterday when he bowled ever so well.
Yeah, his figures are 2 for 8. Did superbly in that game. Demon has been in and out of the team, of course. Hasn't been available for every match, I should say, of course, when he is available. He's one of the first names on the team sheet. He's bowled 5 overs so far this series prior to this one. And they've been with an economy rate of 6.2, and he's taken 3 wickets, so it's a very handy bowler for them, and it's a good thing he's available for this all-important match.
Oh, it's another one that gets through the fielder. Now, can he recover? He does, but still 1 becomes 2. Oh, and almost more, but it gets past 1, but not 2. A couple more. It's going to be pretty tense, this. Remember yesterday, when these two teams did play, it was a very tight match. Could have gone either way. it was a victory. And going after that 98 for the Academic Sofia side, winning by 8 wickets. But with 6 balls to go, so they were taken deep into it. That's a great shot. And it's coming into the box.
Yeah, it's just going to hit the left column or left pillar, you could say, of the ice cube. Great shot there by Hussein. He's done so well so far. Whenever he's played against the Sofia Stars, made 48 of 27 against them yesterday as well. Looking good early in his innings. Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Remember that he's in form. 48 and 2 lots of 50. He's got 150 plus in the last 3 knocks he's had. So really, I suppose it could be the battle between Bashrat Hussain and Mike Jones, the 2 in-form batters, to see which one stays in form and helps his team to victory. Delightful, absolutely delightful this time. That's a wonderful shot from Lockie McMillan. And Lockie McMillan has sort of always had to play sort of the second fiddle, if you like, to some of the key batters, where he's just played the role of rotating the strike and handing the strike over. But he's more than capable of playing a few big shots himself. I think he's just been playing sensibly, where he's not wanting to give his wicket away if one batter's going well. But yeah, he just shows there that if he gets given the opportunity, he too can score runs quite freely. It is the end of the power play, going at 10s at the moment. It's the score 30 without loss after 3. Yeah, Lockie McMillan, you can tell he's a great player. He's someone who, if he needs to, can accelerate, but just puts the team first, plays smart cricket. I think we saw that this morning as well, when he could see that Hussein was timing the ball beautifully. He was just content to take singles and watch the innings from the non-strikers. And yeah, 30 for no loss at the end of the power play. Typically on ECN, you'd say this is a below par power play, but scores have been a bit lower than usual here in Bulgaria. So yeah, I'd call this power play a draw.
Yeah, I'm with you at the moment. And when you go by the match that we saw yesterday from these two, 97 to 100, chased down with 6 balls to go, you know it's going to be tight. I think a 115 to 120 score here is going to be defendable, especially when you look at the bowling attack. They go back to Watmo, and he bowls really well, really gets that ball to climb. A good delivery. Hello to Mandrake, who's joining in. I'll start things off here then with a random question. So I'm going to start off with this one. If you had to, so this is to you as well, Nish, if you had to spend the rest of your life as a TV character, who would you be? So that's to everybody out there, just for fun, random question. So if you had to spend the rest of your life as a TV character, who would you be? Let's leave that out there and talk about that and any other questions that people want to put out in the chat.
I think I might need till the innings break to think about that one.
No worries. You have a think about it. I know Deanna's around somewhere there. Deanna, same to you. A random question. Have a think about it.
What if there, my initial thought was if there was a biopic kind of TV series, I could pick a real life historical figure who I'd like to live like.
So surely, I mean, I'm thinking straight away it would have to be like a superhero.
Really? I'm thinking of sort of a great sort of king of the past or something, or a world leader, some great figure of history.
Hang on, I think Deanna's got an answer for us already.
Oh, that one stayed really, really low. I mean, barely above ankle height. Oh, I got a feel for the keeper over there as well. That is a tough, tough one. Have a look at this. Practically rolled along the carpet.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Valuable runs, though. I think you can't blame the keeper for that. Dunbar, just watch this. Doesn't come up, and he tries to get down, and he's just too slow getting that leg down onto it. Dunbar gets beaten. Yeah, Deanna says, and this is a surprise. I'll say after this ball, nothing exciting happens. Well, that's pretty exciting because it's, I was going to say it's going to be probably out. But the fielder, who looked like he was pretty comfortable to take the catch, has let it go over him, fingertips, 6 runs. Oh, you got to take these chances when you get them. And look at the distance that he had between him and the rope as well. So not good awareness of the rope. That's a big opportunity that gets put down. And it's the end of the over. So McMillan and getting dropped there on 10. Remember that, it's 41 without loss after 4 overs. Yeah, Diana Oro's, of course, the ECN photographer. She said to me, you remember the character called Tweety in the cartoons? Obviously in Sylvester the Cat and Tweety Pie. I said, yeah. She said, I'll be Tweety. I said, you sure? She said, yeah, but Tweety's always being chased and in danger of being eaten by the cat. That's a dangerous character to play.
I always sympathize with Sylvester as well. I'm just going to put that out there.
Well, maybe that's why Diana wants to be Tweety. Tweety never actually gets caught. He always finds a way to get away. That's like saying you want to be Jerry in Tom and Jerry. I suppose that's the same. Jerry.
Oh, that's another one. You know, Tom's the real tragic hero of that show as well.
Yeah, but anyway, that's cartoons. Let's think real life characters. And Naji's saying, what's the question? Well, if you could be any... It's nicely played. 4 more runs. Cuatro Guerreros. And for the benefit of Diana Oro's and a few other people that maybe didn't quite get the question, here it is again. Random question. If you had to spend the rest of your life as a TV character, who would you be? There you go. And that's a lovely shot, Nish.
Oh, lovely shot by Hussein. He just rocks back, carves it behind point, and gets it away for 4. Yeah, beautiful shot.
Yeah, the run's starting to flow now. That last over from Watmo went for 11 with the 4 wides and the 6 at the end of the over. Firmly hit, watch the bounce, and very, very well dealt with by Mike Jones. He's a quality fielder, isn't he? Not too many have gone past him. And just basically puts down, drops the anchor and says, you're going nowhere.
Push towards mid-on. It's in a big dive over there, and he's unable to stop it. We're getting some answers from the chat as well here. So Matrick says he'd like to be Bart Simpson because he never gets any older.
Good one. Bart Simpson. A nice shout. Who else would you be? A lot of people would, I mean, one thing you could be is like the Invisible Man. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? You can go anywhere where you wanted to be and nobody would know. Just think the fun you could have being the Invisible Man. Get into all sorts of places. And one of the Spider-Man, maybe? Superman? Batman? It will come to mind. And, or if it could be somebody that... maybe somebody on cast of some of the big shows at the moment. Kumar. Pretty well, even though he's sometimes been a liability in the field.
Kumar just hitting his lengths really well, and what a great sliding effort there. Terrific work by Jack Watmo, who is electric in the field. Seen a good 3 or 4 really special efforts by him out in the deep.
It's standards like this, Nish, you know, when a player on your side puts himself at risk like that. I mean, look, he's probably scuffing off his arm, his knees, whatever. When somebody does that, it sort of G's up the rest of the side and makes them say, well, if he's doing it, I'll do it. And then things like this happen. Now, that is all to do with some sensational bit of fielding. Now, sometimes things happen for a reason. First of all, this ball gets stopped. It's a great bit of fielding. So that lifts the morale. Here's the fielding first. I want to show you first. That is super. That lifts the morale of everyone. The bowler now is feeling, hey, he just saves 4 runs. It's only 2. And then he comes back and takes the wicket. And also, don't forget, when you see a bit of fielding like that and you're a batter, it frustrates you as well because you're thinking, I should have had 4. How's he saved it? And there's the shot there. Big shot. Bashrat Hussain, who's been the top batter for Academic Sophia, will go for 30 of 20, cleaned up by Sahil Kumar.
Yeah, Watmo has been such an inspiration for his team. He's always out there putting on those really special moments. We, of course, welcome you into the Ice Cube. Nishchev Hud here alongside Rico Full. And yeah, this is the third or fourth exceptional fielding effort I've seen from him so far today. He's taken some great catches as well out in the deep. You know, he's such an important player to this team, a real leader, someone who a number of other people turn to for inspiration as well. And once again, he's produced a big moment. I think going back to the wicket, though, if you're the batter, you're going along nicely there. Got to be very careful playing those horizontal bat strokes on this wicket where it just stays a little bit low. As you can see, he gets dismissed because that ball just sneaks underneath his bat. Yeah, it just stays maybe that little bit low, but I think it just wants to get, I think he's decided to himself there, just wants to get a bit of acceleration in. They've still got batters to come out. So I can understand this shot being played. But once again, going back to the fielding there, one thing that probably is worth mentioning is not all the fielding standards have been very good here. We know that. So I think probably the team that ends up being the best fielding side could go on and win this and go all the way, because really the standards in the field sometimes can be so key. So at the end of 5 overs, 49 for 1. I was saying that you're really looking for around about a 115 to 120 score to make this a tight game between these two top teams. Let's see where it ends up. So it's one Kuma finish. So here's another one comes on the bowl, and it's another one gets stopped. They are taking on the second. In comes the throw, and it's going to be a close call, but doesn't get picked up cleanly. That's why they decide to go for the second. They're running hard, and it's going to be 2 runs there as the 50 now comes up. Yeah, great intensity in this match. Every run is being fought for. This throw is fired in to the striker's end, but good running between the wickets.
Yeah, Raman Kuma is now being given an over here. So they both bowled well in the last match, so they've earned the right to have a bowl here. So a bowl just a little bit shorter. He gets the ball to whip in pretty quickly, doesn't he? Get good bounce.
Yeah, certainly does. Ball again, dug in, back of a length. And he's
well, Prakash is not going to be able to stop that. I think this one is just too good for him. He's hits it into the deck. I think it hits the edge of the field. That's why it goes so high. It pops up and then on its way down. Prakash can't stop it, and it's too much to do for Jones. So 4 runs. McMillan now probably realises that he's got to now go up a gear. He is the set batter, but don't forget you've got Manan Bashir who's come out now. That guy, he's not going to hold back either, is he? Oh, that's a great shot. And it's going to be, oh, well, we've been bigging him up so much. And how about this? All sorts of things. First of all, it would have been 4 if the bowler didn't get anything on it, because it's going to get past him, and Jones is never going to stop it. So even though the pace comes off this, you can see Jack does everything right, but in the end, it gets away from him. And it's a rare error from Jack Whitmore. He's been very good up until now.
Yeah, very unlucky over there. Look how far he comes outside his crease, and the keeper's missed it. It's going to be another error. And a few mistakes creeping in here for the Sofia Stars. They've got to keep their discipline.
Yeah, it's the second time this has happened now. When you see this, I know it's difficult for the keeper because you don't know if the ball's going to come through or stay low, but I think you're better off taking a few steps closer to the stumps than standing too far back. That's the second time that's gone past, and they're getting the acceleration in at the right time.
Oh, look how far outside his crease he is, and this one's going to slip away as well. It's going to be more runs of pies, a little bit leaky.
Look at this. I know it's the old Tortuga.
Tortuga.
But, oh, it's Hood. You got to spare a little bit of thought here for Dunbar. But, of course, I still think he's better off being on the mat and taking the ball coming into him fast and hard off the bounce than trying to take it on the second bounce, because it's going to be difficult to do. So, extras. Oh, well, we had the 5 wides and now 4 byes. And before that, 2 balls hit to the boundary. And make that another one. So he really has targeted the bowling of Raman Kuma here, who started well. This over's gone 2 dot. Then it's gone 4-4, 5 wides, the minimo, then 4 byes, and now the next ball's been hit for 4 as well. So 23 off this over already. And That's it. The over comes to an end. An expensive one. Right on cue, though, wasn't it? They were going at around about the 100 mark. I said they needed to get the acceleration in, and they did it. They got that acceleration in. You can see that the change here now. They're going to go to a little bit of spin. Mike Jones to come on. And just as I said it, as we knew that Lockie McMillan had to now take the lead, and he did. As he went ballistic. He's now on 29. Manan Bashir about to face his first. Now, this is going to be interesting. So they know that Bashir is a dangerous hitter, but they're going to go with spin to him.
I don't mind this sometimes, just putting that spin option on against these bigger hitters tends to work. Usually some of these quality players like that pace on, so yeah, let's see how this works out. It's certainly a gamble, but might be one that pays off.
One thing about Manan is he does like to hit the ball straight down the ground and into that long on area. So you can see Jonesy saying, right, I want one right to go, right across. I wonder if he wants him on the boundary. He's having a quick look what he's got so far. Mid-wicket, long on. And of course, you'll see that Whitmore will go to long off. There is a sweeper. So yeah, square leg goes on the boundary as well. And there's that hit down the ground. 4 runs to start off with. Just over the outstretched hand of Jones. Acceleration just when you need it as Manan Bashir opens his account with 4 runs.
Oh, he'll be feeling a lot better. He was out for a duck when these two teams faced each other yesterday. Starts off with a 4 over here. Slightly over pitch ball. This time he pulls his length back a bit. It's going to be an even bigger chase for the fielder at long off. It's going to split long off and long on. It's back-to-back boundaries to open Bashir's account.
Yeah, Manan Bashir at his best, hitting down the ground. That's what I'm talking about now. I wonder if Jonesy is going to be thinking about getting this Southern Cross field in. He has, he has got the Southern Cross field. So he's got 2 men very, very straight. Interesting field. I wonder if you can capture this and you can just see it there slightly. So he's got the likes of Jack, who's almost right behind him, and just not that far away from him is Sahil Kumar. And this time it'll just be a single. Sahil comes in. Of course, he's had a few issues in the field. Sahil, a few more questions coming, not questions, answers coming in. Mandrake saying Adrian Monk, he's so funny and a fantastic detective. And Mandrake saying you'd be lonely as the invisible man because you'd not be seen by anybody. Oh, I suppose that is true. That's going to be 4 more. A desperate dive from the fielder out on the boundary. He can't stop it. Cuatro más.
Oh, great shot over there. Really nicely played. He just creates his own room so beautifully. And plays that one behind point for a 4. Good fielding effort, but he's just not able to get there. And this is why McMillan is such an underappreciated player. I mean, you could see the fact that, he started off slow. He let his partner at the other end, Hussein, tee off. And now he's starting to shift up the gears. He's a real team player, McMillan.
Yeah, McMillan was not out in the victory against the Soviet Stars yesterday. He plays that nicely. He's quite happy just to take the single. That means, well, we don't want the single. He's going to get 2 here because the fielders take a long time to get there. It's going to be a couple. It is the end of the over. And that over goes nicely. 15 come from it. 87 for 1. And going back to the answers, John Gray said I would have been dad from Married with Children. Al Bundy. He says that's another good shout there.
But you really want to live your entire life as Al Bundy. I think the whole point of that show is that his life was pretty miserable.
This is what's coming up tomorrow. Nothing miserable about this. We will see Pac Falcon, who have won 3 out of 3. They will come back into action against Plevin. So Plevin is going to be a difficult start for them in the morning. Then we'll see the Spartans for the first time. They'll kick off their campaign in 2024 against the Blacksmiths. Then Academic Sofia will then take on Pat Falcon CC. That will be a big match as well. Whereas if Falcon can get a win there, they could play catch-up. Spartans against Plevin will finish the day with back-to-back matches, match number 19 and 20. I won't be here. I'll have a few days off. You'll see me back the beginning part of next week. But we'll be joining forces with Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun tomorrow. We're into the 8th over now. Kumar coming into bowl, did a good job in his first over. Went for just 8 runs. Don't think we'll see Raman Kumar back in the attack at any point.
No, I get the feeling that you're probably going to see Gangadeep will probably bowl the 9th. And yeah, then questions as to who you go with again. I mean, Jones has bowled 1. I don't think they'll shy away from going back to Jones. So gets played away just a single at the moment. So, well, that's not the best of throws, but keeper does well.
Certainly have Rohit Theeman as another option as well up their sleeve. I thought he is over one for 13, mostly because he just went up against some real quality batting. I think outside the power play now, going up against some of these different batters, he might not go for as many runs. What a ball. Jams in a terrific Yorker there, and all McMillan can do is just block that one out.
Yeah, good delivery, well bowled. And you can see he's definitely bending his back. That's nicely done. I wonder if, looking the way the field is, if it's a similar delivery here, and that Lockie McMillan will be looking just to try and get a little bit funky here and try and play it in that fine leg area. Now he gets a different delivery across in this time. Well bowled, he can really see the effort that's being put in here from Sahil Kumar. It's an exceptional spell from him so far with 2 balls to go. He's only gone for 9, and of course he did pick up the key wicket of Hussain.
Yeah, it's just gonna stop play here. I think that 3rd man is just a bit too fine. They look like they're gonna move him a bit squarer.
In the air, but catchable. And it's been taken, no mistakes. That's a good catch from a man who, well, I was going to say he hardly puts a foot wrong. There was one error in the field from him, but he comes back and makes amends. It's his 3rd catch that he's taken today, all in those areas. That's very nicely taken. It's another wicket also for Sahil Kumar. He's bowling here at the moment, has certainly been worthy so far of a player of the match performance. Has been quite incredible. It's 2 for 9 with the ball to go.
No, it's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Jack Watmoe, just the one mistake in the system, and he's not going to make a second one. Great bowling, great fielding. And you got to give a lot of credit to Sahil Kumar. The last couple of overs went for 38 runs. He's come in here, given up just a run, picks up the wicket. And we've now got a ball to come in this over.
Yeah,
it's
well
Daniel Ali Raja, I believe, coming into bat.
Yeah, Daniel Ali and is coming in. Daniel Ali is the name. I think we had this clarified yesterday. Started as Raja, then changed to Ali, and I have checked. So it is Daniel Ali. I think just some of the graphics take some time to update. So Daniel Ali comes in. He bowled brilliantly yesterday, by the way. He's going to be very key with the ball. But at the moment, they're asking him to do a job for them with the bat. Ball to go here. And I think he's come out to try and crunch it as hard and as far as he can. Hits it pretty well. And, Jones gets under it, gets behind it, keeps to a single. Marvellous spell. Really, this is top quality bowling. When look, Dunbar knows it. He's giving him a few applause. Dunbar, of course, hasn't he been in the wars, whether he's been gloves on or gloves off. The ball has not been kind to him today, Adrian Dunbar, but if they can finish with a win here today, he'll just say, yeah, one of those days, but we ended up on the winning side. We'll take that. They don't want to go down here for the 2nd time in 2 days to Academic Sofia. That's how it's looking there at the moment. And 89 on the board, 2 wickets down, 12 balls to go. Expected score, well, let's wait for it to come up. There we go, 113. I was saying that they would like 115 to 120 minimum. Let's see where they get to. Time for us to see this man. Haven't seen too much of him at the moment. because of availability. So Baktir Tahiri coming on to bowl this all-important over. Number 9 is the only one he'll bowl. Scuffs at this one. It doesn't get it right. Does Raja, but he won't mind. He's done the one thing he had to. There's no dot ball, and he will get Bashir on strike.
It's Bashir. See if he can hit a big shot. As we mentioned, the last over was a very quiet one. There's 2 runs coming off, and they need to get back on track here. CCAS.
Shot. Gone. Disappeared. Gear. Shakala gear. Ginna Sona. And that is right out of the middle. That is sweeter than a bowl of Gulab Jambu. It really is. What a shot.
Oh, what a shot. That ball just kind of dies down on him, and he generates all of his own power to somehow muscle that one over long on. Terrific hit by Bashir. Really, really strong shot. He just uses his strong bottom hand to just whip underneath that ball and generate that elevation and power to get it over the rope.
Well, it gets turned. That's going to be another bruise for Denbar. I reckon we'll have to ask him tomorrow how many bruises he's got. This one, I think he takes on the chest. Not a bad thing, this. I mean, they've got Bashir off strike. And, of course, Daniel Ali hasn't quite found his rhythm yet. It's only been out there 2 balls. So you'd rather be bowling to him at the moment than bowling to Bashir. But Tahiri wants to keep it outside the off. He's got a bowl to the field that he's got set. They do push one more out on the leg side, though, here. Oh, wow. Oh, my word. That is humongous. That, by far, is the biggest 6 that we've seen. This Grizzly is still traveling our planet and will be for years to come. That's gone to orbit.
Oh, he's crunched that one. Absolutely monstrous hit. You could probably hear the crack of the bat all the way back in the Plovdiv. That's how big it was.
That's huge. What a way to bring up the 100. Massive. That's the only way to describe that shot. Massive. It's a monster shot. Gets played away, and will they go for 2 here? They look like they want to take it on. They are taking it on. In comes the throw. And it's not cleanly taken by Dunbar. I think if he takes this, there's probably a chance. Let's have a look at this side on if we can. And I think it's a difficult throw to deal with. In it comes here. And yeah, if he takes it, it would have been very, very close. Well backed up, though.
They just let a few opportunities slip by over the course of this game. Sofia Stars, just wonder whether they'll look back at them and rue those mistakes.
Oh, well, that's Dunbar this time. Makes a stop. He had to. If that gets past him, it would have been another 4 byes. And yeah, this time you can see there he does get that leg down quickly. Doesn't allow to get underneath him. That's a good stop, you know. End of the over. Dot balls, I'm telling you, in a match like this, dot balls are like gold dust. 105 for 2 at the end of 9.
Yeah, 7 different bowlers they've used. It's just shows you the captain's really been scratching his head trying to find the right bowlers. Got a dilemma here. Who does he go to? Probably not going to Raman Kumar. It's probably a decision between, Gagandeep.
It could be Gagandeep or Jones. He doesn't go back for Jones. He wants to go for the pace. You know, my thinking here is I probably would have gone with Jones. I think take the pace off, because you saw that clearly there from that over. Tahiri bowling pace, and well, it took both batters took a liking to it. I honestly would go for spin here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that as well. I think looking at this wicket, such a slow surface. You really don't want to be bowling pace on here. You should be looking to just bowl lots of variations, take advantage of the low bounce, and I'd have a very spin-heavy attack if I had those options.
I think so. They used 8 bowlers in their last match as well, did the Stars, but of course that was different circumstances. It was about giving others a go. All right, here comes Gagandeep bowling the last. In the air, it's wide off the fielder. Can he make the stop? No, he can't. There's another one that has to be stopped, you know. That's Baktir Tahiri, and he knows himself that these you got to stop. You got to you got to follow some of the examples that have been set by Jonesy, by the likes of Watmo. You got to get down. You got to push this ball forward and be prepared to get the debt. That's poor.
I agree, but I also don't agree with the bowler's plan here. We'll just elaborate on that after this ball.
Gandhi. It's a great save from Dunbar. It's a horrible delivery down the leg side. And Guggenheim immediately apologises, but that's a sensational stop.
Yeah, what a stop there. That would have been wide to a left-hander as well, just to put it into perspective. But yeah, I don't quite understand why you'd want to bowl pace on and hit the deck hard on the surface. Just makes it sit up nicer, and it's that much easier to play for the batter. Take some pace off, make it difficult for these batters. That's the way to bowl here.
It's a better delivery, better areas. You can see that somebody like Ali will be looking for the ball that's pitched up so he can play that shot. So keep it just short of a length, maybe get that ball about sort of 30 centimetres or so outside that off stick. It's a good delivery. Slower ball, hit hard, but nobody's going to stop that. Go slower, it's short, it gets stumped. Prakash Mishra doesn't like it. He looks at the man, his bowler straight away said, "Oi, Gagandeep, ki kar ditta? Hor shaka de ditta." And Gagan just looks at him and says, "Well, I tried, but it's just too short." And the thing with that one is, it's a horrible delivery because it's so easy to pick. It's not a slow ball that's cleverly disguised. And that's on the legs, and that will go all the way as well. Bolle. Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya, and Ali turning on the style, and Gaggandeep Singh, as we suspected, I will say he hasn't bowled the best few deliveries that he's bowled in this series, but still, that's the problem when you got pace on. If the batter gets it right, it's going to sail to the boundary.
No, he's testing the global Grizzly supply chain at the moment. The umpire has requested new balls. Yeah, the great display of hitting. They've just woken up since that previous over by Bakhtiyar Tiari. You saw Sahil Kumar, he came in, bowled that 2-run, no, really quiet things down. But momentum's back in the CCAS's favor.
Firmly hit. Jonesy chasing after it, keeps his eyes on it. What a stop. Look at the standards. The standards are so different, really. I mean, you could make a video of the way to field on a bumpy, artificial outfield. When the ball is bouncing around like this, just get your body behind it. And that's exactly what Jonesy and Watmo have been doing. Terrific save. The batters do get two. Good running as well. Magical over so far. And now this one is just going to drop short of Jones. They'll come back for one. There's the throw. And, Dunbar, he's losing it. Come on, get up. He's like a cockroach. He's like a cockroach that's been sprayed. He can't get up. He's all over the place. He's doing the cucaracha here. Is Dunbar, and they'll get 2 runs. Just look at him here. He goes down and he can't get down. He can't get up again, Kenny. It's going to be 2 to finish. 127 for 2.
Oh, what a comical moment there right at the end. He takes a tumble and he can't go up. Oh, it's like he's put on ice skates. And this one comes to an end. Well, a good end there, a good flurry for CCAS right at the end. They managed to pick up 38 runs off the last 2 overs, 22 coming off that Gagandeep Singh over. They put themselves in a strong position and put a healthy total up on the board. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was a good opening stand between Lockie McMillan and Bashar Hussain, which got this CCAS side off to the start they needed. A 49-run partnership, and they were ticking along pretty steadily during those first 5 overs, going at about 10 and over.
Yeah, and then the next 5, we said they needed acceleration, and they got that acceleration. Now this was what happened first. There was a few. There was 5 wides. There was byes. Dunbar was having a mare. That one went through the hands of the fielder and went for 6. They scored 78 in the last 5 compared to 49 in the first. And that was with some great stops, really, from the likes of Watmo. And that stop then resulted in the next ball shattering the stumps of Bashar Hussain. But we knew then that they still had batting, and that's why I think Hussain was prepared to go big. And then, of course, McMillan said, my turn to shine. This one was the only one that got away from Jack Whitlow.
Yeah, rare mistake by a man who normally has exceptionally high standards in the field, and we're certainly going to see a lot of Watmo in the second innings. You can bet he's going to play a big part in that. Just a few buys. This was that big over bowled by Raman Kumar. We saw 2 consecutive buys. That over went for 23 runs. It just swung the momentum of this game. And from there, you have to say, CC Academic Sofia never looked back. They just had that slight bump in the road in the 8th over where they lost the wicket and they managed to score just 2 runs. But other than that, the second half of the innings was pretty much dominated by CCAS. They managed to score 78 runs in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at some of the big shots here. Manan, we know what he can do, but this guy came out and he hit the biggest ball that we've seen. That wasn't good from Bakhtir Tahiri. It's bad stance, but this one was smashed down the ground for 6, but the biggest one was still coming up, and that one is still travelling. I wonder if we've got it here coming up. It's probably coming up. No, we haven't got that one. It was absolutely sailing, one of the biggest shots that we've seen, and it was Ali that blasted it away. I said at the time that Academic Sofia would be looking to get a score between a minimum score between 115 and 120. Well, they've gone beyond that, 127. So they're in the driving seat for me here, Nish.
Oh, they're certainly in the driving seat. They'll feel like they are in a commanding position. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Of course, Lockie McMillan scoring 35 of 22 delivery. He started off going at about a run the ball, but began to accelerate in the latter stage of the innings. But Manan Bashir and Daniel Ali right at the end, they added the cherry on top. A terrific partnership by the two of them, worth 49 runs, which just helped their side get into that strong position.
Yeah, very healthy scorecard. But when you look at the bowlers, if you have a look at Sahil Kumar here, 2 for 10, but then have a look at the rest. I mean, Rohit Dhiman, never went back to him, only went for 15. Mike Jones, never went back to him, only went again for 15. Back to Tahiri, they didn't go to him, only went for 15. I really think that Dhiman or Jones probably would have been the better option to go for that last over, but they did go for Gagandeep Singh, and he got walloped.
He certainly did. We'll have a look at the mid-match summary. CC Academic Sofia have posted a very healthy total on the board of 128 runs. Big task ahead for the Sofia Stars. If they can get that target of 128, they will tie Academic Sofia at the top of the table and give us a very exciting remaining first round. Join us in 5 minutes for the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, and of course a big thank you to our partners to Paramatch, HCL Software, Grizzly Bear Sports, Bizaway Travel, and to the Locker Lifestyles as well. Welcome back, everybody. Well, I think we're going to get a very entertaining run chase. There are your bonus point equations, but I don't think don't think they're thinking about trying to get a point here. The Sophia Stars, they want the win. We were talking earlier about if you spend the rest of your life as a TV character, who would it be? I think I've come up with a couple. Doctor Who comes to mind, or Dale Boy Trotter. Thank you for everybody that took part. I think we'll hear from Nish a little bit later as well. And of course, I always like to go back in time, and I'd like to go back in time to 1956 and tell you a little bit about that. It was history was made at Old Trafford when Jim Laker took his 19th wicket in the 4th Test against Australia, including all 10 wickets in the second innings. Laker had warmed up the day with taking 9 for 37 in the first, and then of course he came back and took the rest. The best bowling figures in the Ashes. And in the second innings he was unstoppable. And when the last man, Len Maddox, was trapped LBW, Laker had taken all 10 wickets for 53 runs. Back on this day, 1956. And a little bit of history there for you. Never been bettered, of course. Okay, let's go back to this match then. And it will be Daniel Ali to start off with the ball. He was exceptional with the bat as he scored very quickly. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Starts with a bit of a wild one, but oh, it's a little bit of the Ototuga. On the Iba, and Chaktai gets done here. Oh, well, yeah, this is the way it's going to be. Well, they had a few that went against them. Watch this. You think it's going to be an easy stop. Watch this ball turn. Oh, that just, you can't do anything about that. You cannot do anything. I think that's hit the little channel that's been dug up where the drainage has been done, and it wrong foots Chugtai. And this one is fishing outside the off is the batter. Mike Jones. Oh, he gets a lucky four to start with. He's got the Bakti Tahiri as his partner at the other end. Tahiri and Jones. And in fact, it's the other way around. It was Tahiri that got the lucky runs. Jones is yet to face. Tahiri, if he gets going, can be pretty dangerous. We know that. But hasn't really had too many opportunities. Oh, he gets done by an absolute corker here. Absolute corker. What a jaffa that is as Nishay joins me back in the cube. What a ball, Nish.
Yeah, we're just appreciating that ball as well. Terrific delivery. Really squared up Tahiri. Tahiri, though, isn't even looking to make amends. He was out for a golden duck yesterday against CCAS. So a chance for him to get some runs against this side that tormented him.
Oh, he's getting beaten by this again. He's moving too much, isn't he? He's moving around too much. He's trying to give himself, watch him move here. First he comes down, then he tries to go back. Just stay still. You can play the same shot that he's trying to play by staying still. Even though Ali's been a bit unlucky with the first ball that went for 4. It's the only runs that have come off the over so far. And that is going to be 4 more. He pitches this one up, and that's the difference. Pitches up, maybe he gets greedy, he goes for the stumps. And Tahiri hits his second boundary, and that's a bit better. They're up and running here, Nish.
They certainly are up and running. Good shot over there. He just picked out the gap. It's smart power play batting. You know, if you pierce the gap, you're going to get a boundary. They just need one more boundary here to end the over, the Sophia Stars, and this will be the ideal start for them.
Hello to Ghulam Mustafa, Mandrake, John Gray. A lot of people tuning in. Hello also to Ishan. And that's well bowled again. And tidy stuff. The over will come to an end, and it will just be those 2 boundaries from it. One very lucky one, and the comical one as well. And one pretty decent hit from Tahiri. 8 without loss after the first.
249 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. Hoping to snap that streak. Of course, failed to get it here. Bring up our 250, which that's not the kind of 250s we want to bring up. So Are we going to get a golden ball delight here between these two very evenly matched teams?
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, or are we going to continue tomorrow?
Into the second over. And Chugtai is coming in. Oh, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide yet. Real loosener to start out. Chugtai was touch expensive yesterday when these two teams faced each other. Went for 20 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. That one is a wide.
Chugtai. He's bowled so well in this series so far. It's been outstanding. Hasn't had too many opportunities with the bat, but he did score the winning runs yesterday when he came out. Held his nerve and played a very important first ball for 4. And he's bowled so well. He really gets it. I think every time he's bowled without fail, he's always got the ball to move around. He gets those bigger away swingers going.
That's a big swipe across the line over there. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, he's a little bit disappointed. I get the feeling that the umpires... No, I'll take it back.
To me.
I'll take it back. That's it has swung, but that's not a wide, you know. And you can see just why Chugtai was a little bit disappointed about that one. Taking it on. Oh, it's hesitation. In comes the throw, but he's going to get back. He's going to get back. It's a good early pickup from Yusuf. Gets the throw in. And Tahiri was running into trouble. Just look at this. Wants to go. And let's see if he... Yeah, he gets back okay. He had to dive. But there's never a single on there.
Yeah, it would have been a real squeeze. And in the end, he just about manages to make it back on time. Would have been very suicidal. And they've certainly done a good job of containing Tahiri well after he struck a couple of early boundaries. He's now at a run of all 8.
This one is just going to drop short, and there's a throw. Ooh, but Jones hasn't faced the ball yet, and he was in danger first. It was back to Tahiri that was trying to call him through for a single. I don't think he was ever going to make it. And now here, he's backing up and does well to get back as the throw comes in from the fielder.
Yeah, 7 of the 9 deliveries he's faced have been dot balls. Just way too high a dot ball percentage. Make that 8 out of 10, so 80% of the balls he's faced have been dot balls. And this is ideal for CCAS. I mean, they're keeping the informed Jones at the non-striker's end while Tahiri just chews up dot balls.
Yeah, he's played the same shot every time to a ball that's been outside the off. He's got to try something different, otherwise they could be yanking him off. Now he tries something different and he misses this one as well. This is not good. Not good at all at the moment. I mean, Tahiri got lucky with 1 boundary in that first over. So he's only really hit 1 clean shot. And too many dots here. Chugtai looking to finish the over well. And Tahiri now, after swinging and missing so much, he's going to just be swinging again, and hopefully he can get something on this one. Might be too wide this time. It will be, so wide call, but you can see what the plan is. Keep it outside the off, and Tahiri swinging but missing. It's a little bit like a rusty gate on a windy day, missing the ball all the time. Chugtai just trying to sneak that one in, but this time, and no, oh well, I tell you what, Nish, it looked wide, but it wasn't. That's another one that was okay for me.
Yeah, he's been hard done by, you have to say. The bowler is going to have to take a shot at the stumps. He won't in the end. And worst of all, Tahiri keeps strikes, and Jones still won't face a ball heading into the third over. Yeah, this is working out perfectly for CCAS. And, you know, considering this is a very important chase, I'd have to hear on a pretty short chase. I think this next over is probably his last chance to score some runs. If he doesn't, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to retire him.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. You got good batters in there. I mean, Adrian Dunbar yet to come in. Of course, you got Prakash Mishra himself, may not. But I think really, for me, if I'm the next batter that's coming in, has got to be Jack Watmo. He's been in good form with the bat, also the way he's been in the field, and his determination was quite key. And thing is, though, this is going to be an interesting moment because one man who's been pretty good with the ball is McMillan. And McMillan coming on here now. The only thing I would say here, with Tahiri on strike, I probably would have gone back to Danny and Ali to say, well, look, bowl the same thing again, outside the off, keeping quiet. So, personally, as the captain, I'm going with another seamer. But I do know that McMillan has been very good. Now, let's see how this works out. Well, hits it. Oh, dear. Oh, that's caught him straight on the chin. That has got him straight on the chin. Well, he says, no, I'm all right, Rico. He said, it was my chest. I'm all right. But have a look at this. You can see why I think it hit him on his chin. Watch this, the old Tortuga. Oh, that could have been nasty.
He hasn't missed by much. He's very, very lucky over there. Oh, this was chipped up, but it's going to fall just short of the aforementioned Huzaifa. Now, but McMillan, though, he's just an incredible bowler. You look at his economy rate for this tournament, it's 4, and he's been the leading wicket taker as well for this side.
Oh, great delivery. Really good ball. Wonderfully bowled. Now he wants he's making his, look at this. He brings up the man who's wide on the boundary backward point, and now he sends back Yusuf on the boundary. Shot. Oh, that's exceptional. What a wonderful pickup this is. That's 6 runs. How quick he's onto this, Jones. Well, he has a couple to look at. And then this one is just on the pitching outside leg, and he's very strong in that area, as Jones. So 6 runs, the first maximo of this innings of the Sophia Stars.
Yeah, he brought third back in the ring, sent long off out. Thought he was going to go a bit straighter, but he leaves that a touch too far down the leg side. And the player of Jones's quality and the great form he is always going to pounce on that. Terrific hit by Jones. And this is why they needed him facing more than just 3 balls.
Yeah.
About 2.4 overs into the power play.
Yeah, Tahiri, 10 of 13. I mean, how patient will they be with him? I know he hasn't had a lot of batting practice, but yeah, they can't have him turn up more deliveries. That's nicely played. Oh, that's beautiful timing. It really is. Well, we see the best of Jones in the last 2 shots. Really, first the power as he smashes the ball for a big 6, and now here just the timing and placement and the finesse. That is top draw.
He hasn't missed that by much, has he, the spinner? It's just beautiful batting by Jones. Opens the face of the bat, hits it towards point.
It's going to be 4 more as he strays down the leg side. So, what a good over that is. It goes for 15, and you'll see that the power plays are really just 1 run in it, like for like. 29 here, whereas Academic Sophia were on 30. We got a game on here, folks.
You certainly do. And those last 3 balls just make that power play very interesting one. 6-4-4 to round it out. 15 runs coming off that power play. One of the more expensive overs McMillan has bowled in this series. Showing he's just human. Made a few mistakes in that one.
Look how similar those power plays are. So like I said, just a run in it. And in both innings, that third over going for 15. They're going to go with Bashrat Hussain to bowl the third. So they're holding back Daniel Ali and Chogtai. And I can understand it, but sometimes I think by holding up a bowler who's bowled very well can sometimes be a mistake. While he's good, keep him on. That's what I say, while he's hot. And that's why I would have, once again, that's why I personally would not have gone to spin in that over. Okay, bat onto ball. I think that's where Tahiri prefers it. He'd rather have the bowler going through his stumps, attacking his stumps, than having the ball bowled at him outside the off, but he gets something on this, and he gets a single. It's not a dot ball. That's the important thing. They can't really absorb any more dot balls. Right, this is going to be a good battle between Hussain and Jones. Just pushes this away, takes a single. Probably wants to have a little look at what Hussain does first of all.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, just keep this line nice and wide to Tahiri on a good length as well. I mean, a lot of back of a length deliveries wide outside the off stump. He was really struggling to cut them, and you better hope the umpire doesn't call them wide as well. I think they were a bit unlucky with a few decisions during the power play.
Yeah, I'm loving what Mandrake is saying. I think he's talking about Tahiri saying, I'm sat here shouting, move to the ball. Well, let's see where they bowl to him here. Well, he's in the air and he's out of the reach of Chuktai. Well, there you go, Mandrake. Maybe he does move to the ball. He does get just enough of this. It's going to be a boundary, and Tahiri straight away saying, nah, I didn't want 4, wanted 6. His bat is no good. I want another one. Just out of the reach of Zurak Chuktai.
Yeah, just backing away to create that room to hit it over extra cover. So Hussain just needs to be a little bit smart. Push this line a lot wider than it currently is against Tahiri.
Yeah, you're right. And a little bit wider, a bit shorter. It looks like Tahiri is getting another bat sent down. I think the umpire will have a quick look at it. It gives us once again an opportunity to say hello to the chat, and thank you to the chat as well. You've been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's been great talking to all of you in the chat. Another great day of conversation. Still got another 6.3 overs to come, so yeah, keep the engagement going as we round out what looks to be set to be very exciting match to round out this wonderful Wednesday. Just well, the bat change hasn't actually come out in the end. I wonder if it's just been denied.
Well, I don't know. I see Jonesy shouting some instructions out to the bench. Maybe nobody was ready to bring it on. And, well, that's going pretty well, though. That's another boundary. And Tahiri, back-to-back boundaries. So we were saying, weren't we, that if he doesn't get another boundary, the next time we see him, then they might be thinking about pulling him. Well, he's hit 2 out of 2. So all of a sudden, Tahiri is starting to flow. 19 of 16.
Yeah, the bat looking just fine over there. Beautiful shot by Tahiri.
And this time it's worked away onto the mid-wicket area. And it's well fielded, just the one run this time. That's the important thing now. The partnership has to start. There's got to be singles, there's got to be boundaries, there's got to be a bit of ticky-tacky and a bit of boom-boom. They're needing to go at around about that 14 and a half. But of course, one big over can change everything, and we saw that the way that Academic Sofia went about their innings. It's nicely played. The fielder gets down very early and makes a nice stop. You can see Bakti Tahiri probably not the quickest of runners. Just have a look at him here. He's not really backing up. He takes one step and stops. And I think if you really want it, you're taking that. Is the end of the over. So the 4th over is completed and going at 10s. It's 40 without loss after 4. The opposition at this point, the Academic Sofia, were 41, so staying just at the moment that 1 run behind.
Yeah, they're almost mirroring each other so far in this innings. As you know, CCAS were 49 for 1 halfway through their innings. They lost a wicket off the very last ball of the 5th over. And yeah, looks like Sofia Stars trying to do the same over here, keep wickets in hand and then look to attack during the second half of the innings. Lockie McMillan does continue here. This time, of course, he'll be bowling outside the power play, so you will have a few extra fielders at the boundary for protection.
Yeah, so they're going to stick with McMillan despite going for 15. Of course, it was the last 2 balls that they really actually went after him. Other than that, the over was pretty tidy. Here we go. And lashes out at this. It will just be... Oh, no. Dear, oh, dear. You would not expect this. Not from the fielder. I think that's Hussain of all people. He's now pointing to the ground. To be honest, I don't see it. I just think this is a bad bit of fielding. It gets straight through him. And that's the second one that's gone through. I mean, there's a slight Tortuga, but Not a big one. All right, high up in the air. Catching opportunity. Can anybody get there? There's a big, oh my word. Oh my word. That is one of the best cordon bowls I've ever seen. Well, they have got the bat guy on the back of their shirts. Well, forget the bat guy. That maybe is the Batman, because he gets there and he is taken one of the most exceptional cordon bowls that you will ever see. Macmillan, take a bow. I have been left gobsmacked. That is one of the best cordon bowls you will ever see. That is outstanding.
How is he taking that? I thought that was certainly going to land safely. Running towards the boundary rope, tracks the ball perfectly and holds onto it. Lockie Macmillan with another special moment.
Oh, Batman in the house maybe. Forget the bat guy. That was incredible. And the man who needed the bat guy, well, that was Bakti Tahiri. Well, he can go and see the bat guy with his bat. But the man who's taken an incredible catch was Macmillan. That is, you got to say, catches like that win your matches. That was sensational. Going back to the contest, though, it is Jack Watmo that comes out at 3. Plays this away and he'll take a single as him and Jones now start to get another partnership started. That last one was worth 44. Tahiri finally, he was gone for 24 of 19. I suppose he does help his side a little bit with a few boundaries there towards the end. Otherwise, you would have thought he cost him a lot of runs by all the balls that he missed out on. What a catch.
Incredible. It's just left us absolutely speechless. That was a great moment by Macmillan. It's moments like that that can just spark the entire side and sometimes even cause you to just run through the opposition.
It's nicely played. Now watch the bounce on this, and they do. Watch it well. And once again, it's those little things, isn't it? Remember how the ball went for 4. Should have been just a single. So Tahiri gets a lucky 4 when it goes through Hussain. Next ball, we see an incredible cordon bowl. It's not the first time that's happened today. Watmo with his very unusual batting stance. It's a nice looking shot. Bobbles away and nicely dealt with by Yusuf. Now Yusuf does really well. Remember, one popped up and caught him quite viciously on the chest. So he's not let that bother him. He makes a good stop. Slightly quicker delivery. Now, is this another one or is this a bump? I wonder if this is a bump. I think it might have been a bump. Yeah, oh, this might show it here. I thought it was a bump.
I think judging by his reaction,
bump ball. I mean, it's a fantastic catch, but it was definitely a bump ball, and great work there from Spring Media. Nicely captured at the end of the over. What an over. What a moment. It's 47 for 1 as we have a look at the ECC groups.
Yes, of course, the host Bulgaria over in Group 1. They'll be kicking off this ECC on the Monday, the 23rd of September, so you won't have to wait too long to see the Bulgarian national team. As you can see, a lot of groups in there. I think they'll certainly fancy their chance against the likes of Croatia and Slovenia. Yeah. But then you've got the big boys in there, the Isle of Man. They'll obviously be the big favorites in that group. And then Estonia as well. I mean, growing along, we had a chance to see them against Cyprus. They seem to have found a good winning formula as well.
They certainly have. Look, you were in Hungary. They're in Group B, Germany, Denmark, Austria, and Romania in that group. You've seen Romania now as well in the same group. What are your thoughts here? You think Hungary could be, a side that could surprise everyone and actually do it?
Yeah, I mean, Hungary, they obviously have some exciting talent in their team. It's just about figuring things out. I mean, in the end, they failed to actually win their home series. Czechia took it in the end. I think Romania, though, for them, it just comes down to availability. They had far too many players missing. And they lost every single game during that series this weekend. For me, though, a team like Czechia, they've got such a good chance of making it into the Premier Division, picking up that promotion. They were so impressive with the weekend, and they showed they have the ability to just bat teams out of the game.
And Czechia, remember, it's a new-look team. Of course, a lot of the key players, like the likes of the Beast, Vikram Sakara, and also the likes of Arun Ashokan, and they've been guys that have been guiding that team for a long time. Not there anymore, but playing some very good and exciting cricket. Of course, we touched on that amazing innings from Boyan. I know when I was in Czechia, Boyan also scored a century then. When he's on, he looks like a different player altogether. So, yeah, exciting times I think I've said this before, and I maintain it, that ECC, there's going to be plenty of surprises. The Euros of cricket coming up at the Karama Oval. Back to this contest. Basharat Hussain will continue. And asking the question, the umpire, well, he can't give it from there, no way. Let's have a look at this. Is this impact maybe outside the line? Let's have a look where this ball is hitting. It's probably going too high for me. It comes back in. Also, the ball's got a lot to do. If we have a look at it, yeah, here we go. You look at that side on, it's a long way. The umpire's got to decide if the ball was going to go and hit the stumps or not. And I think probably in the end the right call. Though he was moving very quickly out the way, wasn't he? The umpire, Narayan.
Yeah, I think when you're that far outside the crease and it hits you above the knee roll, it's just impossible for the umpire to give those out. Oh, beautifully played here. Plays that one across the line, but he's picked out the fielder in the deep, so it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, he does like that shot, that Jones, but though he does pick it quite well, he doesn't get it in the area he wants to. It's a little bit too close to Chuktai. Doesn't give a catching chance, but he does allow Chuktai to make the stop. Just a single. Now remember, things changed after the drinks break for Academic Sofia. That's where they really accelerated. Again, the Sofia Stars do the same. They'll certainly be trying to, and well, if the ball's going into the vortex, you're going to get the runs. Now you see it, now you don't. Cuatro más, thank you very much.
Now they'll take those runs. They'll certainly take them. Bit fortuitous. Wasn't quite intending to hit it there, but it's gone through the gap, and it's gone away for 4. You got to ride your luck a little bit during these chases. It's time to accelerate now, though, for the Sofia Stars. You can see that required. It's just under 17 now. No, this is a great shot, but it's gone straight to the fielder. I mean, good use of the feet. Met it on the half volley, but he smacked it straight at the fielder. I mean, 5 meters either side of him. That was going to go for 4.
Yeah.
It's been unlucky to pick out the fielder in the end.
Back to his mark here.
Just making a slight adjustment in the field there. Moving the fielder inside the ring at fine leg, a lot finer.
Whip to, oh no, you can't be doing that. That is not. Both teams really, though we've seen some brilliance from them in all the disciplines of the game, we're also seeing some real weaknesses in the field. I mean, that is just, well, it's hard to describe just what he's trying to do with his feet there, but that is not the way to do it. That's a bit of shocking fielding, really.
Yeah, he just wrong-footed himself in the end, and he's let it get past him. Cheap boundary gifted to the Sofia Stars. Last ball of the over.
Plays it away. They'll take the single, and no need really to throw that in that way, but it doesn't get past the keeper. Manan Bashir is behind there. End of the over. It's 59 for 1. So this is where they will start to fall behind unless they get the big overs in. You can see that the rate required per over now at that it's over the 17 mark, because remember, from here on in the last 5 overs that Academic Sofia scored 78 runs. So that's what they're looking to do here. But one big over gets them right back in this match. And don't forget, Jones is still there.
The captain's sticking with Daniel Raju here. They still haven't introduced a 5th bowler into the attack. I think his thinking here is, can you just get me one more quiet over, and then we can just take this game away from the Sofia Stars, and then I can introduce a 5th bowler in a situation where the pressure's a lot lower on him.
Yeah. See how it fares. You know, Hussain, he won't be too disappointed with his spell. That last over just going for 12. All right. Daniel Lally bowled a very good first over. Went for 8. Starts badly down the leg side, and they want to take it on. It's very good running. Very, very good running. Something for nothing. And that's just 2 runs from nothing. That's what they've got to try and do here. They've got to really hustle. And if they're not hitting the ball to the boundary, they've got to try and make things happen with the running.
Yeah, they certainly do. They need a big over. I mean, biggest over they've had so far is 15 runs, and they need to go at almost 17 and over from here. We know Watmo is someone who's capable of hitting the big shots. He made 32 of 17 yesterday against this team. This time, though, he'll pick the fielder out in the deep, hits that straight to the academic Sofia captain, Huzeyf Yusuf.
Yeah, Yusuf has been good, safe hands. He's led the team really well. I like Yusuf as the captain. He's a good leader of the team. Of course, it was lovely to talk to him earlier in the day. And into the gap, and the vortex sucks this in. There's going to be 4 more. He's a little bit unlucky. Here is Daniel Ali. It's not a bad delivery. The batter not where he wanted to go at all, but once that gets past Manin Bashir, you can see that man at short third cannot catch up with it. And that's Riaz Bouyan. That's 4 more.
Yeah, unlucky for CCAS. Sophie Stars, they need plenty of breaks. They need to start stringing together consecutive boundaries.
Right, that's a miscue, but this time it's going to drop into a little bit of space there. That's been left vacant by in that short third man area, mid-wicket area, beg your pardon. So another single, and of course they're needing here now at the moment at least, and with all the running on the singles, they're needing 3 boundaries per over. Oh, he goes for it here, goes for the big shot. And misses out on it. Great delivery, dot ball, gold dust. Very close to knocking the timber over as well.
Yeah, especially on this wicket where it's generally staying quite low. You would have thought that would have crashed onto the stumps, but somehow just sails over them. Required up to 18 now, just 8 runs off this over. It's really getting away from the Sofia Stars at this stage.
Lashes out at this, but doesn't get it past the fielder. No boundary. Win-win situation once again for Academic Sofia.
Yeah, it's Jared George out at point. He's done a great job. Great hands by him. If that ball gets past him, going for anywhere between 2 to 4 runs.
Yeah, it is a good stop. And you're just getting to a point here now where, well, it's getting perhaps close to that point of no return. Shot. Ay, ay, ay. Que guay. Que genial. Well, we'll see that again on social media. Thank you very much. What a shot this is. Well, is this your HCL shot of the day? A little bit of sexy cricket. Beautifully executed, and boy, did they need that. That goes all the way for 6. And what an important shot that is. It just keeps them alive in this contest. They're needing 18 from the remainder of the overs to come. So 18 per over from the remaining 3 overs. This is what's coming up tomorrow, starting with Pleven again.
Yeah, big day ahead tomorrow. Lots of important game. We'll also get a chance to see BCC Spartan for the first time in this tournament. Looking forward to seeing them. And yeah, 3 matches tomorrow for Pleven. They're going to have to step up and put in a much better shift than they did today. Spak CC Viren coming back to play tomorrow as well. They had a day off today. But yeah, what a shot there. What an incredible shot by Jones. I mean, very similar to the one we saw Amal Thomas play first thing this morning.
And the captain now bringing himself back onto bowl here. So interesting, he doesn't want to go to Chuktai yet. I'm just wondering if you could go to someone like Chuktai and take that rate past the, if it's a good over, take it past that 20 required mark, and then try and sort of use himself and the other bowlers to finish off the innings. But he wants to hold on to his main strike bowler at the moment. Short, and he just overcommits too early. Plays far too early here at Watmo. If he stayed in his crease, I think he would have played a much easier shot, but he gets himself in a position and ends up missing it and getting tucked up. You can see that he's really trying hard, but maybe trying too hard.
I think he just doesn't want to use the 6th bowler, Huzeyf Yusuf. I think he intends to bowl this one and the final over. It's been a bit expensive today, though, Yusuf. It's gone for almost 15 and over.
That's a nice shot, and it's going to be too much to do for the fielder. He goes for the short one, bangs it in hard, but Watmo this time was waiting for it. It doesn't overcharge, he doesn't miss it, crunches it well, and Bashrat Hussain can't stop the ball going to the boundary.
Yeah, with his style of bowling, I'm not sure that's the best idea to go for that short, wide delivery. really should be just looking to keep it on the stumps, and the
Yeah.
fact that the bounce is a little bit uneven and low over here, one could just sneak past the batter and crash onto the stumps.
He goes for the short one again, and this time it's well left by Watmo. It's going to be a wide. Now, you mentioned before that he's been a little bit expensive today, expensive with some extras. And also, why is he trying to bowl so short?
Yeah, that certainly is a good question. I mean, on this surface in particular, I mean, I wouldn't want to really bang it in and look to bowl short. I think I'd even encourage my big, tall fast bowlers to try to bowl with a lot of variations and take pace off the ball. But especially with his pace and height, I think, yeah, you want to keep it full and straight.
Yeah, right, okay. Watmo now hands over the strike to Jones. Jones knows that this is the time you got to go. 48 in 14. I mean, that's going to take some doing. But this man who's been in sensational form today can do it. You've seen him in magnificent form. And that is why it's important he stays there. Well, the captain is down on his knees, and that is the captain of Academic Sophia, because he gets it wrong, but Jones doesn't. He clobbers it for a big 6. Few more of these in the over, and this contest does stay alive, even though it means that every over has to go magical.
Certainly does. Need another boundary here to end this over, just to keep things interesting heading into the last couple of overs.
And it's full up, but it's well played. And it's well watched this time. No mistakes from McMillan. And even with the throw, you see how intelligent he is. He's not risking throwing the ball in hard. He doesn't have to. It's just a gentle throw back to the bowler, knowing that the batters can't take 2. They finish with a single. We go down to the last 12 deliveries. 87 for 1, needing 41 of 12 balls.
And in the end, only 13 runs coming off that Huzaifa Yusuf over, which is more than good enough for CCAS. Yeah, this is going to be tough here. A couple of magical overs needed for the Sophia Stars.
Well, this is what you were saying. Chugtai will bowl this one, and if this is a good tied over, let's say it goes for, even if it goes for 15, then you know that it's going to be almost impossible to get that win of that last over. It's going to have to be something quite incredible. So here we are, 41 of 12. Otherwise, it will be Academic Sophia that'll do the double over the Sophia Stars and extend the lead at the top of the standings. Here we go. And it'll just be a single, running hard, taking it on. Chugtai is not going to throw this away. Singles, 2s, don't hurt them. The only thing that will hurt them at the moment is a run of boundaries. One thing you got to also go back to, let's going to have a quick look at the number of extras so far here. 9 extras. We remember that 16 extras were given away by their opponents. That might be too wide. The umpire has a look and will call it wide. Chugtai, sometimes he does. I mean, for the last few times I said it looked wide, and they actually weren't. This was another one which is a bit of a teaser. That one I can understand the umpire calling it. But in his first over, there were 2 wides that were called that were very harsh.
Now the Watmo has got to come up with a boundary here. It's been a touch too slow so far.
Hit it well. Bashrat's got work to do here. Oh, brilliant. Exceptional. Exceptional ground fielding. And that's fantastic. Once again, that's McMillan who's out there. He's patrolling that boundary. And he's, well, look at this. He's like a cheetah going for the kill.
He's such a smart player. I mean, how many fielders would fire that throw in with the adrenaline rush? He knows they're going to take a single, holds onto the ball, just gently throws it back to the bowler.
Yeah, a bit of chatting going in here. I think that you can see that Hussein is just making some changes in the field. He wants to bring the fine third that was on the boundary in, so backward point goes back. Smashed, 6, good hit, and that sounded powerful as well. They've got the right man on strike if they're to do this or to get close. Is Mike Jones. That's been walloped. Remember, they've got the point now, have Sofia Star, so they will get a point from the match. But of course, they need a few more of this if they are to get a win. That takes it to 32 in 9 balls. Jones is still there. Remember, he's been exceptional as Jones. We saw him score 84 and 59. Surely, is he going to score another 50 and maybe take his team to an incredible win? Slower delivery, plays it away. He will get his 50. It is the third 50 in the day from Mike Jones. He scored 84 not out against Blacksmith in match number 12. He then also went on to score another 50, 59 of 22 against the Blacksmith again in the match before this one. It's another 50, 51 of 20, but he knows the job is not done as 100 comes up. They're still needing 28 for victory in 8 balls, 28 for 8.
But he's keeping things interesting, and we do know the skipper can be a bit expensive for CCAS. If this is 20 or under heading into the final over, I think we have a very exciting finish coming up.
Well, everybody is glued in here and watching with intent. Mandrake has to leave us. Mandrake, sorry you have to go. We could have a bumper finish here, but thank you for your support today. See you tomorrow. Get funky. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Arriva. Kita. Adata swada ye. He's done it again. What a shot this is. And he's saying to Watmo, anything you can do, I can do better. Oh, that is sensational. That is unbelievable. What a shot at such a crucial moment. 22 in 7.
Lightning has struck twice. He's pulled out the ramp shot again, uses Chuktai's pace and works it over fine leg. Incredible shot by Jones. What bravery, what guts to keep his side in this game.
He just had a look to see if Fine was back. No, he's might even think about doing it again. He will, and he's going to do it again. This time it might be 4, but not 6. Oh, 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Jones, but not only is he hungry for more, he's hungry for a victory. We go into the last over. 18 required for victory in the last. Sensational. That over from Chugtai goes magical. 23 come off it. Everyone, hold on to your horses. Hold on to your seats. 18 required for victory.
But what an intelligent cricketer. He's read the bowler like a book for 2 straight balls. Knew where it was coming. Perfect premeditation. And now it's going to be the captain, Huzaiv Yusuf, coming in to bowl this final over. We mentioned he's been a bit expensive so far today. He's gone about 15 and over across this day. And now he's got to defend 18 runs in the final over. Watmo is on strike. What does he do? Just take a single and get Jones back on? Surely he does that.
Oh, well, there's other options if he didn't want to bowl himself. But he feels that he's the captain. He feels that he can absorb the pressure. So here he goes. Of course, you've got something like Jared George, who's bowled okay. You've got someone like Imad Jamil, who's also bowled pretty well. Captain wants to bowl it. 3 big hits, you know. 3 big hits can do it. Interesting what Watmo does here. Watmo, will he just try and get a single? No, he won't. He'll get this one away. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro más. What a game. Sofia Stars, they looked out of it at one point when they needed with 18 balls to go, they needed something like close to 60 runs. And here they are, looking to wrap up a win here. 14 or 5. Surely they hold the upper hand here now. Yusuf is bowling too short. He's got to get that ball pitched up. Hit hard on the offside. There's a chases on here. And McMillan, brilliant stop. But they will come back for 2. How important is that stop from McMillan? They've got to stop the ball here. They're throwing themselves at it. They're going to get 3 runs. Oh, this is just craziness. Well, cue the music to this. First of all, the stop here from McMillan was outstanding. He might have hurt himself in the process. It's like a goalkeeper that's saving a penalty here. Well, the Olympics are on at the moment. This was an Olympic effort, but so was the running. And they do run 3 in the end.
All of McMillan's efforts, and ends up saving only 1 run. And the danger man Jones is back on strike to make it even worse here for CCAS.
Well, the stop from McMillan was quite amazing. We might get a chance to see it again, but it was just superb. But in the end, he doesn't save 2. He saves just the one run because they run 3. And Jones on strike. White ball. White ball called. That means it goes down to 10 in 4. Oh.
He's got that run right. He's nailed it there, the umpire. And you got to say,
What a call.
Perfect judgment as well by Jones. I mean, how often have we seen batters leave balls at the end and it turns out to be inside the tram line?
What a call. What a call that was. Well, all that over before Chugtai 23 meant to make it possible. I said at the time they needed to go big. 18 were required of this last. And now 10 in 4. Shot 6. No doubt about it. Has gone over the fielder. 6 more. That sounded beautiful out of the middle. And even though it's pretty flat, just the way he's hit this, the fielder's got no chance in my opinion. It's 6 more. And it is almost done and dusted. 4 or 3. And Mike Jones, what a player. What a day. I don't think I've quite seen a performance like this from an individual in a day's play.
But once again, that was Daniel Ali out in the deep. He was just too far forward. What if he was all the way back? I still think Jones would have cleared him.
Oh, he chases a wide one. Here's the dot ball. That's one he needed to leave alone. Oh, is there going to be drama here right towards the end? Is there going to be drama? He could have left this one alone, you know. He goes for it, misses it.
Ironically, the one he hit for 6 was probably going wide as well, but it didn't matter because he managed to muscle it all the way. A huge mistake there by Jones, and it's just opened the door again for CCAS.
4 in 2. Jones, exceptional performance, but it will only be worth it if you can get the win here for each side. Who's going to finish the day at the top of the standings? In comes Yusuf, the captain. Jones, well, he scuffs it. They're going to run just the one. It's going to go down to the last ball. I'm surprised he runs here. I really am. I think he would have. I know he doesn't hit the ball before it's a dot, and I know it would have been another dot, but I just think Jones is the in batter. He was on 67. I think he stays there and backs himself to hit the last ball to the boundary. He doesn't take a single. 3 for a win, but 2 takes us to a golden ball.
2 runs to take us to a golden ball. I did say there's a chance we might break this before we hit the 250. I hope I haven't cursed it. I'm knocking on the wooden desk in front of me.
Are we going to get that golden ball? Whatever happens here, if he's not going to the boundary, they are running, and they are running hard. Yusuf, the captain of Academic Sofia, can he be their hero? He's got to get a good ball in here. 3 for a victory of the last. And of course, it will be Jack Watmo on strike. And they miss it. It is going to be a victory. It is going to be a victory for the Academic Sofia. Look what it means to the captain. Look what it means to him. Incredible. What a match. And in the end, that ball gets missed. We've had a sensational contest here. Really, we have. But just look what it means to them. He is down on the floor now. It's Huzef Yusuf. He's been through the emotions. That 9th over when Chugtai went for 23 meant that 18 were required of the last. And that over goes for 16. They win it by a run. And Huzef Yusuf, what a finish to that over. It went for 4, 3 wide, 6, dot 1, and then 1. And I go back to what I say, Nish, you don't run that single with a ball to go needing 4 to win. I think Jones had to stay on strike.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, especially the way that he managed to strike it for 4 earlier in the over. Watmo only could have gotten it away for a couple of runs. Our way to break that golden ball streak continues. We do bring up the 250 in the end. And tomorrow the golden ball counter will be on 250. Here's a look at the matches we have coming up for you tomorrow. We're going to see Pac Falcon CC Viren come back after a rest day today, and we'll see BCC Spartan for the first time as well in this series. But boy, what a match did we have. I mean, they needed 4 runs of 3 balls. They'd done the hard bit. They'd somehow got themselves into a situation where they could have won that game. They had a couple of big overs right at the end, and they had to do the easy bit. 4 runs into 3 balls, and they couldn't do it. They just didn't hold their nerve. A few false decisions as well, chasing a couple of wides. And they're going to come up short here, and that win is that loss, I should say, is going to cost them a lot because it's just going to allow their opponents to open up that gap at the top of the table. Let's have a look at the highlights of what was a sensational match. It was a good opening partnership between Tahiri and Mike Jones that really steadied them. 44 runs in that opening partnership, got them the right platform they needed to really explode. But of course, Mike Jones batted superbly. I mean, he really is the star of the show. His third half century of this day, 6-4, 6 6s. He dragged his side into a position where they could dare to dream, they could dare to pull off this upset, and yeah, just not able to get over the finishing line at the end.
Yeah, it was quite exceptional. I'm just working out here as I speak the number of runs that Jonesy scored in the day, and it's quite exceptional. He scored 211 runs in the day. That's quite amazing. And the thing is, though, right at the end, the pressure shows. But I'll tell you this. There's a lot of things that you can look at and say, right, where did it go wrong? Who wins the match? You could turn around and say that the Sofia Stars in the field let themselves down. There was too many extras from E16. Some of the buys that went past from Adrian Dunbar that he needed to stop were there. So you can look at all of these things. For me, that match was won by a bit of fielding on the boundary by McMillan. He made the save. It would have been 4. It should have been 2. In the end, they did run the extra. They got 3 from it. But the one run that he saved makes the difference. So McMillan, for me, saves the day. But how about these shots here? This was sensational. This is when they were doing the unbelievable. Yusuf was bowling that over number 8. It wasn't the worst of overs. It went for 13. That, of course, meant they needed to do something special to win the match. They needed 41 of the last 2. But that over number 9 went 23, took tie, just couldn't get it right. And some of the shots, they were outstanding. I think we might actually see that boundary save here at the moment. But what we will see is some of the great shots here. There we go. That from Jones was exceptional. Then I just had the feeling he might do it again. And he did do it again. And that meant that it was 18 required off the last.
Yeah, 4 consecutive boundaries to end the penultimate over. A couple of ramp shots right at the end. The third ramp shot we saw this wonderful day of cricket. Of course, Amal Thomas pulled it out the first thing this morning. This was a terrific shot right there at the end. He hit that 6, and with that 6, they needed just 4 runs to win it up the last 3 balls. And somehow they didn't manage to do it. Of course, we mentioned that one superb bit of fielding on the second ball of the final over, and then of course that wide which Mike Jones chased, which turned out to be a very, very costly error. In the end, they somehow pull it off. Hussein Yusuf held his nerve when his opposition couldn't, and it's another impressive victory for CCAS.
Yeah, what a moment that was there at the end, captured very well by Spring Media. I mean, Yusuf, the captain, the emotion, and that's what it's all about. I've said this before. You know, these guys, they play hard, they're competitive. There's a lot of passion out there and determination and desire. But once it's all over, they're all friends. But don't get me wrong, Yusuf, I said this before, he's a lovely guy. And he's a great captain, he leads well. And that's a magical moment for him to do the double over the Sofia Stars. He's going to be very happy about that. And of course, he'll sleep well tonight, knowing that his team is quite comfortable now at the top of the standings. We just had a look at the scorecard there. Well done again to Mike Jones. A great knock from him, 68 at 25. But it wasn't enough. So he will still, though he scored 211 runs in the day, he'll be disappointed. There's the bowling there. And McMillan, once again, his bowling was very good as well. 1 for 22. Also, 22 runs from Bashar Hussain. He's had a good day here today as well, hasn't he? Don't forget, he scored a couple of half centuries and a 30 in the day. So he's had a pretty outstanding day as well. But what a match. And a lot of people saying that any match that goes down to the wire is a good match. We needed a good one. We knew that these two teams would provide us with a good one. Yesterday was a fantastic match, but that one was exceptional. And one more thing to say on it. I've said to me, now I'm going to say this. This is going to be a brave move. Without looking, player of the match for me is McMillan. You know why? Not only that save, which I think probably wins the match, that caught and bowled was just magical. I don't think I've seen a caught and bowl like that at all. So he picked up 1 for 22, but the save he made on the boundary was quite exceptional. What a match, what a day.
Now, what an incredible day. McMillan showing that he really is a player who can impact the game in numerous ways. We, of course, welcome you into our commentary position for the final time today. It's been a great day of cricket here on a Wednesday. We started off with a few lopsided matches, but then we ended with a terrific climax, and what a finish.
Yeah, we knew that Academic Sophia and the Sophia Stars were going to have easy matches to start off with. They were both playing double headers, one against Plevin, one against the Blacksmiths, two teams that have been struggling at the lower part of the table. We were expecting that to go to form, and they did. But this last one, we didn't know which way it was going to go. I thought that the Sophia Stars were going to get the upper hand and level this little battle between them and Academic Sophia, but it wasn't to be. But what a close match. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, certainly could have, and I think Jones, he'll certainly be reliving that moment at the end when he chases the wide. You have to feel for him. He played superbly today. He probably deserved to see his side get it over the finishing line, but that's the nature of cricket.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. You know, they did a lot of things right, and they got themselves back. I think they'll be hurting more than anything because they were out of it and they got themselves in it. And when you then get yourself in a match, and then like you say, you need 4 runs or 3 balls, you're there. You should be home and dry, and it wasn't to be. But it's been a tremendous day, great match. It's been great having you back, and I know that you're looking forward to your first day of working with Charlie. Charlie will be back tomorrow. I'm going to take a few days off. You'll see me after the weekend at the beginning of next week. So look after the youngsters. Now, I'm telling you this, I don't want you changing the place. I don't want you having any parties here. You behave yourself. I will be back. But look, I want to say a big thank you to everybody around the globe that's been tuning in. Your support for the European Cricket Network has been absolutely sensational. Thank you very much. Thank you for the day. Thank you for all your comments as well. A big thank you to the umpires. A fantastic day for them. Once again, big thank you to the Federation here in Bulgaria, and also well done to Spring Media. I think they've been brilliant today.
No, Spring Media have been brilliant. I mean, just capturing some of these incredible shots. The fact that we got to appreciate all these moments of magic out in the field. Hats off to everyone at Spring Media.
Yeah, so time for us to go, but don't forget, we've got some fantastic highlights for you. So I'll see you in a few days' time. Charlie and Nish will be here too tomorrow. So as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a few days' time. The youngsters will be here tomorrow. Adios.